And when the song's through, it's like they're living life to a whole different tune. And have you ever met those that keep hoping when it's hopeless? It's like they figured out what the rest haven't yet. The second you realize what you have inside, it's only just a matter of time. Ever since grace got you left, till your whole side turned and smile, like you just got away with something. Why? 'Cause you just got away with something. Ever since grace got you. So when you're standing in the rain again, you might as well be dancing. Why? 'Cause there ain't no storm that can change how this ends. So next time when you feel blue, don't let that smile leave you. Why? 'Cause you have every reason just to sing. So the back row is your glide, 'cause walking just won't do dance. You don't have to know how to. Ever since grace got you left, till your whole side's hurt and smile, like you just got away with something. Why? 'Cause you just got away with something. Ever since grace got you. Ever since grace got you. Grace got you.
Got away with something, bubbling inside of you, spilling over 'cause your life is full. How incredible, undeniable, monumental like the Eiffel. Uncontrollable, let the joy flow through. Ha ha. Giddy over pity, pretty please. Let me see your hands in the air with you at your seats. Warm it up, let go, shout it out, celebrate. When you can't articulate, just say amazing grace.
The second you realize what you have inside, it's only just a matter of. It's only just a matter of time. Sing, so the back row is your glide, 'cause walking just won't do dance. You don't have to know how to. Ever since grace got you left, till your whole side's hurt and smile, like you just got away with something. Why? 'Cause you just got away with something. Ever since grace got you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ever since grace got you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grace got you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ever since grace got you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grace got you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Grace got you.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit all. You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
America's on the rails. What we're trying to change tonight. From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts, exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filters, no fear. We pull back the veil. When the system rebels, we refuse to pale. America off the rails. Wake up calls and rebel tales. Unchained voices in the news. Standing strong with nothing to lose. VC drama to state level plan.
Never went the cold of war. Let me know if you're not.
Staying tuned in for truth. United we stand.
Day it is. Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Wednesday night edition of America Off the Rails. Every other Wednesday night, right here live on KLRN Radio. The nights opposite our normal show inquiry. I'm Rick Robinson. I'm the general manager on here. Sorry, I know there's been some reports of some things being echoey today. I think they changed something with our backbone, and I'm trying to figure out what they've done so I can figure out how to undo it. So if there were any weird echoes or anything going on in there, then I apologize in advance. I'm trying to figure out how to get that narrowed down, because usually what happens is when I play sources from inside the feeds, it doesn't get carried through my microphone, and I've noticed today that's different now. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what they did. But anyway, so we're here, we're live, and that means there may be some echo. There may not be much I can do about it, because it's going to be kind of a pain, because that means anytime I try to play pretty much anything, it's going to seem echoey on my side, and I don't really know what I'm going to do about that, but we'll find out together. So first off, so this just happened. So everybody remember that clip from Kimmel being an asshole a couple nights ago, just after the whole, Charlie Kirk thing. Is anybody starting to get the feeling that there might be some sort of a shift when it comes to the media? Because they used to feel like they could say anything they wanted to about conservatives and it would be fine and everybody would love it. And so in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, because maybe you don't know what I'm talking about, here's the clip before we get too far into it. Hang on. That was not really the button I meant to press, but it works well enough anyway.
He had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks? They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. Okay. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. There's demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
All right. So that's the clip that everybody's been talking about since, it first aired. And so this just happened, though. So this is from Nexstar, the parent company for that show. So hang on.
He had some new lows over the weekend.
I was trying to de-expand it, and it wasn't working really well. So Nexstar has decided to preempt airing Jimmy Kimmel Live after vile comments about Charlie Kirk's murder. This is from Katie Jerkovich. Dateline, 6:58 p.m., so 5:58 my time, so just a few minutes ago, actually. And this was actually starting to become breaking news as I was pulling everything up. Nexstar Media, which owns nearly 24 ABC affiliate stations across the country, announced that it will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live indefinitely beginning Wednesday night. Nexstar Media Group Incorporated, otherwise by their NASDAQ listing NXST, today announced that the company's owned and partner television stations affiliated with the ABC television network will preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live for the foreseeable future, beginning with tonight's show. A statement from the company read, and this is from Nick Sorter, breaking: Nexstar, who controls almost 24 ABC stations in major American cities, just announced they will no longer air Jimmy Kimmel's show. Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time, and Nexstar is apparently not having anything to do with it, because here is the quote: Nexstar strongly objects to recent comments made by Mr. Kimmel concerning the killing of Charlie Kirk, and will replace the show with other programming in its ABC affiliated markets. It added, Andrew Alford, president of Nexstar's broadcasting division, said that Mr. Kimmel's comments about the death of Mr. Kirk are offensive and insensitive at a critical time in our national political discourse, and we do not believe they reflect the spectrum of opinions, views, or values of the local communities in which we are located. Continuing to give Mr. Kimmel a broadcast platform in the communities we serve is simply not in the public interest at the current time. And we have made the difficult decision to preempt his show in an effort to let cooler heads prevail as we move towards the resumption of respectful and constructive dialogue. As Red State's Nick Arama reported about Jimmy Kimmel's despicable take on Monday, in inverting all reality, according to Newsbusters, and we already played the clip, so we're not doing it again. But just in case you're just joining us, what he was quoted as to saying was, "We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points." That narrative fell apart rather quickly. And I would love to say that I'm sorry, I feel sorry for Mr. Kimmel, but I just kind of really do not. I do not. All right. Let's see what other trouble we can get into real quick. Don't forget, coming up after me, we have the Conservative Quadrant Radio Show, our friends over at Behind the Enemy Lines Radio. Then we'll be back over here for the Rick and Morty Show. After that, we have The Edge of Liberty, hosted by Sean Lewis. And we also have BZ's Berserk Bobcat Zone. Sorry, I was confused for a moment there. All right, so we got to talk about this. I found this earlier, and I really could not believe that this was a conversation that somebody was having apparently sometime in, I guess, 2024 or early 2025. I don't know. Well, I guess it would have been 2024. Hang on. Is it that one? I think it's that one. I hope it's that one. Yeah, it's that one. All right, hang on. Let me fix this. I'm going to try this time and see if that'll fix it or not. And let's make that go away too, because I don't like that. Okay, so I'm going to try something and see if you guys, if anybody's paying attention. I know Raptor's in the chat. Anybody else that hears this, let me know if this sounds weird or not. So I'm still trying to figure out how to work with this new echo situation we have going on with Restream right now.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you have any family members that are MAGA?
No.
You'll get the biggest kick out of this, Monday, and I don't think Pumps knows this. So during this most recent election, my husband, I live in I would say a 99.9% white neighborhood. Okay. So my husband comes home from work and he goes, well, the weirdest thing just happened. The house 2 blocks south of us just put up 2 MAGA signs in their front yard, and they're black.
No.
How's that?
No.
Or the only black family that lives in this godforsaken whiteness, and they're fucking MAGA. He goes, it's just such a disappointment to me.
No.
Yes. And they had 2. They're a corner house, and they had. And I was just like, because I remember when they moved in, Roman, my son that told me, the prom send-offs, the culture, he's like, love this. We need to have more color in this neighborhood. And I go, I agree. That family popped up MAGA signs.
Black Republicans is something I will never understand.
I agree.
But we're cooning though, right? We're the ones sitting up here cooning, right?
I guess. Wow.
Not a coon. I don't know what is. Like He got the little ring, and he's letting these white women. Okay.
He's letting these white women tell him what is black and what black can be. Black cannot be MAGA. Black cannot vote for Trump. Black has to be what we say it is, the white liberal. I would never understand black conservatives.
I will never understand gay sex.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, dude, you're talking about you can't understand something. You're getting driven.
No. People, she said, we were just talking about how we need some more color in this neighborhood. I got an idea for you there, Miss Lady, right? How about you and your husband or whoever you're married to? How about you sell that nice house in that all-white neighborhood? I got some cheap real estate I can sell you in Detroit. There's some spots available for you if you want to go in and move in and have at it. Get all the color you want.
Right. If you're city and if your all white neighborhood is so godforsaken, as you say, then why don't you move to the hood? See how that goes over for you.
Right.
What are you talking about? Oh, you know, let the black folk come in, but they're not the kind of black folk you like. Okay.
Right.
All right, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go through and mute the source every single time until I figure out what Restream has done. I'll probably put in a ticket and see if I can figure out why it's different now. But I think I figured it out. I tested it out a couple of different times, so I apologize. Some of you are getting some engineering work live on the air while I figure out what they've changed. But I just wanted to play that clip because mainly for the opening, because I thought it was absolutely hilarious that this white couple were saying, "We finally got a black couple in the neighborhood, and they're fucking MAGA." What I'm saying, this is insane to me. All of this is nuts to me. That how is that even okay, dude? In 2025, how is it okay? Like I pointed out that that I don't even remember what it was. I was commenting on something. And it was somebody who was whining because they were losing their job because they said hateful things about Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, weren't you the guys that told us all about what hate speech was? And now that we've decided to turn the tables and use your definition of hate speech, you don't like it. Somebody responded, "Oh, you're so dumb, you don't even get it, because hate speech would be if he was killed because of his skin color." I'm like, he kind of was. Yeah, that's just kind of the point, wasn't it? He was a white guy saying things that you guys didn't like. So he kind of was, in fact, killed because of his skin color, not just his political beliefs. What I find absolutely amazing is all the folks that are coming out and saying, "You guys think this man was a racist?" This man helped kids of color get to Washington, D.C. and come check out the White House to become politically more involved. And this was a rather big name. I don't even remember who it was, but it was a rather big name person of color who pointed out that Charlie Kirk partnered with him to get a bunch of young people of color to the White House. And they started working to organize better and be able to become more politically active. And he said they opened it up for donations. One black man donated $20,000. The rest of the money came from Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk and a few other people. So this is what I'm talking about, though. People are only going to believe what they want to believe. And you can't convince them otherwise either, because I've tried. I spent all day Sunday trying to speak to someone who was trans, who was convinced that once they came out as trans in the conversation that I wanted them dead. And I'm like, then why are we still talking? We're only still talking because you can't shoot me through X, was basically what they said. And I said, no, that's not true, because if I don't want to talk to you anymore, I just block you. I don't understand why you think we want you dead. I said, being honest with you and telling you that I believe that you suffer from some form of mental illness is not the same as wanting you dead. I'm sorry if me being honest with you hurts your feelings, but the fact of the matter is, feeling like you are born in the wrong body is a mental disorder as outlined in the textbooks. It's called gender dysphoria. And they're like, well, homosexuality was in there until the 90s. Yes, and it still should be. And let me explain to you why it still should be, because it's a pretty easy concept as to why it still should be. It's pretty easy. If you're doing something that is detrimental to the procreation of your species when it comes to the act that is specifically to make more babies, then that can be construed as a mental illness. I understand that in today's day and age, we use sex more for pleasure than anything else because, nobody's having babies. Everybody tries to do everything they can not to have babies. But if you are attracted to the same sex, that means there is really no possibility without medical intervention for you to have a child. That is a mental illness because you are doing something contrary to your species. Before anybody yells at me, I have said this to people that I know that are gay. I've worked in the gay community off and on for my entire adult life. And I've said this to them. Funny thing is, when I was first brave enough to say it, they were agreeing with me because they're like, if it really, it's kind of funny that you mention that because there's this point in my childhood where something bad happened. And I always feel like that was kind of what put me on the path that I was on. So it was a trauma response. Now, I'm not saying that's the same for everybody. I'm not saying that's the same for everybody, but I'm saying that that when I say this to people, especially people that are of usually that persuasion, they'll be the first ones to say, yeah, there's definitely something there. Now, again, it's just me talking about it, so take it however you want. So this is from Red State again. This is again from Katie Jerkovich. Apparently, she's been rather prolific today because this one came out about 5 minutes ago. JD Vance is apparently blowing up over media claims that Charlie Kirk's assassin's motivation is unknown. So yeah, hang on. Let's discuss because I'm pretty sure we know that they're unknown. Raptor, that's just wrong, man. That's just wrong. But funny. I appreciate that because it made me laugh. Right now, I kind of need to laugh, so I appreciate that. So Raptor in the chat just says, I'm all about instant gratification. Just ask wifey how long I last. I'll leave that between you and the wifey, sir. That's in the words of Kermit the tea-sipping frog, that's none of my business. So
you talk to the shooter's mother, you talk to the shooter's father, you talk to the local district attorney, you talk to the FBI director or the deputy director of the FBI. You look at every ounce of evidence that we have, and it is clear. This is a person who grew up in a pretty normal family, actually had a pretty good home life, who was radicalized by the far left, by the social networks of the far left, by the ideas of the far left, and got so far down the path of radicalization that he killed my friend. That is not a both sides problem. My friend is dead because of left-wing political radicalization. And if you want to cut that out, then be honest about it and look yourself in the mirror.
Oh, they bleeped it. Why did they bleep it? He actually said cut. I mean, you can see it on the screen. But look, the fact that they're still trying to claim that they don't know why this kid did what he did when he took the time to carve, hey, fascist catch on the bullet. I mean, even getting rid of the rest of the weird furry stuff that he and the Chow Bella thing that he carved on the bullets. That the hey fascist catch thing was enough. There's only really one side of the equation calling people fascists. It's not us. Oh, so I think I figured out why. The parent company that owns a lot of the ABC affiliates decided to do something, because this came out just before that story broke. The FCC was apparently big mad. So hang on.
When you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. As you've indicated, there are avenues here for the FCC. So there are some ways in which I need to be a little bit careful, because we could be called ultimately to be a judge on some of these claims that come up. But I don't think this is an isolated incident. I mean, you go back to Representative Swalwell, and he had a tweet out last week where he was saying that, emphasizing that Charlie Kirk's killer was a straight white male from a Republican family that voted for Donald Trump. In some quarters, there's a very concerted effort to try to lie to the American people about the nature, as you indicate, of one of the most significant, newsworthy public interest acts that we've seen in a long time. in what appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person. If that's what happened here with his conduct, that is really, really sick. And I've been very clear from the moment that I have become chairman of the FCC. I want to reinvigorate the public interest. And what people don't understand is that the broadcasters, and you've gotten this right, are entirely different than people that use other forms of communication. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest. And we can get into some ways that we've been trying to reinvigorate the public interest and some changes that we've seen. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
What kind of action would you see? I, at the very least, would like to have an on-air apology from Jimmy Kimmel to the Kirk family, to all of those who he slandered, because he did say that Charlie Kirk, he is effectively saying that our movement did this. Our movement killed Charlie, that Charlie was deserving of this, effectively. And we've seen that rear its head. This happens quite regularly, actually, on MSNBC and on other networks where they're trying to victim blame. And what that does, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, is continues the lie and continues the threat level to say effectively that we have no share in this problem at all on the left. This is a clear-cut case. What would you like to see done at ABC?
Well, look, I think what you said there strikes me as a very reasonable, minimal step that can be taken. I mean, obviously, look, there's calls for Kimmel to be fired. I think, you could certainly see a path forward for suspension over this. And again, the FCC is going to have remedies that we could look at. And again, we may ultimately be called to be a judge on that. But
yes,
this also strikes me as sort of conduct that to some extent shows some sort of desperate irrelevance. I mean, we're sort of exiting an era where the three main legacy broadcast networks could control and dictate the narrative to the American people. And one of the things that President Trump did when he ran for office, he ran directly at that legacy media establishment. And he smashed the facade that they get to control what we say, what we think, the narrative around events. And we're seeing a lot of consequences that are flowing from President Trump doing that. I mean, look, NPR has been defunded. PBS has been defunded. Colbert is retiring. Joy Reid is out at MSNBC. Terry Moran has gone from ABC and now admitting that they are biased. CBS has now made some commitments to us that they're going to return to more fact-based journalism. And so I think you see some lashing out from people like Kimmel, who are frankly talentless and are looking for ways to get attention. But
okay, so I don't want to play the whole thing, but I wanted to play that first half because I love that. I love the list of scalps. In this business, it's probably bad for me to say that I absolutely love the list of scalps, but I absolutely love the list of scalps for reasons because these people are insane. But anyway, so it turns out I think one of the reasons was why Nexstar was like, yeah, no, we got to do something was because the FCC was like, either you do something or we're going to do something. Now, I have to admit, I'm a little concerned because at some point the pendulum's going to swing back the other way. And I don't, with this new power that we're starting to wield, not that the other side wasn't wielding it already, but now that we're doing it, it's just going to embolden them even more. So we're really going to have to do something to try to make sure that we don't allow the pendulum to swing back the other way for any time soon, hopefully. Which at this point, if it does at all, I would be really surprised as to how or why, but who knows? All right, so this just happened. So you guys remember that Mahmoud Khalil dude? So yeah, apparently he's been ordered deported after a highly contentious months-long battle. Infamous pro-Hamas activist and Syrian national Mahmoud Khalil has been ordered deported by a federal immigration judge. This marks what the Trump administration hopes will be the final legal order in the case, which has seen more twists and turns than a mountain road. In August, Khalil once again justified the October 7th attacks, speaking of himself as if he were a direct member of Hamas. All right, so, and here's a quote from an article. I did a piece right after October 7th, and one of the things that seemed clear to me very, very quickly on that day, as you're watching the images, as you're hearing the screams, you're seeing the videos of people, of Jewish Israelis being paraded around, of corpses, is both that this attack is horrific and that the counterattack is going to be overwhelming. And that on some level, I understood that as something Hamas must have wanted. Pull Israel into this attack, pull it into some kind of a war. Maybe you involve other players in the Middle East. But a lot of lives were being used there as kind of chips on the table. Was that your perception, or did you see this as something that needed to happen to break the equilibrium? And this is a response from Khalil, who was being interviewed, apparently. I think it's more the latter, just to break the cycle, to break the Palestinians are not being heard. And to me, it's a desperate attempt to tell the world that Palestinians are here, that Palestinians are part of the equation. That was my interpretation of why Hamas did the October 7 attacks on Israel, because at that point, there was no political process. It was clear that the Saudi-Israel deal was very imminent, and Palestinians wouldn't have any path to statehood and self-determination. So they had to do it. So even though Khalil had allegedly lied on his green card application about his support for terrorism, he has enjoyed a series of judicial orders keeping him in the United States. For their part, Democrats have latched onto this case as a rallying point, doing everything they can to protect him from deportation. Anybody else not surprised by this? Or is it just me? He had been spending his time leading pro-Hamas rallies and joining arms with those who call for a global intifada. I'd like to remind you that the current Democratic mayoral candidate of New York City has also been calling for a global intifada. Well done, New York. Well done. Well done indeed. Yeah, don't even get me started on this whole thing, because this whole thing with New York, I swear, I just, I know I'm not a cartoonist, but I do enjoy the fact that AI lets me actually kind of start trying to put some of my thoughts into pictures, which I've never really been able to do before, because my talent's usually more this kind of stuff and music based. But I did, the day that story broke, come up with a little cartoon that I turned into a video, but I guess I've shared so many things since then. Hang on. I think I finally found it. I kind of wish I'd been able to get the video to go the other way, but I think you'll still get the point. And yeah, I know, I forgot to mute. I was testing something. And it's still picking it up too. That's lovely. I never used to do that either, so that's part of what they've changed. All right, so that's definitely what they've done differently. I got to figure out how to fix that, though. Because, see, there used to be this rule that only stuff that was actually inside the window could be heard by you guys. So now that it's being picked up in both places, I got to see if there's a sound setting somewhere that's different inside my computer now, or if it's something to do with Restream. But I'll figure that out after tonight's broadcast. Anyway, I know I keep coming back to that. I apologize. All right, so I haven't read this yet. We probably will read through a bit of it. This is from PJ Media. This is written by Scott Pensker, and I have to admit, from the headline, I think he's putting into words a thought that I've had ever since last Wednesday. So the headline of this reads as follows: When Charlie Kirk died, so did the Democratic Party. What's coming next is even worse. So And again, this is a quote from Maya Angelou. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Up until the early 2010s, the emotional appeal of being a good, loyal Democrat was twofold. It signaled to your peers how much you cared about the poor, the environment, and the disadvantaged. And if you were white, it was proof that you weren't a racist. Meanwhile, the GOP was the party of old white dudes, business tycoons, and religious weirdos. As Bill Maher put it in 2011, Republicans are the squares. I'm not putting them down. You need squares to run stuff. That's not what he said, though. And more or less, that's how the media portrayed the two parties. Republicans were the stodgy old farts in Footloose, the ones who didn't want kids dancing, and God forbid they were out past 10 p.m. And Democrats were the cool kids who simply wanted to dance, dance, dance. That's how it was for a very long time. Those were the long-established brand identities pushed and promoted by Hollywood propaganda. In the 1972 rom-com Butterflies Are Free, Goldie Hawn quipped, I joined the Young Republicans. Another mistake, there's no such thing as a young Republican. It was a funny line with more than a kernel of truth. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party branded itself as the one-stop shop for young people with big hearts, the party of people with compassion and empathy. The donkeys were the dreamers, thinkers, lovers, and optimists, whereas Republicans were bitter, unimaginative, stuck in their past realists, and the Democrats led with love. It was showcased in their sloganeering, make love, not war, love conquers hate, keep hope alive, give peace a chance, putting people first, the man from hope, yes we can. That all began to unravel during the Obama years. Before the Democrats were a left-leaning coalition party comprised of union workers, Catholics, minorities, feminists, tradesmen, Jews, gays, and others. But by the beginning of President Obama's second term, the Democratic Party had handed the keys to the far left, and the far left alone. This was the first shoe to drop. A union dock worker in New Jersey never had much in common with, say, a committed socialist from Portland, but they still voted Democratic because they believed the Democratic Party better protected their political interest. But when the far left descended, union workers and other essential parts of the Donkeys coalition began looking elsewhere for representation. Enter Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. Give a man a mask and he will show you his true face. Oscar Wilde. When the Democratic Party swung to the far left, it created an opening for an outsider like Trump to champion the plight of all the Americans left behind. This became the backbone of the MAGA movement. And if the Democrats had half a brain, they would have realized this a hell of a lot sooner. Lucky for us, they didn't. They figured that Donald Trump was a bizarre, historic anomaly, a master propagandist with an inexplicable Svengali-like hold over a gullible audience, and if they got rid of Trump, they'd get rid of the movement. They didn't understand that MAGA was as much about the left as it was about the right. So they tried character assassination, criminal charges, a nonstop resistance campaign. They even called him Hitler, a fascist, a dictator, a Nazi, and my personal favorite, an existential threat to democracy. The American people listened to them, listened to Trump, and then voted MAGA in an electoral landslide. Friedrich Nietzsche, beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. The Democrats failed to change Donald Trump's brand identity. Trump is still Trump, but they spectacularly succeeded in changing how we perceive them. Between 2016 and 2018, Trump's first term, Republicans gained 100,000 more registered voters than Democrats. But just between 2024 and today, the Republican edge has exploded. They've now gained over 1 million. Something big is happening in the heartland. It's no secret that the Democratic Party's brand is in the toilet, as NBC News reported in March of 2025. And I quote, the Democratic Party has reached an all-time low in popularity in the latest national NBC News poll as it searches for a path forward after a painful loss, to now President Donald Trump, and as the party's voters spoil for a fight between their leaders in Washington and Trump. Just over a quarter of registered voters, 27%, say they have positive views of the party, which is the party's lowest positive rating in NBC News polling dating back to 1990. Just 7% say those views are very positive. And that was all before the murder of 31-year-old Charlie Kirk shocked and appalled the nation. If the Democrats' brand was in the toilet before, where exactly do you think it is today, folks? The tiger can't change its spots. No, wait, he did. Good for him, Jack Handy. Changing a long-established brand identity is very difficult. There's a reason why rebranding campaigns are so freaking expensive. Changing hearts and minds ain't easy. Usually it happens one of two ways, gradually, then suddenly. After the gruesome murder of Charlie Kirk, we're now in the suddenly phase. For decades, the Democratic Party was shielded by the halo effect. They were the party of love, compassion, and virtue signaling. It gave their brand Teflon. They are Teflon no more. After a decade of unhinged rhetoric, violence, hate, lawfare, and anger, the American people have realized the ugly truth about today's Democratic Party. In 2022, 82% of Democrats said that political violence, I want to say this again, 82% said that political violence in the U.S. was a problem. Today, just 58%, a 24-point drop in just 3 years. Guess for Democrats, it all depends on who's in office. Liberals are 4 times more likely than conservatives to celebrate the deaths of their political opponents, which if you've been online lately, you probably saw that for yourself. A jaw-dropping 1 in 4 very liberal Americans believe political violence is justified. Just 6% of conservatives agree. That's an astonishing 25% of American liberals who believe that violence might in fact be the answer. They've gone from make love not war to make war not love. They went from do your own thing and give peace a chance to murdering Charlie Kirk because, in the killer's own words, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. On this, the killer is exactly right. Some hate can't be negotiated out. Instead, it needs to be excised completely. Not just Charlie Kirk died on September 10th, 2025. So did the Democratic Party, just nobody told them yet. Unfortunately, what's coming in its place probably going to be even worse. Today's Democratic Party is in the process of transitioning to the Democratic Socialist Party. A new national poll from Jacobin, makes that point crystal clear. Democrats prefer democratic socialism to capitalism by a 58% margin. Socialism wins overall with likely voters under 45 years old. Candidates who identify as democratic socialists are viewed just as favorably, 69 points favorably. I said 69. Giggity. Among registered Democrats as candidates who identify only as Democrats, 67. So actually, they're 2 points higher than they're just straight Democratic parallels. Prediction, because I have one. The Democratic Party will rebrand itself as the Democratic Socialist Party because that's what their liberal base demands. Each year, as older Democrats die off, the Democratic Socialist advantage will steadily grow within the party. This divide will spread like wildfire during the 2026 midterms, and by 2028, it will devour the remnants of what's left. The future is theirs. The Democratic Party is dead. Long live the Democratic Socialists. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're exactly right, Stephen. Most of them don't even really know what socialism is, but it doesn't stop them from thinking it's a great idea because they've been told it's a great idea because that's all they've heard all their lives is we've given capitalism a chance and no real true socialism's ever actually been tried. We should try that. Sure. Let's get on that. Okay, Raptor, that's good. I'm gonna have to steal that for next time. Sorry, some of you can't see what I see. Raptor quote tweeted and said, "Ready, set, chat" with a boom icon. I like that. That was pretty cool. Thank you for sharing, by the way, too. All right, so let's see what other trouble we can get into real quick. Like, how did this show up in bookmarks? This is like from forever ago. That's weird. Hang on. What happened? What happened? Back up a second. I don't think it. Oh, that's why. I'm like, what's going on? But yeah, it was in the wrong account. I was like, why does that look so weird? I'm not in the right bookmarks. And I realized somehow I got into the network account instead of mine. I was like, why are my bookmarks so weird, man? All right, so you remember the guy that I was talking about earlier? Or what? I guess, no, this isn't the one I thought it was, but it is still important. So, one of the things that has been the most misquoted regarding Charlie Kirk has been the Civil Rights Act quote, and I have a video about that. So, hang on. It'll take me a second to get it set up because I got to fix a couple things so it doesn't sound weird now because they always going to make extra work for me somewhere. They fix one thing and break something else. What can I say?
This is what Charlie Kirk had to say about the Civil Rights Act.
If you had the opportunity, you would get rid of the Civil Rights Act?
No, I think you should have a one-page bill that says that racial discrimination based on race is illegal and will not be tolerated in the States of America. Most Black American sport is men and female sports. Would you agree?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. No, for sure, right? Believe it or not, the Civil Rights Act is now being used to keep men playing in women's sports. So the Civil Rights Act was used to help Black America originally. Totally get that. But now the way it was written is that any claim of identification, so someone says, I'm a woman, therefore I can compete in your volleyball team. They come in with a civil rights claim. And so what we're saying is, no, it should be specified to racial, not gender, all that other stuff. And there were all these other provisions as well.
Now, do you get it? He was not trying to say that blacks should lose their rights and equal protections under the law. He was saying that homosexuals, the LGBTQIA plus and counting community, there's 72 genders in counting. He was saying that those individuals should not have special rights. We should have equal rights under the law, but not special rights.
Oh yeah, Stephen, I agree 1,000,000%. Anybody who's ever actually bothered to understand and study the Civil Rights Act would know exactly how bad it really was. But I'm just pointing out the fact that everything that everybody's saying that he said isn't even really what he said. He's just saying that this has created now special groups of people because now that they have specific identities, they can say they're being discriminated against because of those specific identities when that was never really the intent of the Civil Rights Act to begin with. So, but yeah, again, I mean, it doesn't really matter now. Other people are going to have to pick up the baton and move on, and there will be lots of folks trying to do the right thing when it comes to keeping Charlie's message alive. I think, did I bookmark that one? I really wanted to bookmark that one. I don't remember if I did or not. Because, hang on. Oh yeah, so a couple of quick hits on the way out the door. This one was kind of just to kind of make me laugh thing. I may save that one for towards the end. I thought I had. Oh man, I didn't bookmark it. I thought I did. So anyway, there was a point today because Glenn Beck was in Turning Point USA Studios and was covering Charlie Kirk's show. And at one point, he brings out Rush's golden microphone that was gifted to Glenn Beck by Rush's wife and basically left it sitting there. I thought it was honestly rather poignant that Glenn did his show from a different chair and left Charlie's chair empty. His microphone's still there, and then said Rush's golden microphone right in front of it. And it occurred to me while I'm watching this exchange, I was like, those two are probably in heaven having some bad word choicing, but I don't know any other way to put it. Some hellacious town halls right now. I can just imagine what's going on right now with those two in the same place at the same time. And it was just enough to make me smile. So I wanted to make sure that we talked about that today, and I was going to try to play the clip of it, but I don't have it right now. I may try to find it for later tonight before Amish and I do our show. But then there was one more thing that I definitely want to get to before we run out of time. So hang on. So I saw this today, and at first I thought it was AI, and then I realized it's not. Oh, I cannot believe this actually happened. All right, so we ready? Check this out.
Well, this is one you don't hear every day. A Spirit Airlines flight heading for Boston got a bit too close to Air Force One over New York on Tuesday. Listen to this.
Pay attention, Spirit 1300, turn 20 degrees right. Spirit 1300, turn 20 degrees right now. Spirit Wings 1300, turn 20 degrees right immediately. 20 degrees right, pay attention. Spirit 1300, traffic's off your left wing by 8 miles, 747. I'm sure you can see who it is. It's flight level 320, maintain 330. I'll keep an eye out for him. He's white and blue. Pay attention. Get off the iPad.
Oh! Goodness gracious. A Spirit spokesperson says Spirit Airlines Flight 1300 followed procedures and air traffic control instructions while en route to Boston and landed uneventfully at Boston. Safety is always our top priority, the spokesperson said.
Get off the iPad. Oh, that's some funny shite right there. I don't care who you are. Oh, get off, dude. Seriously. Yeah, Raptor, you've got a good point because they really, they were direct competitors though. And let's be honest, Rush was miles above everybody else. I honestly, seeing everything Charlie Kirk had done by the time he was 31, I think even Rush would have been envious of him. All right, so we got to talk about this because Too Late Powell has finally done his job. As we get ready to make room for the conservative curmudgeon here in a minute, the Fed has dropped federal fund rates by a 1/4 point. This is from our friends over at Red State, put together by Ward Clark. The Federal Reserve has cut the federal funds rate by a 1/4 point on Wednesday. President Trump had been pushing the Fed to lower interest rates since he resumed office last January. Now, they've finally done so. The Federal Reserve on Wednesday lowered its benchmark interest rates by a 1/4 percentage point, its first cut since December, as the U.S. grapples with a stalling labor market and slower economic growth. We're not grappling with a stalling labor market. We've just now figured out that the entire labor market of 2024 was a lie. That needs to be reworded. The Fed cut reduces the federal funds rate, what banks charge each other for short-term loans, in between 4 and 4.25%, down from its prior range of 4.5 or 4.25 to 4.5. The last time the central bank eased borrowing cost was in December of 2024, when it also trimmed rates by a 1/4 percentage point. Lowering this benchmark rate tends to have an effect on interest rates across the board, including in such matters as mortgage, business loans, and auto loans. This can give a boost to the American economy by lowering the cost of money. This may not be the last such cut this year. Federal Reserve officials are also penciling in 2 more rate cuts in 2025, but only 1 in 2026, according to the central bank's summary of economic projections. That may disappoint Wall Street, with investors before the meetings projecting a total of 5 cuts over the rest of the year in 2026. 2026, however, is a ways off yet. A lot can happen between now and the Fed's first meeting of next year. As of this writing, President Trump has not yet commented publicly on the interest rate cut, although I'm sure he'll probably point out that too late, Jerome was too late again. He has made some pointed comments in recent weeks about the Federal Reserve not lowering interest rates before now. The Trump administration will no doubt tout this as a victory. Well, hello. We have a BZ sighting in the chat. Good evening, sir. How are you? We have G waiting in the wings, so we'll be getting ready to change things over for his feed here in just a minute. Just want to remind everybody for tonight, make sure you hang out. Tonight we have coming up next the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. After that, we're going to go behind the enemy lines with our good friends Gene and Ross over at the Buffoon of the Week channel. Well, then we'll be back over here for Rick and Orty at 10 p.m. Eastern, followed by our first foray into the SHR media realm with The Edge of Liberty, hosted by Sean Lewis. Then our nightcap for the evening will be the replay of BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show from last night, who happens to be gracing us with his presence in the chat right now. All right, folks, that's going to do it for this one. I will see you guys back in a couple hours. I'll still be here. I'm just going to be taking the back seat for a while. Take care, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Keep sharing the feeds. Keep sharing the love. We got to bust through the algorithm somehow. Bye, everybody.
I was caught in the middle of a railroad track. Underground, and I knew there was no turning back. My mind raced, and I thought, what could I do? And I knew there was no help from you. Sound of the drums beating in my heart. The thunder of guns tore me apart. You've been thunderstruck. Walk down the highway, broke the limit. We hit the top. Went through to Texas, yeah, Texas, and we had some fun. We met some girls, some dancers who gave us good time. Broke all the rules, played all the fools. Yeah, they blew our mind. Now we're shaking at the knees. Could I come again, please? Yeah, the ladies want to come. You've been thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. Yeah, thunderstruck. Thunderstruck. I was shaking out the knees. Could I come again, please?
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Radio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Oh crap, that's me. Yeah, hey, hi. No, I knew. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Welcome. Hope you're holed over from America Off the Rails with Rick. He's pushing the buttons behind the scenes right now. That's and when I say pushing the buttons, he'll literally mute me when he wants to. So
No, I like pushing your buttons.
Well, he would, but he's not. Anyway, I hope you're holed over from him. You should be if you're not. But if you're not, you're still welcome. It's just like at the end of the show. You know, if you like it, you can tell your friends. And if your friends like it, you need new ones. But, you know, that's how it goes. We understand that life happens. You can't be with us every minute of every day, even though you should. But you can listen to us anytime. You can do that, can't they, Rick?
They can be with us every minute of every day. They just choose not to be. There is a difference.
I mean, you know, some people are just snooty that way, and it just, you know, they are what they are. You know, there's a lot going on, still a lot going on, and still a lot going on referencing the assassination of Charlie Kirk. A lot of places have already had vigils through the week and the weekend previous. And some places have not had theirs yet. I know Boston will be tomorrow night. I hope that the people of Boston are able to do that peacefully and respectfully. A lot of people are still just kind of shaken by what happened, and
That's okay. You're allowed. It was horrific. There was a vigil in Pensacola, not far from me. What was it? It was, I think, Monday night or Sunday night. It was either Monday or Sunday night. But there's a little place down at the beach called Graffiti Bridge, and it is literally exactly what it sounds like. It is a like single lane, goes under this little walkover bridge, and it's famous for everybody painting graffiti on it. Literally, where it gets its little nickname, Graffiti Bridge. Most of the things that go on the bridge, they last a day, maybe two. There's always somebody coming along and painting something else. Well, Pensacola went a little wild. They had an incident where some guy showed up and tried to paint over the Charlie Kirk little memorial painting that they did on Graffiti Bridge, while the people were still there having the prayer vigil. The guy, you can't even call him a vandal because you just have to understand how this place works. Did he do it intentionally to piss people off? Yes, he did. Is that to say that he didn't have a right to paint on the bridge? Well, the bridge is there for everybody to paint on. Piss poor in the class department. Don't the class department. Also piss poor men that assaulted him. And because they both have previous arrest records for assault, they will now be charged with felony assault. And they didn't even cause any harm or anything. I mean, one guy had his elbow hit the guy in the head, but no damage, nobody hospitalized, no stitches, no cuts. It was just a bump. And the other guy pepper sprayed at him. But like I said, because they both have previous assault, they're going felony. Why? That's the bigger question. Why? Does anybody out there mourning Charlie Kirk think that Charlie would want you to turn to violence, especially in his name? Do tempers flare? Yes, they do. I get it. I have a temper too. It can be pushed. It takes a lot to light that fuse. There are things that light it quicker than others. We don't need to go into what those things are. But may God have mercy on the person that finds out, because I won't. And that's just it. And I need to be a better person about that. I do. There's no doubt in my mind that I need to be a better person when it comes to controlling that anger. I need to keep that anger in a defense mode, not in an offense mode. Yeah, both to jail and don't collect $200. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly, Raptor. I mean, it has to be. It has to be for us to have any credibility of saying we're doing something in the name of Charlie Kirk. And some people don't like that. I get that. I'm willing to have the discussion. I had a friend tell me the other day that they went out and they had a fantastic day. All right, so what clip was that?
Sorry, you didn't used to get to hear this stuff when I was getting stuff ready. until I put it on the
Oh,
screen. They changed something when they fixed something else, so I have to figure that out. But
gotcha. Okay, okay.
I was trying to
I
load the
thought I
clips you
missed a
asked.
sound bite.
No, I was just trying to load the clips you asked for, so they were ready to go. And
Oh, yeah. Because we are going to get to that here really pretty quickly, a little quicker than I even probably thought. But
that's what she said.
yeah, it is, and damn it, she was right. Um, but anyway, this friend of mine told me that they went out and had a great day, enjoyed themselves, and took photos of what they were doing and posted the experience online and got positive feedback, but still felt empty and like something was missing and just wasn't feeling the joy of it. And my comment is, we all get better in our own time, in our own way, and you have to remember to be kind to yourself. And while you're healing, do your best to be kind to others that don't maybe know that you're feeling that way. And I think if we can all keep the simple things like that in mind and try to be, I don't want to deify or try to saint the guy, but if you want to be more like Charlie, then you have to behave more like Charlie. Um, he was willing to have the discussion with anybody, and the left will tell you that he was denigrating and he was full of hate and he was a bigot and this and that and the other thing. And the fact of the matter is there were a couple of interesting clips. And Rick, which one do you have queued first, or does it matter?
The one I sent you first.
Okay, could we run that and just skip when he gets to Shapiro and what's I forget the other guy's name, but just listen to Bill Maher. Bill Maher is a Democrat. There's no doubt about that.
Point of order. Point
He's
of
more
order.
of a Fetterman Democrat, I believe.
Point of order.
He's an old school Democrat.
He's a
So
kleptocrat.
listen to Bill Maher on Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, he's a kleptocrat. He says what he says to get applause. That's pretty much.
I mean,
all.
there's that too.
Anyway, sorry, just had to point that out.
Everybody in show business.
All right, so I didn't realize this was going to be kind of a theme show because we write our editorial before the week starts, and so it was all about freedom of speech. Then the assassination occurred, so this is turning into a theme show. But it is kind of interesting that this guy was shot, and he's been on our show, but on my podcast, I talk to him. I like him. I like everybody. I talk to everybody. I think I'm glad I took that approach. But he was shot under a banner that said, "Prove me wrong," because he was a debater. And too many people think the way to do that, to prove you wrong, is to just eliminate you from talking altogether. So the people who mocked his death or justified it, I think you're gross. I have no use for you. The people who are saying now we're at war, I have no use for you. So my first question, true or false? I think the real war is not between left or right. It's for the people it's between the people on both sides who want a war and the people who don't.
Okay. So we have that hot take. That was Bill Maher. He was on Real Time. I guess that was this past weekend. He had Ben Shapiro and I forget the name of the other guest, but we don't need to. It was like a 5-6 minute segment. We don't need to hear all of that. But I want Rick to go ahead and cue up the other clip, because this was apparently sometime between the assassination last week and yesterday. And I don't know exactly when it was. I didn't look, but it's Bill Maher talking with. It's weird. It looks like Billy Corgan, but I swear there's no way in hell it's Billy Corgan. But anyway, Bill Maher again. This was on September 15th, so Monday, talking about Charlie Kirk on Club Random.
Yeah, by the way, Fox News' website sucks, so we'll have to start finding alternate clips.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
So I'm trying. It loaded. Now it's doing the spinning wheel of death. So hang on. I hate their website. There's way too much running in the background on their website. It just
I
drags
could have
everything.
found it on a different place, but that was just the first one that popped up. And while that's popping up,
That's what she
I
said.
can see BZ and Al and Raptor and Andrew, and I saw Orty. Chat room's getting live. I don't know if Steven's still here. Saw Steven. Yeah, we're cooking. Al's here. Where are you? Where's everybody else? I'm gonna need notes from your moms.
We're in crazy.
Okay, so I think this is the same one. I think I just pulled up Club Random from September 15th. So let's try this one and see
Okay.
if it's the one you're looking for, because the Fox News website is still being retarded. So
Gotcha. I understand.
So
Hey,
hang
it's
on.
live radio, baby. You know, stuff happens.
All right, so hang on. Now I got to fight with the system again because I clicked the wrong button.
You got to fight with the system.
You know, I'm always fighting the system. That's half my job. Just usually I'm fighting with political systems, not computer systems. But lately,
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that doesn't look like Billy Corgan. I swear
actually,
to God,
it says it is Billy.
Corgan. Okay.
Yep.
I see that
All right.
now in the text. Yeah.
Now I have no idea where this is queued up from, so we'll just let it run until it gets to the part that you're talking about, I guess. But it should be the
Okay.
same one. That is the guy in the thing. So
Easy time part.
Well, look, I might drink a little more than usual today because, I mean, I don't know when this is airing, but this is a shit day because a guy who sat there, Charlie Kirk, got shot today.
Yeah.
And I can't stop thinking about it.
Neither can I.
And we shouldn't. And if you're on the other side of the political divide and you don't care because the wrong team guy got shot, fuck you. You're what's wrong with this country.
I love when our country can yell, scream, point, cajole, mock. Anything past that, I just can't. I can't.
Right. No, I have, well, I'm going to be all over this Friday night on my show, of course, but just the fight I have been having with the left, while I'm, of course, the irony, as a lot of people in my position, is still a liberal, just a traditional liberal, won't go along with their, like a lot of the stuff that's just crazy out there too far, which gets Trump elected, blah, blah, blah. As I always say to my woke friends, we voted for the same person. You're just why she lost.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Took me a second. Sorry, I didn't sort that. Okay.
I didn't
You
hear
know,
that part before.
they're the people who don't want to talk. It's my main issue with them.
Mm.
And Charlie Kirk was a guy who, like, he was always talking. And I talked to him here. You know, the right wingers, say what you want about them, but they talk to you. They're not into this leftist think. The left really has much more of a, I don't talk to you. I don't want to deal with you. You're deplorable. I can't break bread with you.
Yeah.
That attitude, and like all the right wingers, they don't have that attitude. No, again, I didn't vote for them. And Charlie Kirk and I certainly don't agree on much politically, but he sat here. He's a human being. He's not a monster.
And a husband and a father.
Yes. And I liked him. I liked them all. They're all nice people when you meet them in person. And they're not as crazy as they would. Nobody's as crazy as they make them out to be. And we're never going to solve this unless it begins with both sides agreeing we both do it. You know, the right, absolutely is full of.
Well, violence has to be off the table. It's just
right.
It can't be well in this instance, or I can't. You just can't. And maybe people aren't sophisticated enough because they don't really know the world. And I'm not just talking historically. I mean, the world. It's a complicated world, and if you've traveled at all, you become grossly aware of how different the world is outside of America. And if you've been anywhere where sectarian violence has been part and parcel of the history, you know, that stuff doesn't go away on one election cycle. You're talking to people who, like, you know, it's going back hundreds of years. You know, it's
Sarajevo.
Sure. I mean,
All right,
a guy
we
worked for
can
me
cut it
who's
down.
literally
They're
in America because his family.
much more philosophically deep than we need to go with this, but it turns into an anti-violence more and less of Charlie. But you get the gist of what Bill Maher, an ardent Democrat, there's no doubt about it. He is confessed a traditional Democrat, talking about how good a person Charlie was. Now, I've heard Bill Maher say some things that, man, he knows how to get a reaction sometimes. And I've never wanted to put a bullet in him, but he's made me scream at the screen once or twice. And here he is putting his own party and people down. And I love the line. I missed it. I didn't listen to the whole interview with he and Corgan there. But I missed the line earlier where he told his far left people that we voted for the same guy. You're just the reason she lost. That is fantastic.
It's pretty awesome, ain't it?
What's that?
Said pretty awesome, ain't it?
I mean, you know, but it's the truth too. It's the truth. Are we in a place where we should be? No, we're not. But I would still vote for Trump over Cackles Harris any day of the week.
Amen, brother.
And there's just no ifs, ands, or buts. There's nothing that's going to make me vote for the gross that is the left policies. Bill Maher is, you know, for lack of a contemporary term that fits, he's a Fetterman Democrat. Fetterman speaking out against his own party. I mean, all that's left for John Fetterman, really, all that's left is for him to just change his registration for party.
Yeah, I don't think if he does, he'll probably go independent. But
I mean, yeah, that would be the only thing he would go to. There's no way he'll ever be a Republican. He can't cross that bridge. But he also can't cross the bridge into anything over center left either.
I just think it's funny that it's finally Fetterman saying all you had to do was not be crazy.
You know, right? Right? I've said this on the air before, Rick. It's like the longer he goes into the convalescence following his stroke, the more cogent he becomes.
I think what happened was I think there were some pathways reformed, and I think it tapped into more of the conservative brain centers than the liberal one. But you know,
hey, we can call it what we want, but I mean, you know, it just. And now we got the people saying, "Oh, well, you know, this kid's not a leftist because lefties aren't out at the gun range practicing 200-yard shots." Bullshit. I know 5 or 6 personally that are redneck Democrats that could make a 200-yard shot with a 30-06 using iron sights. I know I can make the shot. Our range here, my little podunk town range, my podunk town, 8,500 people. 8,500 people in town. And I guarantee you, I know a dozen people with at least 5 of them being Democrats that can make a 200-yard shot. Piece of cake. We don't get overcrowded on the long range. Our long range goes to 500 yards here. That's all they could get. But we got plenty of people that have the rig to set up and take a 500-yard shot.
I love how you're calling your town of 8,500 people podunk when the town 6 miles east of me only has 6,500 and the town 3 miles north of me has 500. It's still technically a village.
I mean, I get that, man. I do. I get it. It's just, we have, I live in a very unique place. None of the cities in this county are ginormous. There's nothing that's even approaching a metropolitan area. I live across the border from, I'm close to the Florida-Alabama state line. Pensacola proper is 45 minutes away. Mobile proper is probably 35 minutes away, the other direction. I am in the middle. The biggest town, I believe, in this county is 16,000 people. We have a lot of unincorporated area, despite the fact that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 municipalities in the county. It's just yes, I am that close to wings of gold. Yes, Ordy. And you wanna know a bigger secret? When I went through my training in the military, part of it was to go through the crash and swim test that the pilots go through over there at NAS Pensacola. So I had to do the strap into the frame and crash into the water and get myself loose and swim out. And yeah, had to do that as part of my training. Other things that I had to do as part of my training are, but you have to understand, Ordy, this is east of the Mississippi River. This county that I live in is the largest habitable landmass county east of the Mississippi.
I don't think you realize, I'm pretty sure he wasn't laughing at you. He was doing that in the Count from Sesame Street inflection, I believe.
Oh, okay. I hope so. He's welcome to jump in, by the way. I don't care. So
eight municipalities.
I know he has his own show to prep for, but I appreciate him being here, but he's welcome to jump in if he feels like he wants to. So
I still have him muted in the corner. Don't make me unmute.
But it's it's funny because just doing the Count from Sesame Street because you were counting. Okay.
I told you.
There you go. Yeah. Totally on, Rick. Totally on. I get it. So that 30-06 is good out to 600 yards. Okay. I mean, if that's what the range is on it, that's what the range is on it. I mean, I'm just saying I can hit a shot from, I could hit a 600-yard shot. I don't have a 30-06, but I could hit 600 yards with my 308. I have no doubt. I have no doubt. I have a very nice tripoded sniper rig, and it's smooth. It shoots, it hides, it who preps hides. No, I don't hide. I mean, I love my 308. I can defend the cul-de-sac from my roof with the 308. That's just assuming that I don't have to break out the minigun. But you know, if there's enough of them, we do what we got to do. But I digress. We want to talk. We don't want to shoot. It's not about shooting. It's not about shooting. But to say that there are not leftists out there that aren't on the gun range and practicing and know how to do that stuff, complete and utter bullshit.
I don't know. All I'm going to say is they kind of killed the guy that wanted to sit across from him. I'm not sure I want to do that anymore.
I mean, I get that. I get that. I do. But in the big picture, if it comes to war, yes, there are more on the right that know how to do that stuff. How do you think that's going to turn out? Will it be bloody? Yes, it'll be bloody. It'll be a lot like what Orty described the other night. It'll be skirmishes around town, military and police probably just trying to stay out of it and stay whole themselves, and citizens just going after citizens. And again, that really just turns into mob rule of where you are. Is your town heavy leftist? Is your town heavy right? I mean, so yeah, you know, I mean, I will sit and have the conversation. Jesse Kelly was talking about having an event back out in Utah on the same campus, and I told him, let me know. I'm in. I'll go. I'll sit there. I'll have the conversations. I'm good with it.
All right, so I have a bit of an update real quick from my show, because my show, I reported earlier that Jimmy Kimmel's show had been suspended in certain markets through one of ABC's not necessarily, what the hell are they called? Affiliate networks. Nexstar. Yeah. So Nexstar, which was an affiliate network of ABC, announced earlier today that it was suspending Kimmel's show indefinitely beginning tonight. Since that story has broken, Disney as a whole has decided to suspend his show indefinitely. So, yeah.
Wasn't he scheduled to go off the air in January anyway?
No, that's the other guy.
Oh, okay. That's Fallon.
I don't know. I mean, the only one that I know of that's been completely shelved was Colbert.
Oh, well, I mean, I knew about him, but I think one of them had plans to go off the air like voluntarily anyway. I didn't know if it was Kimmel or Fallon.
I don't know. I don't pay attention enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch any of them anyway, but I thought I had heard that one of them had planned to be gone come first of the year anyway. So if it's Kimmel that was going to leave anyway, yeah, you know, they can just consider this like the military does. They call it terminal leave.
Maybe that's why they just went ahead and decided to pull the trigger on it. But
that could well be.
I just wanted to put out that update because I was wrong. I was talking to somebody in one of the workrooms and I was like, I don't think it's everywhere, but I just found out, yeah, he's been suspended everywhere. So.
Yeah, Kimmel's contract up in 26. So that's what it was, is Kimmel was going to go away in 26 anyway. And he had talked about leaving the show and ending it. And so that's where they were. And look, Kimmel's got a lot of crow to eat. Do I think he's going to eat it? No. One, he doesn't care. And two, he's just like Marr described. He's one of those aloof leftists that can't be bothered with people that don't think like him. Colbert will land somewhere. Somebody will put him somewhere.
He'll be the next Conan. He'll do like TBS late night or something.
Yeah, I mean he'll be fine. Not worried about him. Kimmel's made more money than God. I don't know. I didn't know if it was Fallon or Kimmel that was leaving anyway, but um, Fallon and Kimmel with these late night shows have raked in millions they'll never want unless they're just dumber than a box of rocks with their money. I don't, I personally will not go after somebody's employment over their comments, but I'm also not going to cry over it if somebody else does. Again, I think it was a dumb game when they created it. I think it's still a dumb game. But who screams louder than a leftist when a game that they created and set the rules for gets turned on them? And the answer is nobody.
Dude,
nobody cries foul like a leftist run amok of their own doing.
That's been the delicious part about this whole thing, is pointing out, they're the ones who wrote the
Absolutely.
wrote the rules, crafted the board, and said it. Now they're just pissed off that
Absolutely. And again, I won't participate in it, but I'm also not going to condemn it. I'm not going to celebrate it. I'm not going to condemn it. I'm going to be indifferent to it. And why? Because, like I said before, when I was telling my friend, each of us heals in our own way, in our own time. And if you need to vent out like this to get there, by all means, get there. It just, yeah, I mean, exactly, BZ, exactly. And yeah, when they become hoisted on a petard of their own creation, absolutely lovely. Yes. Yeah, BZ, you almost got all the screen. There's Orty. My take about political culture, Jane Cobb voice. Oh, really? It would sure be nice if we had some grenades about now. Wowzers. I mean, I need everybody to get themselves healthy. That's what I need, mentally healthy and prepared to continue on, because that is what we have to do. We have to continue on. Charlie doesn't have to fight anymore. It's on us now. And we need to be smart like he was. And there are people that you'll never convince of what Charlie was. The one they love kicking out Charlie was against the civil rights movement. Well, yes, he was, but not because he didn't want blacks to have rights. He thought they should have every right. He just didn't think that it should be a government cudgel to go anti-white on people with, which the government has done. And it was an overreach, which is, exactly what he described it as. It's an overreach. So it just, Orty's eating cheesy meatballs right now. I had leftover stir fry. My stir fry that I posted the other night. Yeah. Anyway, we can take a short break, and we can wrap up this side of the show, and when we come back, we'll let's talk about what albums dropped in the last week, and maybe I'll see if I can get a little workout in for you. What do you say, Rick? Punch a button.
I'll be at the bar practicing my 12-inch curls. Knock yourself out.
Okay.
1, 2, what you doing? I've been jumping through some hoops. Wanna get my body loose, wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding in the rhythm now. I just wanna stay. Shedding the skin, I've been picking scabs again. I'm down, digging through my old muscles for a clue. I've been crawling on my belly, figuring out what could have been. I've been wallowing in my own confused, insecure delusions. For a beast to cross me over, or a word to guide me in. I wanna feel the changes coming down. I wanna know what I've been hiding in my shadow. My shadow. Changes coming through my shadow. My shadow, shedding skin, I've been picking my scabs again. I've been crawling on my belly, clearing out what could have been. I've been wallowing in my own chaotic, insecure delusion. I wanna feel the change consume me, feel the outside and turn it in. I wanna feel the metamorphosis and cleansing I've endured in. My shadow, my shadow. Change is coming, now is my time. Listen to my muscle memory, contemplate what I'm inclined to do. 46 into a melody. I choose to grow, to move, to cry, to do what I never do. I never do what I choose to move through. I choose to liberty. I can't give it to you. Die, learn and love it to. Do what it takes to step through.
All right. Hey, so was the was 46-2 because of my post earlier, or is that just
No, I just picked it, and then I saw your post. I was like, I guess I picked well.
yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. That I just man, I got where I was going, and that came on before I cut the engine, and I was like, I'm just gonna sit here and listen.
Yeah, it's funny because after I was playing it, I started scrolling through Twitter/X, and I was like, oh, he did post about that this morning. I forgot.
I did. Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, I was gonna say the music around this place is getting better.
I thought it was funny that Amish was like all caps. I've been asking him to play Tool for 3 years. All you had to do was give me a song title, sir. That was it. That's all it
Look,
takes.
there you go. So all right, we started doing this new thing. Give you some albums to check out, or some artists to check out, if you're so inclined. We can't be all serious all the time. It just doesn't work for me. And music and exercise are two things that I love. So we're gonna start with music, and we'll go from there. This week, big albums that are doing well in the ratings. This site has they rate them from 0 to 100, and they have a critic score and they have a user/listener score. So I am unfamiliar with the artist known as Maruja, or Maruja, however it's pronounced. But an 89 and an 89 on the new album appears to be liked by critics and listeners both. Also high on the list, a band I do know, 21 Pilots. Critic score of 72 on the new album. The listeners have it in the 80s. That's a good score. I mean, very few of these things are with more than 1 or 2 reviews are peaked up in the high 90s. So there are die spits, different kind of music. Expand your horizons. It's okay. You're allowed. 79 and 77. The Chameleons, fun band, 80 and 70. Apparently the critics like it more than the listeners. There was one that I got to find her again. One that I really wanted to tell you all about. There's a couple of them, though, that Starset has a new Ice Cube new album. It's got 140 reviews on the site with an average score of 49. Wow. I don't know what's on the album, but that's definitely not what I would expect from an Ice Cube album. So whatever's there. Let's see what else we got. Michael Hurley scoring well. Little indie rootsy kind of guy. I don't do greatest hits kind of albums. Bowie dropped an album again, posthumously, of course. It's receiving love. It's in the 80s on both charts. Motley Crue dropped
Apparently,
a greatest
apparently we've
of,
taxed
I
your-
don't know.
Apparently, we've taxed your hamsters again. You keep falling off the wheel.
Oh,
But you're
yeah. I
back now.
mean, it hit during, I forget what we were, I think when we were playing the Bill Maher audio, I noticed it dropped. So, yeah, I mean, that's what you get for living at the end of the road, right? But Josh Ritter, indie folky, rootsy kind of guy, scoring well with his new album. It's called I Believe in You, My Honey Do. And then the artist that I really wanted to turn you guys on to, I'm still not finding it, but I will. You can check out Matt Mason, A Quiet and Harmless Living, scoring 90. And here she is. It is Al Wolf. She's a unique talent. She was shaped by her upbringing in a religious cult. Her early years were defined by isolation, attending a private school of 30 children in the basement of a brick church hidden in the Pocono Mountains, sheltered from outside media, very little electricity in the home. The only songs she ever heard were played in church on the piano and out of the hymnals. And she was not exposed to secular music for the first time until high school, when she entered the public school system. And her fascination with, let's just say, explicit and profane music grew quickly. Obviously, she was going to learn how to rebel. What was, I don't know. I don't know all the whole story. Very unique, indie skin back sound, very raw, very honest. Just a great talent. Give it a try. It may not be your thing, but you don't know until you try. You have to expand your horizons. It's a lot like having the conversations. You got to be willing to go outside your comfort zone. Just I know I like what I like too, but I'm always looking for something new and different and something else that I can add to what I like. So don't be afraid. It's just a few minutes of your time, and if it doesn't work out, you can just move on. No harm, no foul, no explanation needed. There's of organizing these. I wish you could click a button and have it alphabetical. That would really help me. Oh, that's who it was. Daughtry. Chris Daughtry has a new album out. No critics have reviewed it yet on the site. The users have it sitting at 80. So that's a thing to consider. I know some people remember him from, I think it was American Idol or America's Got Talent or one of those shows where they sing and win record contracts. And I think he finished like second or third one year on one of those programs. But Daughtry, new album, Shock to the System. Looks like it's apparently doing well for him, and he's still around and kicking. So, you know, he's been in the business, so good for him. If you're more inclined to the bluesy, folksy, rootsy kind of stuff, the Tedeschi Trucks Band released an album. It's a live album with Leon Russell, and you know, I like Derek Trucks and I like Susan Tedeschi. They're both fantastic. Now that they're married and have a joined band, they do some great stuff together. So Tedeschi Trucks, even before that, when they were their own separate artists, worth listening to. Good stuff. Good stuff. What else do we have here? You know, just because of the name, I'm going to give you this one because I've never heard of this. I don't know if it's a he or a they or you know, hell, could be a she for all I know. Again, I have no idea who this artist is. There is a 79 score on this album by Lil Sperm. Yeah, you heard that right. Lil Sperm. The album Ball So Hard, New Testament. Well, whatever. I mean, takes a lot of different kind to make the world go around, right? So, yeah, I just passing along some good stuff to you. I don't know. Teenage Bottle.
Just so you know, it's 8:00 too. Yeah, it's 8:00.
Sorry about the connection. Orty, you still in the chat room? You know who Teenage Bottle Rocket is? That sounds like one of yours.
He's probably in there somewhere. But bro, it's after 8. We gotta go.
Oh, I gotta go, bro. Cut me off.
I was trying. The connection wouldn't let you hear me.
Hey, hit the exit music. They don't need to hear me no more. Appreciate y'all being here.
All right, folks. To stay on schedule, there will be a best of Behind the Enemy Lines in a minute. Orty and I will be back in a second as well. I would have let G keep talking, but I didn't figure he wanted to hang out for a whole nother hour, and I got to hit the hit anyway. So
there you go. Thanks, y'all.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to you, feel the grass, 'cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us, here's to us, here's to us, here's to us. Here's to us.
hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
And you are now, maybe a little late, behind enemy lines. Hey there, how you doing, everybody? Gene Baradelli, Ross Galloway here with you once again on another beautiful Wednesday night here in the People's Republic of New York. Ross, what's going on, brother?
Closer to being the People's Republic than ever before, I see.
Well, we can certainly talk about all of that.
No, I'm throwing it out there. I mean, I just saw some polls that Mamdani is still in the lead. I think you guys would have fixed that by now.
He ain't going nowhere. You know, sorry to disappoint everybody. But we got a great show for everybody tonight, brought to you by our good friends at Freedom Chat. But we'll get into that a little later on the show here, because we got a big one. Remember when we used to have like guests on and interview people and we kind of thought we were who the hell we were? Remember those days?
Yeah, but then we figured out we have no actual friends and it's just us usually now.
Pretty much that's how it ends up working out. But you know what? We love all our friends here. People rolling in through the chat. Let's see what's going on here. Andrew saying looks like Gene is using the newfangled technology. I try my best here. Whatever. I thought it was gonna be a comment about the shirt or anything like that. Shout out to our KLRN radio family on X right now that are out there posting and reposting. I see you all out there. Of course, my sister has to chime in and say, "You people have friends? Screw you, you hippie." Anyways, like I said, we got a really big show. The whole reason for this show, pal, the topic at least, is I got into a debate online, as I'm wont to do. I'm on X, I'm talking to people, but it was with a fellow, I think maybe a conservative, I'm not sure, but certainly a Second Amendment absolutist, talking about the DC crackdown going on right now. And the discussion came about as to whether there was infringement of rights going on in the context of the Second Amendment in this crackdown. And I said to myself, I need to reach out and find an expert. And luckily, I have friends in high places, even though I'm not in high places. And I was able to speak to a really great guy. I sent you a clip of, I sent you his YouTube channel, by the way. Did you check it out?
Yes, I did. And I was scrolling around on his X feed too.
Pretty impressive stuff that I see. A true expert, and I see that he is here right now. I gotta roll out the usual welcome that we do for everyone here.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Well, it would help if I take down the damn banner, you freaking moron, Gene. You can't see him right now, but somewhere under there is our new friend, Eric Blanford. Eric, thanks for coming on the show. I promise I will get that thing off your face as soon as I find the right button. There it is. You could have been like looking up over it there.
I did.
Oh. Let me tell you, it's a little stormy here in New York. Hopefully the connection holds up. But things are great. How are things with you?
You know, I can't complain.
In the
It's
free
been an
state.
interesting journey, and I'm glad that we could, you know, connect this evening to have a chat about issues at hand. And I always welcome an opportunity to have a good conversation with good people about my love of the Second Amendment and, you know, how it fits into our society. I think that there are many points of view and many points of contention and many differing points of view. And I'm always welcome to hear everyone's points of view. I know I'm pretty absolute on my view of the Second Amendment. I know some people don't share my love of it, but here I am. I've been doing this about 17 years. You know, had this gun channel forever and been putting out a whole bunch of gun content for years. And I enjoy the role that I've played in this little game thus far. So I'm here to see where it leads.
You know, I'm looking forward to a really robust discussion because
Yeah.
I kind of, and this is, I guess, where I differ from maybe Ross or some other people out there. I have more of an academic view when it comes to the Second Amendment. I think you bring more of the practical, hands-on view from a knowledge standpoint of the tools themselves. I'm not going to call them weapons. I'm going to call them tools because I truly believe that that's what they are. And I think that when you run into this idea of, you know, sort of natural law versus, you know, the laws that we have codified, the common law we have federally, and then state laws and the different layers from the Constitution on down, I think you can really end up with a real robust discussion within our own side that I think you don't get from the mainstream. You know what I mean?
It's very true. It's very true. In fact, I would say the mainstream tends to muddy the waters, really in a very anti-gun biased perspective for sure that you're going to get from more of the mainstream, especially if you look at, you know, mainstream social media, mainstream media. Although I will admit that, you know, like a quick shout out to my brother Sir Michael. You know, he does spots on CNN all the time, you know, and he gives a very balanced perspective politically. Also, when it comes to the gun debate, he gives a very balanced perspective. So I have to say, you know, the mainstream media is doing a better job of getting good voices in there that try to be a little bit more fair and balanced, but it has not traditionally always been such at all.
I absolutely agree. And there's certainly more nuance than people give credit to. And Ross, you are nothing if not the king of nuance. Right?
Yeah, I'm a real nuanced kind of guy. Yeah, I agree, man. With everything that was said so far, you know, our friends on the left that don't like guns, and you know, some guys like Gene who claim to be academic about them. You know, whether you feel strongly for them or against them, like it's in the Constitution, is my view, right? So, like on the left, if you don't like the Second Amendment, you can't just like have court cases and local jurisdictions voiding out the Second Amendment in the Bill of Rights, right? You'd have to change the law, the Constitution, not the law, right? So the reason I brought that up, by the way, is like, yeah, the media does a good job, but I can't think of any other part of the Constitution except the Electoral College, maybe, where the media takes such a hard stance. They claim to be like the protectors of democracy and they claim to love our Constitution when it comes to the First Amendment for the freedom of the press. But when it comes to the Electoral College and the Second Amendment, they have no problems with going against it.
Absolutely.
We are absolutely a constitutional republic. Okay. And, you know, it's funny how they always say that protecting democracy, but, you know, democracy is two wolves deciding which sheep they're going to have for dinner. So we're not really set up to function in that way. You know, we are a constitutional republic. And I think our founding fathers are some very brilliant men, and they had a very good idea. And like Ben Franklin said, it's your republic if you can keep it. And the Second Amendment is the very crux in which we can keep it. And that's why it's constantly under attack. And I think that to speak to more of the academic side, to your benefit, gentlemen, is that I do believe that many people tend to look at the Second Amendment, maybe in fact too academically, and not so much from the bare bones facts of why we have it. the purpose of it, what it's really meant to accomplish. And it's easy for someone who is a leftist, and again, I hate to say leftist because there's people on both sides of the political persuasion, gentlemen, that they do not like guns at all. I mean, there are Republicans and Democrats alike that are not pro-gun. And again, it's a preference someone can have to decide whether or not they choose to exercise their right or not. And I guess depending on which side of the political aisle they're on, that is strongly going to influence how aggressively they may attack the Second Amendment. So we see that, of course, in the things that these politicians cook up in terms of bills, legislation, and what many of the local state jurisdictions do in terms of gun control at the state level, which is arguably even more of an important battleground than the federal level these days.
Absolutely. So let's get into what we actually came here to talk about. And that was this story that came out this week out of the whole DC crime crackdown, discussing what laws that that Jeanine Pirro, who is, I guess, the attorney for the DC area, is looking to enforce versus what laws are on the books currently in DC. I found this clip from Scripps News, not a mainstream source necessarily, but I think it fairly explains what we're going to be discussing here today. So let's check out this little clip here.
And now is legal affairs correspondent Abidoy Burnett. And Abidoy, help bring some context to this. What exactly did Jeanine Pirro say?
Hey there, Andrew. Well, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, said her office will prosecute all crimes related to shotguns and rifles here in Washington, D.C. But this big announcement is coming after prosecutors in her office were told that they should not file felony charges related to instances where people are found with these shotguns or rifles in the nation's capital if that finding is not related to another crime. So if someone is found with these weapons, but it's not related to another crime, prosecutors in her office were told that they should not file felony charges. But the office is also reiterating that if someone is found with these types of weapons and they're breaking some other crimes, so say, for example, they do not have a permit or they're felons, they are reiterating that those people will be charged with felonies. Someone in her office sent me a statement that they said came directly from the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. And we're going to pull it up on the screen here for you so that you're able to take a look with me. She writes, "We will continue to seize all illegal and unlicensed firearms and to vigorously prosecute all crimes connected with them. And we will continue to charge a felon in possession of any of these firearms. Our resolve to prosecute crime is not lessened by defective DC Code statutes as the DOJ works to change these statutes. If anyone is carrying a weapon illegally, they will absolutely be charged." Now, keep in mind that the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, she is a big supporter of the Trump administration and of President Trump. And all of this is happening as the Trump administration has dispatched National Guard members into the nation's capital because President Trump said there is a lot of crime here in Washington, D.C.
I think that gives enough context. I do have to share this super chat from our friend Christy Turtle. Ross looks like a girl without his beard. Ross looks like a girl with his beard. He just looks like a bearded girl.
Damn.
But that's just my opinion. Listen, we take shots at each other. It happens, but you get the flavor for the show right now. So that's the context. It looks like that this is the first step in a larger effort to reform the DC Code when it comes to guns. Yet some people will be out there saying that this is not enough because the Constitution says shall not be infringed. Is this a positive step forward, Eric?
Well, I believe, and again, it's funny how earlier we were talking about how we all look at the Second Amendment from various lenses, right? Whether it's just the logistics of, being a gun owner, or whether it's more of the, let's just say, astute observations involved in the legal speak and things like that, the law and things like you do, Gene. And I think that You know, in the big scheme of things, what they're probably worried about more than anything else is when we look at, DC versus Heller. I mean, we have Supreme Court cases on the books that absolutely back us up in a lot of different ways. So DC versus Heller, Dick Heller, definitely a hero of mine, and I'm lucky to know Dick. He's a great guy, and he went to bat for us and won at the Supreme Court, and that DC versus Heller establishes that the Second Amendment is an individual right. It does not stop just at your home. You have a right to protect yourself outside of your abode and to carry, your guns where you want. Okay. And then, of course, when we look at, the Bruin decision really gives some of these things serious teeth when it comes to, all of these sorts of, like, for instance, considering permitting systems to be illegal. And we've seen many situations where, the states have adopted constitutional carry based on the Bruin decision because maybe they don't want to get the crap suit out of them, or maybe Republicans are cashing in some much needed political capital and giving something to gun owners to appease them, which, hey, we'll take the wins however we can get them, right? I think what this has the air of, Gene, is they don't want another situation like Heller. They don't want another situation like Bruin. They don't want someone to get hemmed up for choosing to protect themselves, regardless of the situation. And then it wind up going into court and possibly the Supreme Court. And now what do they have? They have potentially another Supreme Court case on their hands if they're not careful. So I think what they're really trying to do is avoid this from getting to the legal system at all. They're trying to cut this off early. Now, Trump has made a lot of, promises to the Second Amendment community, and he has, promised to push back on all sorts of gun legislation and has promised to be a pro-gun president. And, we have seen some evidence of that. Bondi has given us some minor concessions. Is that to say that this is an attempt to give a concession to say, hey, if you're protecting your business, if you're protecting your home, and you happen to have your shotgun out front, and there's 5 or 6 bad guys trying to break in your house, and you're going to show a force to protect your abodement, I think they're looking at that as a logical outcrop of their intended legal direction that they're wanting to go. So maybe they will lessen up the restrictions in DC to make it easier for people. So what's crazy about all this is, like, when you look at laws that are on the books, a law is only worth what a prosecutor is willing to take to the table. So, I mean, yeah, there could be 100,000 people in violation of this law, right, that they have on the books. But if the prosecutor's sitting here saying, listen, wink, wink, we're not going to prosecute unless you're committing a crime in that process, okay, an actual crime. They're looking at the logical outgrowth of the action, right? If simply having your gun is not, they're saying, hey, having your gun and protecting yourself is not a crime. No, if you go out and commit a crime with your gun, well, then we're going to throw the book at you. That's essentially what they're trying to say. And you notice it says rifles and shotguns. It doesn't say anything about handguns. They're completely anal about handguns in DC. So if you're carrying these concealed and you don't have the proper permits, I'm led to believe, based on what she's saying, if you read between the lines, that they're still going to hem you up if you have a handgun and you're not permitted to carry in DC proper.
It certainly sounds that way. I guess my major problem, and Ross, jump in whenever you want to here. My major problem is the wink and the nod. I don't like selective enforcement of any law because I think that's how we ended up in the situation we were in 2024 when it came to Donald Trump being arrested and tried on multiple different, let's call them novel legal theories. To me, there was a lot of made up selective enforcement there and coming up with newfangled ways to try to hem him up. This feels like the opposite of that, but it feels a little worse than that because it's saying, yeah, we're going to give you the wink and the nod, Ross, but we're doing that also in the context of looking at and having the DOJ look at DC's code to see how we can loosen things up. To me, that's where I have the problem with this. I took an oath as an attorney to support the laws. And if I'm doing that, that means I have to even enforce the laws that I don't like.
Well, they could have did that all along, right?
They could have, but they also could have said, I don't like this law and I'm not going to go, it's like jaywalking. I'm not going to enforce jaywalking, but it's on the book. Or, you know, I'm in Massachusetts and I have a pie on my windowsill, and I'm not going to enforce that either. Some winks and nods are different than others. Ross, I want to get your thoughts on what I'm saying here. Is this fool's gold for the Second Amendment community, or is this the first meaningful step in actually going down the road towards getting rid of these hyper strict laws in a jurisdiction like DC?
Well, I mean, there's a lot there, right? The system is broken, and the system was weaponized against the right for a long time. So I don't necessarily have a problem with this. I'm not even going to call it selective enforcement, right? Because I disagree that the judicial branch has, sole discretion at determining what is and what is not constitutional. I know we all buy into this now, and Marbury versus Madison, they gave themselves this power, but all three branches are supposed to determine what is constitutional. The executive branch gets a say, just like the legislative branch does, not just the judicial branch. Now, what I hope comes from this, by the way, is a test case that does get back to the Supreme Court, right? Because there's a lot of questions that I think should be looked at with the current Supreme Court, or hopefully if Trump gets another pick or two, they should really look at and define for us what is a well-regulated militia, right? Our friend Eric was in the National Guard just like I was. You don't get any better of a well-regulated militia there. So I don't know what state you live in, but the states that I've lived in, I could not keep and bear arms, even though I was in a well-regulated militia. So what does that mean, right? I think the court should look at that. Just a couple more quick points here. What other right in the Bill of Rights do you need a permit from the federal government to exercise? I can't think of one, right? It's only the Second Amendment where you need these permits. And Eric mentioned the permitting processes. Not is it a patchwork across all 50 states. If you look back about a decade or so ago, what made gay marriage legal in our country? What made it the law of the land? Was it Congress? No. It was a patchwork of different states making their own laws. And then under the Constitution, each state is supposed to give full faith and credit to the licenses and actions of other states, right? That's why your driver's license is good in all 50 states. Why is your carry permit not good in another state? Right?
Yeah, there's no full faith and credit. There's no full faith and credit to it. Absolutely.
Correct. So I think a test case, and maybe we can get this out of DC, would be worthwhile to get it back to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, Eric, you were just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, why is a permit required? Period. And I'll define who the militia is. The militia is every able-bodied person of sound body and mind who loves their country. I mean, like at the end of the day, it's every able-bodied person. Every man who is able to hold a rifle and fight is the militia. It includes everyone. And I think the word militia has gotten, sort of bastardized and thrown around in some really strange sort of legal speak kind of ways. And, you notice that especially during the Biden administration, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, the Department of Homeland Security, or possibly it might have even been the FBI, or both, put out multiple documents saying, oh, well, now we're saying that military veterans returning from war and people who are, let's just say, extremely right-wing or Christian, or, they have this whole laundry list of people that they considered to be undesirables, that, oh, these people are dangerous and the government should look at these people. And, anyone who uses the word militia, anyone who does informal or formal training or whatever, oh my gosh, please. So the left, they are, and I say the left because this really does apply specifically to the sort of messed up reasoning that the left tends to use when it comes to, looking at these sorts of things. The left will tell you, well, a militia means only the military. All right. Anyone who's received military training, they're on the military's payroll, they're a volunteer, whatever they are. And according to them, well, if you've received all this training, then okay, you are bestowed with the ability to own a firearm if it means using it in the way the government tells you to use it. But see, if you, as a civilian, if you train and you get together in groups and you try to, form some form of a group of people together to protect your communities, oh, no, you can't do that because that's not under the service of government. See, to them, they only view the Second Amendment under the lens of the people that they want to have guns should be the only people that have guns.
Yeah, and people forget
about whether or not they don't agree or disagree with the ability to own guns. It's just that they don't want people they don't like to have guns.
Exactly
That's
right.
really the big catch-all there.
and people forget militia is older in this nation than military. Everybody doesn't. People don't recall that the debate over having a standing army happened early on in our nation. So the phrase militia actually just means group of people in that context. But I think the thing that I want to bring up here, and maybe I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate, and maybe this is the lawyer in me. Yes, we talk about militia. Yes, we talk about shall not be infringed. But then there's also that language about being well regulated. And the question then becomes, can a jurisdiction interpret what well regulated actually means in the context of creating their own local laws, like what DC did in coming up with their own limitations and restrictions? I mean, I think we can agree that there'd be certain categories of people that should not have weapons, whether they have the right to or not, we'll put aside for a second, but that should not have them in a practical sense. Minors probably shouldn't have weapons unless they're under the supervision of an adult in a regulated environment. Incompetents should not probably have a weapon. You can come up with other groups of people, maybe people who are more feeble or whatever. Maybe they should have them and have the training to go along with them. Who knows? But what I'm trying to get to is, where do you draw the line on well-regulated, and did DC cross that line? What are your thoughts on that, Eric?
So when we talk about well-regulated, when we look at it from the standpoint of the constitutional language and the language of the day, and I am by no means a constitutional scholar by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, neither am I.
Well-regulated.
Well-regulated
in the constitutional sense means to keep in order, to keep ready. It doesn't mean to regulate. It doesn't mean in that way. To regulate, like you regulate your sights, you adjust your sights. Regulate means to keep in order, to keep ready, to keep working. Well-regulated means ready to go, ready to use. Back then we had Minutemen. So right now we have the Bruin standard offers a very difficult smell test for the government to overcome when it comes to these things. That means that they have to go all the way back to 1791, and they have to find a historical analog that backs up current law in order for it to not be challenged in court. And we see that in many cases, lots of these longstanding laws are being challenged for the first time in a very long time because they do not pass the Bruin smell test. Now, Gene, to go back to your more academic approach to this perspective, okay, what ways, all right, now I'm going to throw a doozy out here, and I want to see if anyone's going to catch on to where I'm coming from here. In what ways would those prohibited persons that you talked about pass the smell test under Bruin using the historical analog of 1791? Who was not allowed to have guns in 1791? What group of people was not allowed to have guns in 1791? Do you know?
I actually don't.
Blacks.
Yes.
So, yes, there were people that were not allowed to have firearms, but is that really the hill you want to die on legally? If you're a leftist attorney and a leftist judge or a leftist whoever, politician, you want to come to the table and say, here's why, here we're going to deliver this nice convenient package, and we're going to say, here's why we think that this licensing requirement or this prohibited persons requirement is okay. And you're really going to come to the table, and that's going to be the historic analog you use. Is that really the hill you want to die on? Yeah, there were people that couldn't have them, but it wasn't who you thought. And I appreciate about types of firearms that one could or could not have in 1791.
Yeah, and I
certainly appreciate that distinction.
Cannon, warship. I got to push back just a little bit on you, Eric. Just a little.
I got your back, Eric, as soon as he's done. Don't worry.
Wow. My own co-host, And by the way, you can curse on this show, so fuck you, Galloway. I just want to push back on the point of how science has progressed. We're able to identify, for lack of a better term, neurodivergence. We're able to identify people who lack the competency or can appreciate the significance of holding a weapon and what it can do for them. And I think that given that new knowledge we have, I think we're able to piece together an argument saying that we don't want people with diminished mental capacities to have that sort of power in their hand. Am I off base on that, do you think?
Gene, you're off base.
Okay, tell me why.
So red flag laws and all these things that we're beating around the bush talking about.
I didn't say red flag laws.
It doesn't matter. They're all in the same vein. It's at the end of the day, it's a person or an expert, as you might call it, that's going to make that judgment call, right? What if they had gotten their way a few years ago and MAGA and Trump supporters were deemed undesirables and dangerous white extremists, nationalists, right? And they just said we couldn't own guns. It just doesn't make sense. A couple of quick notes here. One is the ultimate irony, right? First of all, I don't know if you guys have read this book. It's by John Lott Jr. He's a statistician, and he wrote a book a long time ago called More Guns, Less Crime. And
Yeah, I read
book, he outlines a whole bunch of the stuff we're talking about here. But in particular, I wanted to bring up where the people who are impacted most severely by very strict gun laws are people who live in big blue cities. Who lives in big blue cities? Mostly minorities. Minorities and women are the victims of crime way more than white males. But where white males typically live, we're allowed to own guns. Right there on its face, most gun laws seem to be that they would be unconstitutional to me. I just want to jump back real quick to the militia thing, and I'll let that go. So we talk about our well-regulated militia, and a lot of people look at it through the lens of 2025, right? And you guys did a good job of talking about this. Do you think the farmer back in the 1800s or 1700 was like a special forces trained dude? There was no well-regulated, right? It was very minimal regulation and no training, period, right? And Eric, I just want to push back on one thing because I like to bust Gene's chops on this, where you said it was every able-bodied person is basically in the militia. I'll argue this. When a male turns 18 years old, we have to sign up for the selective service if you're a citizen or a resident of the country. At the bare minimum, they should be considered a part of a well-regulated militia, right? It's all itemized in the law that those people must sign up to serve their country in the event of a major emergency or catastrophe.
I do think it's crazy how a young man can go overseas and serve his country at 18, and he can run a Browning machine gun and have hand grenades and AT-4s and every manner of death at his disposal, but he can't even come home and have a beer or own a
can
pistol.
Of worms opened. Can't open
All right,
worms
look,
everywhere.
I want to backtrack for 1 second here.
I agree with
Gene.
that, by the way. Lower the drink.
Gene, you're looking at the situation with logic and being astute and being a morally sound person. So I'm not going to ever doubt that if it were Gene's decision, yes, I would say, yeah, by all means, let Gene make the decision because he's a smart guy. But you're giving him way too much credit, Gene. The thing is, you're not talking about morally sound people are going to be making these decisions. It's going to be someone who has a political chip on their shoulder. It's going to be somebody that wants to definitely, go against someone that they don't like politically. And the problem is, in this country, we have this political pendulum that swings back and forth. And when the pendulum's on the side we want it to be, we're like, oh, heck yeah, get the immigrants, get them, whatever. Like we're all rah, rah, rah. But then, now the pendulum swings back the other way. And, now the very government we gave the tools to be able to do all this stuff, just like Ross said, they're going to say, all the right-wing extremists, y'all aren't mentally stable and yada, yada, yada. So when you do the whole mental mind play thing with this and make it all about mental capacity, and you give them the ability to determine who has the mental capacity to own a gun, well, after long, no one will have the mental capacity to own a gun because every time that pendulum swings back and forth, they're just going to redefine it. And all of a sudden, only the government will have guns. So,
Gene, let me just jump in 1 second. I probably
as you are, Gene. Okay.
All right, here comes Galloway now. Oh, God.
No, this was perfect because this was my next note that I wanted to say. Like,
I totally get it.
Another huge irony here, right, is that places with the strictest gun laws are blue cities, blue states, right? Places like D.C., New York City, Detroit, Chicago. They are also the places with the most gun violence. Now, the
Baltimore.
left in Baltimore, in the vein of this conversation, the left likes to pass lots of laws and create a big government. That means you need more police to enforce those laws. That also means that you have more armed agents of the government running around and a disarmed population, right? They are exactly what the founders did not want to happen, where only the government has guns and there's lots of armed agents of the government at every level of our government running around harassing us.
No, and I get that. I get the slippery slope argument. I largely agree with what you're saying. I just happen to think that we're at a point right now in DC. I just want to bring back to the DC context right now, where you have Janine Pirro saying, yeah, there's a law on the books, but I'm not going to enforce it. And I'm of the belief that if you don't like a law, change it. If you don't like the Constitution, amend it. Why is it that everyone in this argument, whether you're on the left, the right, you're pro 2A, you're anti 2A, are always looking for the loophole to bypass the will of the people in a given jurisdiction? Yeah. Because, like what's going on right now in the People's Republic of New York City, where everyone's got Zohran Mamdani fever, if that's what they want, give it to them. Watch them fail, and then they hopefully learn and they move forward. All these liberal cities that Ross was just talking about, New York, Detroit, Baltimore, Chicago, wherever you want to talk about, this is what they decide they want to do, and it's resulted in high crime areas and people not having protection. And we're seeing people leave these cities for various different reasons, this being among them. What is so wrong with allowing these jurisdictions to simply sit in their own mess and pick up the pieces later on?
Yeah, well, Eric mentioned this. We are a constitutional republic. They can do whatever they want within the confines of the United States Constitution, right? I wouldn't sit by if Baltimore banned freedom of speech and a free press, right? Or religion, if they said Catholics are no longer allowed in Baltimore, right? So you can't do that with the Second Amendment either.
No, and I agree with that. But at the same time, if you get outvoted, you get outvoted, right?
Yeah, as long as it's a power granted, reserved to the states in the 10th Amendment, right?
Correct. And policing and law enforcement is certainly one of those powers. So if they want to pass criminal statutes that say it is illegal for someone under the age of 18 to possess a weapon, okay, it's a case of there you go, isn't it? I mean, Eric, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. And again, guys, just so you know, I'm willing to be wrong on all this stuff. And I've certainly gotten a lot of food for thought here that I'm going to be internalizing as I go forward, because I am a Republican and conservative, but I'm a Republican conservative from the People's Republic of New York City, who probably doesn't know any better. And I recognize my blind spot. So in that context, feel free to, tell me where you see the flaws in what I'm saying here.
Gene, I think that when you look at law enforcement, let's just say as a mission, all right, DC has its own core problems. And the Trump administration, I agree with the president, hey, bring in the guard and try to fix the problem and slap the Band-Aid on it quick. I think what the AG up there is doing is that she's trying to provide some latitude to the current law enforcement mission to make it easier for them to do their jobs. Now, is it the most, easy thing for them to, yeah, it seems like a very easy thing for them to just say, well, we're just simply not going to prosecute this, even though, yeah, the law says you shouldn't be outside on your front steps with your shotgun. We're simply going to say, well, we're just not going to prosecute it. If that amount of latitude is what's necessary to allow the people on the ground to more efficiently do their job and, God forbid, hurt innocent people who are not committing a crime at all, then I say that's probably the smart move. Like, she's trying to kind of let cooler heads prevail here. And it may not be the most politically efficient way to do it. I mean, yeah, the problem is laws take time to pass and our system is slow. So yeah, provide the latitude now for them to be able to do their job and secure the city. And then we'll worry about the details later. Now, the question is, will the details be handled later? That, and to your effect, Gene, which you'd mentioned, that yes, they always like to take the low-hanging fruit and go, well, we just won't prosecute this right now. We'll have selective enforcement, yada, yada, whatever you want to call it. Instead of changing the law, we'll just selectively enforce the law as we see fit. And I'm not going to necessarily go into a whole bunch on some of the other things that are going on right now, but I mean, there's been some situations of selective enforcement in other areas, not related to the Second Amendment that we've seen. Now, I'm not going to go there because I don't want to spoil the show. But there's been a lot of situations where, this selective enforcement stuff, it really does muddy the waters in a very complicated way, because if you selectively decide, well, let's say you look at a case, you're a prosecutor. Now, I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal authority. I'm just a guy that, I read books and I try to have the best I try to be a good citizen and try to understand my civic duties and as much as I can about the rules that we have to follow to live in this society. I do the best I can. But in my mind, if you're a prosecutor and you're looking at a case and you choose whether or not to prosecute that case based on the fact that, well, if we do prosecute this case and it doesn't go our way, now we're going to set a court precedence that is going to make it more difficult for us to have more laws like this in the future. I feel like that's kind of the backwards way of looking at it. If the will of the people dictates that, hey, they want to have their freaking guns on their porch, they want to carry their pistols in the city, and as long as nobody's committing crimes, and as long as society is safer and the data shows that it's safer, then by all means, let people carry their damn guns.
Absolutely.
It's a big deal. And we have the data to back it up. We know that it works. We know that having more concealed carry, folks out there makes the situation much easier. And really, I hate to throw this out there, but the truth is, most gun control is really rooted in racism, and it's rooted in elitism. Yep. It's rooted in classism. And that's what it all comes down to. If you boil it all away, there are certain people that don't want other people to be able to protect themselves, and they view themselves as higher than those people and more important than those people. And in their minds, now this is not the correct logic, but in their minds, they think, well, if we have really strict laws, it will disenfranchise a certain group of people that we really don't want to have guns anyway, but we're always going to be protected. So we have our armed security. Oh, we know the right judge to talk to get the permit. We know the proper process to talk to. We're never going to get caught with our pants down. But if we have really strict laws here, it's going to make it harder for Joe Blow normie to be able to protect themselves. So, and I think today the distinction, they don't care if you're black or white or whatever color, race, religion, social status you might live within. To them, they view themselves as being on top of an ivory tower, and everyone else is just collateral damage to them. And as hard as that is for us to accept, I think that many Americans have tended to view especially the DC elite as being a group of people who feel that they're untouchable, and they feel that their lives are more important than ours, and that they're, fit to make decisions for us that they really have no business making. And they end up with a lot of power that is actually not even delegated to them in the first place. And we just accept it as normal, not to get off on that tangent. But the truth is that gun control is rooted deeply in that concept. It's not even so much about what's legal or not, or what's right or wrong. It's really just about, I've got mine, screw you, and y'all go fish. And I think they're seeing that let them eat cake philosophy is not working, and that people aren't going to have it. And I think they're powerless to do anything about it, and they know they are. And that's why they're telling the guard not to mess with anybody, because they don't want to see utter pandemonium break loose right in their backyard, in the seat of power. I think that's what they have to do.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the National Guard perspective on this, because I have two guardsmen here. Mm-hmm. And I know, Ross, you were deployed back when you were in the Guard here in the People's Republic of New York when it came to, Sandy and during COVID as well. Take me through what a deployment like this for, would it be called peacekeeping? Would it be called law enforcement? What would this be? What would this be called?
So what this mission really is for them is a DISCA mission, or defense support to civil authorities. And Pete Hegseth is very well versed on this. He's also a former National Guardsman, Secretary of Defense. Really, they're force multipliers, right? We don't expect to see National Guardsmen out on the streets making arrests. That's not what they're going to be doing unless the shit really hits the fan. They are force multipliers in the sense that if you have a police officer that is standing by a gate checking IDs at some government building in Washington, D.C., you can replace that police officer with a couple of National Guardsmen. Right now, that police officer can go do police things out in the street and enable that force to grow without hiring a single person. Right? Just real quick, Gene, you had mentioned some selective enforcement type stuff and the slippery slope. we don't like enforce marijuana laws for the last 20 years, right? That's still illegal under federal law, right? So this is not like a new novel concept. And Eric, I wrote this down when you said it. I wanted to make sure I said this for our audience. You said you're not a lawyer. You're just a guy who reads books. Yeah, so am I. The Constitution, if you print it out, is like 8 pages long on a PDF. It's not that hard to read. I don't need a bunch of mullahs in black robes telling me what the Constitution means. I can read the Second Amendment. It's pretty clear what it means to a normal person, right? So, Gene, no offense, but lawyers complicate things for no reason.
Fuck everything
and
up.
they're dumb. And then the last point I want to make, Gene, and I'll shut up, is Eric talked about. I'm gonna say my words on this, like a Praetorian Guard type of situation here. Here's something I want our audience to ponder. Right, police officers can carry on and off duty, armed agents of the government. But when they're off duty, they can still carry their weapon. When they retire, they can still carry their weapon, and they can carry it in all 50 states. Right. So why is that? What? And this is a genuine question. I just want you to think about it for a second. When you ask someone why is that? Well, they have a dangerous job and they need to protect themselves and their families when they're not at work. Okay. So is their family more important than mine? Right? No, it's not. And you can't argue, well, they receive such great training. They go to the range like once a year and they get a refresher course. And if that training was so great, then give it to all of us. Right? We can make that part of the well-regulated militia clause. I'll go take a class for 4 hours that the government's going to pay for me to keep my gun and be able to carry it everywhere.
Oh, listen, I agree that lawyers fuck things up, overcomplicate things, and that's how we make money. There's no doubt about that. That's kind of how the sausage is made, guys. So yeah, big fat duh there. I still think that maybe there has to be. Ross is going to hate this word. He's going to jump on me in 2 seconds here. There has to be some compromises made on both sides.
So should we just have a little bit of slavery, Gene? Maybe we just have a little bit of slavery. We'll compromise.
You want to talk about a little bit of slavery? My 14-year-old nephew is my little slave in my house when he does chores. Okay? He's not going to be getting any kind of weapon anytime soon.
And he can't vote yet either.
What?
And he can't vote yet either. But when he turns 18, he don't got to be your slave no more.
Right, but when he turns 18, then he can do what he wants. Okay? Or if he's still under this roof, he's probably going to still be doing a lot of things he doesn't want. That being said,
I'm going to buy him an AR for his 18th birthday.
Sure you are. Sure.
Here we go.
Sure you are.
I want to back up a little bit to we were talking about deploying the Guard to DC. To be clear, most of those guys are not armed. Okay, they might have a rifle, but they are not generally issued live ammunition. Okay, so I don't want everybody to think there's some militaristic presence. I mean, okay, the gunner on the Humvee, does he have a belt of 50 ready to go in that can if he needs it? Are they locked and loaded? No. Okay, maybe the gunner on the Humvee has a can on standby and probably has to ask permission to load the freaking belt fed, right? They have rules of engagement they have to follow, especially with civilians. It's incredibly strict ROE, incredibly strict. Like, they probably have to have getting lead slung at them and then call it in before they can even think about grabbing live ammo for those rifles. So what they're doing is kind of like command presence. It's what we used to call presence patrol, where you put a body on every corner. If a bad person's around, they're going to be like, all they see is a soldier. They don't know if they have live ammunition or not. Do you want to test that theory? Do you want to find out if they have live ammo or not? So as Ross said, it frees the police up to not have to be present and allows them to take on other tasks, right? So it does sort of, increase the overall footprint of what the police can accomplish in that type of a role. Yeah, most of those guys do not have firearms. You'll notice, well, maybe they have guns, they may not have live ammo, but a lot of times you'll notice when you see the Guard troops and stuff, you might see a random guy with a paintball marker or something, right? And if there's, let's say, a group of agitators, they may pick out the agitator and hit him with the marker. And you better believe the police are going to go find that guy. Okay. And they're going to have some questions for him. Okay. So that's what that's for. And also those markers, they also have less than lethal. They have pepper rounds and things like that they can use if things get out of control. So they're not really there like in a riot sort of capacity. They're really there more of a command presence, if you will. Presence is a hell of a thing. And you put boots on every corner, and especially you have a Humvee with a big scary looking machine gun sitting on top of it around every block or two. Trust me, people tend to notice, and criminals notice. And that's the point, is to get the criminals to kind of go, okay, we get it. There's crime. We're going to do the crime somewhere else. We're not going to play around here. Okay. So that's kind of what that's geared in, I suppose. I want to just add a little bit, but, and plus the guards happy to have something to do. You know what I mean? Trust me, they're happy to be there. They're happy to have something to do.
Ross just laughed at that. Are they happy to have something
And
to
speaking
do?
of the guard, Gene, you remember? Well, that's part of it. But don't you remember, Gene, not long ago, and you probably seen them, and you probably still see them. New York City has National Guardsmen deployed since 9/11, and they are, in fact, armed. And Kathy Hochul, the governor there, put a bunch of them in the subway to try to deter crime. No one said that the government was deploying the military against their own civilians in New York when she did that.
No, and
So
I
what
agree with
changed?
that.
They
Listen,
very well could be armed, Ross, in DC. I don't know, but
there
I
are
would
so
say
many.
historically, when the guard is sent out in that type of role, they typically aren't given.
Oh, I agree with you. Yeah.
Now, they don't make that known. They try to keep that hush hush, but yeah, I guarantee you, there's not a round of live ammunition between 100 of them.
So I kind of want
nearby, but
I kind of want to do a little bit of a conclusion on this to see where we stand, and then I want to talk all about your channel, Eric, because my God, the amount of education and information that's on there is impressive. So just to see where we stand here, not necessarily with the context of DC, but just in the context in general, are we? Everyone gets a gun if they want one? Yes or no? I just want to see, because I'm kind of at a solid no on certain categories of people, and I know I'm on the slippery slope, but I just want to see if it's I put in the comment into the chat that I'm okay, but not for minors and the clinically crazy. And Ross is like, I'm okay with the crazy. So, are we okay with the crazy having guns? Or
I am, as long as I have one.
Wait, no judgment whatsoever. I'm not.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck what people think about me. I'm okay with everyone having a gun as long as I have one too, right? I'm a pretty good shot. So good luck if you want to get crazy around me.
Okay.
I can respect that, Ross. I think my view is that if someone is not safe enough to be in society with a gun, they're not safe enough to be alive.
Okay. This is a great question. From
in my opinion, it's like, if someone has not committed a crime with a firearm, then who am I to tell them they can or cannot have a firearm? Now, I think that with the responsibility that comes along with being a good gun owner, there's also a high degree of scrutiny involved as well. I mean, if you commit a crime with a gun, then you should be held to the highest accountability possible. If you are a person who murders someone or commits some violent act, or you steal someone's car or kidnap a baby or hold a woman at gunpoint and rape her, or commit some crazy capital crime and use a gun, then I believe that the punishment should be severe, extremely severe. And so I think that we're too easy on violent criminals. Not perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Is a good system. Unfortunate. It's highly unfortunate.
I hear you.
Hemmed up over the tiniest little thing, like just making his own guns, which is constitutionally protected, but yet now he languishes away in prison over a minor technicality. How many FFL holders took their life savings to start a gun business, and under Biden's program of FFL revocations were up some 300% during the Biden administration, right? How many of those people lost their entire livelihoods over a minor spelling error or a punctuation error or some minor clerical error on a form?
Which is so
we're all
stupid.
human, we all make. I mean, I'd be willing to bet that any number of legal documents that pass through a lawyer's office probably have any number of minor typos or issues.
Oh my God, you have to
We're
see.
all human, okay? These things happen, but yet here is a family who loses their entire livelihood over some minor technicality. Is our system perfect? No, it's not. People slip backs, but it is a solid system overall. Now, I'm not going to get into where our system comes from. That's a whole nother, bag of apples and everything like that. But our justice system is a pretty proven overall system that when the people that administrate the justice are moral and of sound mind and constitutional mind, it generally runs pretty well. I mean, the issue, of course, becomes that, it's much more, it's not so black and white as being morally sound people and people who don't have some sort of a political agenda. And that's the issue. We have a lot of bad actors that make our justice system look like it's a bad thing, that it's ineffective, that people do slip through the cracks. But when we have moral and constitutionally sound people in place, it's actually a pretty solid overall system. So, did you want to talk about the channel a little bit? I didn't mean to be so long-winded.
Absolutely. Well, listen. This is all the time. This is why we bring experts on. It's not for me to talk. It's for you to talk.
Yeah.
I want people to get. You can get my opinion, and like I said, I'm willing to be wrong on a lot of things, and I'm having a nice discussion with Super Sunny about what my definition is on the crazy, and talking about whether or not there is such a thing as medical certainty when it comes to certain conditions. And I think that there is for some things. But putting that aside for a moment, and then, by the way, that's a great conversation to have. I wish we had more time to have it, but I want to talk about your channel here, and I'm going to present it on the screen as soon as I learn how to work buttons again, because I've been so engrossed in the discussion, I'm not really keeping track of everything else with the show, but here it is.
We're going to be stepping away from this one at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Rick and Orty coming up next after a bit of a musical interlude provided by the Amish one here in just a second. So hang on.
Some say the end is near. Some say we'll see Armageddon soon. Certainly hope we will. Should we use a vacation from this bullshit? Brain circus. Show up, preacher in this hopeless fucking hole we call it LA. The only way to fix it is to flush it all away. Any fucking time, any fucking day. We'll learn to swim, see you down in Arizona Bay. Fret for your latte, and fret for your lawsuit, and fret for your hairpiece, and fret for your Prozac, and fret for your pilot, and fret for your contract, and fret for your car. It's a bullshit. 3
Some say a comet will fall from the sky, followed by meteor showers and tidal waves, followed by fault lines that cannot sit still, followed by millions of dumbfounded dipshits. And some say the end is near. Some say we'll see Armageddon soon. Certainly hope we will. I sure could use a vacation from this stupid shit. Silly shit. Stupid shit. One great big festering neon distraction. I've a suggestion to keep you all occupied. They're to swell. They're to swell. They're to swell. Mom's gonna fix it all soon. Mom's coming round to put it back the way it ought to be.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatterNight, right here live on KLRNradio.com. We are the closing act for the KLRN Radio side tonight. Don't forget, coming up next after us, though, we do have Edge of Liberty, hosted by Sean Lewis, and then our closing act for the night will be BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. So belly up to the bar and get your orders in as quick as you can, because it's hump days. You might as well start partying a little early. And I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half. You know him as everybody's favorite Amish lawyer, but it's a short list. So is he really everybody's favorite? We'll let him tell you. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Boy, it sure would be great if we had some grenades about now, don't you think?
You think? Oh boy.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm channeling my rage on people on Twitter. So, and haven't been thrown in Camp X-Ray, and that's fantastic because I've said some really borderline shit.
Yeah, well, Had to grab my phone. I realize I'm kind of surprised you haven't been because I think he's still a mutual of ours. Actually got thrown in Camp X-ray today for saying somebody deserved their ass kicked. So
Yeah, well, you see, that's the thing. I haven't overtly threatened violence. I have implied it heavily. Basically, okay, so the way I'm implying violence is, do you really want to figure out how good we are at incrementalism?
yeah, trust me.
Or incrementalism. Sorry, I just added a whole bunch of extra suffixes on that were unnecessary. But yeah, no, I'm doing great. I'm very well. Everything's fine here. How are you?
Yeah. I'm a little less wanting to go to war now than I was this time last week. So I guess that's good. Because I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, Charlie wouldn't really want us going to war in his name. Not that I would have done it in his name anyway, but it's kind of like, yeah, meh.
I said it in the Discord channel right after it happened, and I said, well, I didn't think I'd be going to war over Charlie Kirk, but it's as good a reason as any. They're not learning their lesson. It's in the last 7 days, the last tally I saw, that database, which is kind of grifting right now because they're asking for money, but what websites cost money, so I don't mind that too much. But anyway, 20,000 people they've got information on. 1,100 now have been confirmed of losing their jobs for that shit.
Oh.
And again, you didn't think we would ever play the game, but y'all love Alinsky's rules for radicals. Hold your opponent up to their own standards. This was their game. We told them not to play it, and they had no idea that we were 10 times better at it than they would ever be.
And that's the thing. Look, I'm not one of these people that's going to be, and I told somebody this. It's like I'm not sharing anybody. I'm not adding to the databases or anything else. But you can't be mad at us when you wrote the rules, you crafted the board, and now you're pissed off that we learned to play the game better than you. That's not how this works.
Yeah, a friend of mine said on a different Discord, that they're playing like toddlers. Toddlers will invent a game, and as long as they're winning, they'll keep playing it. As soon as they start losing, they have a tantrum, and then they change the rules of the game. And that's why the other day someone said, well, you guys are just hypocrites. I said, I don't care. You've called me a Nazi and a racist for the last 10 years. Hypocrite means nothing to me. So, there, I said it.
Yeah, well, it needs to be said. I do find it delicious, because at this point, I'm kind of thinking ABC might have been looking for an excuse anyway, because, the guy that just got canceled was shedding $50 million a year. So I'm pretty sure the guy that was in third place behind him and a distant third, probably losing about the same amount of money, if not more, since they had the same production cost. But so it started, Nexstar, one of the ABC affiliate groups, basically made the decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel's show indefinitely. And
yeah, if you don't know who Nexstar is, there are 24 of not the largest, but a lot of ABC affiliates. They have muscle. So this wasn't like, there may have been a consumer grassroots thing. Go on, I'm sorry.
Well, no, so that was what I talked about first, because it's 7:00 Eastern time. That was all we knew. So by about 8:15, Disney had made the executive decision to suspend the show indefinitely all through ABC. So then, as I'm getting ready for this show, I'm flipping through channels and landed on Hannity for a minute, just a minute, but still. And there was a breaking story about Sinclair, which is another ABC syndicate group, since Kimmel has been pulled, at least for tonight, and I think maybe even for tomorrow night, they're going to be running a tribute to Charlie Kirk in his place, which I thought was kind of absolute delicious irony.
Yeah. Oh no. Actually, I'm reading the statement from Sinclair right now. And for Sinclair, they are the nation's largest ABC affiliate group. If you haven't heard of Sinclair Broadcasting, you just aren't paying attention to television. I take that back. I do a podcast about the entertainment business industry, so obviously I would hear of Sinclair, but maybe you haven't. Their actual statement says they're pulling Kimmel Live. They're going to do the Kirk tribute, like you said, and they will not be re-airing it until negotiations are held with the ABC regarding the network's commitment to professionalism and accountability. Not only do they call on Mr. Kimmel to issue a direct apology to the Kirk family, they asked Mr. Kimmel to make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family on TPUSA. Regardless of ABC's plans for the future program, Sinclair intends to not return Jimmy Kimmel Live to our air unless we are confident the appropriate steps have been taken to uphold the standards expected in the nation's broadcast platform.
Oh, and that's just it. You're seeing all these people that are like, this is all Trump's fault. This is fascism. I'm like, nobody said anything about Trump. People are pissed off that he's basically grave dancing about an American that was assassinated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not just that, but lying about it, saying that it was MAGA that did it.
Yeah, well, that too. But, I mean, the thing about that is that's nothing new, though. It's surprising to me that there has been such a drastic sea change in the culture of American broadcasting that all of a sudden people are being held accountable for saying things like that. So that is honestly surprising to me. But I kind of saw it coming with everything that's been happening with CBS because I don't know, and I know you probably do, because Sundance recently basically bought out CBS Paramount. And so, but the interesting thing is when it comes to the Paramount side, they've made a conservative their mouthpiece, which I find interesting. Now
he actually, I mean, we talked about this a couple months ago a couple of weeks ago anyway, maybe a month ago on Culture Shift, where they've set up an ombudsman at CBS where people can call and complain if they feel that CBS's reporting is too biased. And that reports straight to him. So keep that in mind when you see CBS doing their fuckery, guys.
Well, here's another little interesting side note, because this just broke, I think, about a week or so ago. Skydance is in talks to buy WB or Warner Brothers, which is CNN's parent company. So there could be a big shakeup coming for CNN again, too.
Yeah, because WB Discovery, they're spinning off everything, dude, just like Comcast is spinning off NBC. See, you have all these new players in the game. You have Zaslav over at Warner Brothers Discovery. You got Skydance over at CBS. ABC is ABC. They're Disney. Doesn't matter. But NBC, Comcast is just shedding all the cable. And it's like, that was the whole reason behind the MSNBC becoming MS Now. And CNBC, they're shopping it off.
Which they still haven't officially done. I don't know when they're supposed to make that transition, but I noticed it hasn't happened yet. So I don't know when.
I don't think it's supposed to happen until the first of the year.
I was just wondering if maybe they announced it early to see how many people were going to find different ways to make fun of it so they could reshop a new name before then. Because if that wasn't the plan, y'all really messed up, because PMS Now is going to suck for y'all.
Well, and what's funny is that, I mean, we got the news of that 2 weeks after on the previous show, when we talked about the MS Now thing. On the previous show, 2 weeks before, we talked about the best walk of shame in all of television history. And that was when HBO ditched their gold standard. HBO is known for innovative, groundbreaking television and movies, and it was their crown jewel, and they just pissed it away to call it Max, which was universally known as Saturday Night Hotel Room Shame. And after a year and a half, they had to walk it back. They're going to be HBO Max again. So it's just, TV's in trouble. TV is in so much trouble. They just can't afford to do these things anymore. And the only people aren't getting it. Fallon's pretty benign. He's in Johnny Carson's seat. He doesn't ruffle a lot of feathers. But all these others, Kimmel and Colbert, and it's the money's not there anymore. I mean, Comedy Central's may last a little bit longer because they've always been cable and fringe, but people aren't watching anymore. They really don't want to hear your shit. They make me laugh, clown. That's why they watch these shows. But they don't have interesting guests anymore. They just up there pontificating in their monologue. They bring guests on that are going to pontificate. They've had Adam Schiff on more than Adam Sandler. I don't care. At least Adam Sandler would be funny, generally. But not Will Ferrell, because if you say Will Ferrell when you're laughing, I know you're lying.
Well, I mean, and that's just it. I mean, one of the things that I used to, because I remember I always used to get mad when I was a kid because I always had to go to bed before Johnny Carson when Carson was cool.
Right.
And it was always just one of those things where, it wasn't for him. I don't even ever remember him really getting political. It was always about his guests. And it was always this great springboard for people. Like getting onto the Late Show with Johnny Carson was like a career beginning thing for a lot of folks. It was like
right. Stephen Wright, Jay Leno, David Letterman, they all got their start on this show.
And that's just it. You can see all these different, biographies and, stuff that they've done over the years. I mean, hell, even Seinfeld was like, oh my God, I can't believe the first time I ever got to do Johnny Carson. Because that was it was just it was a variety show without the gongy shit. And it was great to watch because it was just entertainment. At some point they changed the format on these things, and I think that's the thing that I find the most humorous is watching all these gray checked Congress critters from the left going, oh my God, this is infringing on the freedom of the press. I'm like, since when is a late night talk show a member of the press? Jesus Christ.
Right. Yeah, no, you're totally right. It's a variety show. I mean, to your point about Carson, back in the day and everything, as Carson had retired by the time I turned 21, but the general attitude was that you're at the club, and then if you're not getting laid, let's just go home and watch Leno and then Adult Swim. I mean, let's go home, smoke a bowl. I'm going to go home, smoke a bowl, and watch Leno. And then that's. They used to be funny. It used to be, again, to borrow a phrase from NBC, must see TV.
And even with Leno, I mean, granted, with Leno, there started to be political overtones, but there kind of had to be because of everything that started happening with the Clintons. But he punched both sides anytime he could. He punched both sides.
And Carson, he was a known Republican. All right, it was known, and this was back in a time when nobody cared. It's like, okay, we have mild policy differences, and that's it. I think the only person that really ever was never asked to come back on Carson's show for politics was Sophia Loren, and that's just because she was making comments about Mexicans. But anyway, it just. It was all neutral and benign. We're not here to talk about politics. It's like if they may get a political figure on from time to time, but it was never to talk about politics. It was because they had something else interesting going on, so.
Right.
But yeah, when it started, I can tell you exactly when it started because, Carson would punch right and left, and so would Leno. It started with goddamn Obama and the slow jam, because Clinton, if they're playing the saxophone, nobody cared about that. But it was when Obama was on Fallon doing the slow jam thing, and then he just turned it into a whole campaign fucking speech, basically, and doing his Obama knuckle thing while he was talking, and that's really when it started. That and those, he also had Letterman got angrier at the end. You could tell he wasn't happy during the Bush years.
Yeah,
so
angsty Letterman was kind of
yeah,
but whatever.
So, yeah. So, and it's just ironic that the two shows that, because Kimmel, ABC really never had a late night show, and that's where Kimmel's at. I mean, I think I'm probably wrong, but they never had a staple. It's like because NBC always had the Carson show. And then when Letterman was on after, and then when Letterman got snubbed for Leno for Carson. He went over to CBS and started that franchise. So ABC never had one, really. So if they're closing up shop after, if they get rid of Kimmel, they're not losing anything, really. They're probably gaining. They can put sports in that spot. Who fucking cares? But Colbert trashed Leno's tradition. Letterman's legacy, just destroyed it. So,
which is probably why they're shelving the entire thing instead of just bringing in a new host.
Yeah, well, I mean, they might keep it because it's G had it a little bit wrong during his shows that both of them, Kimmel and Colbert, their contracts were set to be renewed next year. And both of them fucked up so bad that CBS and ABC have said, we're just going to, Colbert, you get to run your show to the end of the year, but we're not renewing your contract. Kimmel may not survive from this, but he's getting $25 million a year. He doesn't care, so, but still, I don't think Kimmel is going to, unless he is really contrite, I don't think there's a recovery for him on this.
Yeah, well, at least
it won't be good enough.
Well, unless CBS comes back with it and changes their mind, as far as I know, they're planning on shelving the entire Colbert, like not just getting rid of Colbert in general, but just getting rid of the whole late night show project altogether.
Which they might too. It's like Craig Ferguson was much more economical, and it
was funnier too.
Run that show. It's funnier too. Fuck. I can't believe how many different shows that guy can't keep a show, and he's the only funny one of the bunch. Like I said, Fallon's pretty mid. He's mild. He's like Carson. He's like a left-leaning Carson, or at least a liberal Carson instead of a conservative Carson. So, but I don't wish ill on Fallon because he hasn't really offended me much, aside from fucking Obama. Jeff just sent me this Discord. Jimmy Fallon is probably going to wear a MAGA hat tonight.
Nobody's going to see it. So, I guess I don't know. He because he's the only one still doing a show. So if he wears a MAGA hat tonight, people may talk about it tomorrow. Yeah. That's actually not a terrible idea for him. Oh, that would be. That would be funny though.
And it's like I said, NBC is owned by Comcast. Comcast, it's all their internet. They're not making any money off TV, really. So, is that?
Oh,
Stone Cold Fox on CBS. Yeah. Is Beth the CBS executive? Yes, she was.
So here's as we hopefully get ready to move on to a different topic. I do want to point this out: the same people that are completely pissed off over misinformation not being properly regulated are mad that Jimmy Kimmel's getting pulled over misinformation.
Yeah, well,
okay.
I know Brandon Carr made a statement today, and his statement was justified because that was a blatant falsehood. It wasn't because he didn't kiss the ring. He just blatantly lied, despite the facts that had been released by the police. And, it's the same thing that Caitlin Collins and Ted Cruz went 3 rounds about today. Gosh, she's just such an insufferable twat. Still would wear her ass as a hat. It was
giggity goo.
Oh, thank you. I needed that pause. He just blatantly, flat out said it was MAGA, and despite the fact that everybody from the sheriffs to the DA, everybody had given evidence to the contrary, he just flat out lied when he knew better. And don't make it weird that Caitlin Collins looks like Scott Pressler. Okay, I know that, but still.
Well, so not that it's the same topic, but there's other stuff that's come out today, like with the Kash Patel hearings. Like, remember when the story came out that the FBI was spying on the Catholic Church, and they told us, told Congress under oath that it was only one church out of one district office, blah, 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 blah. Kash Patel's turned over 700 plus documents outlining hundreds of different churches that were being surveilled by the FBI.
Right.
Surprising.
The only question that bugged me, because it doubled up, and it's one of those things that's like, he didn't answer the question, but Jim Jordan didn't give him a chance to. Because when Jim Jordan, I'm just surprised he actually spoke and didn't just tweet about something. When Jim Jordan was doing his firing off the questions, there was a twofold question there. Are you still going after people buying guns? And are you still going after people going to church? Or are you still, targeting Catholic churches? He didn't answer the gun question, but he really didn't have the opportunity to. So my ears perked up at that. But I'm going to be fair and say he answered the question, just not the full question. So,
yeah. Oh, I did like as much as I don't really like it when they start screaming at each other in the hearings, I did like the Schumer moment when those two were going back and forth yesterday. That was kind of entertaining.
Yeah, and when Ratchet Crockett was trying to make her comment today about you're the most unqualified, blah 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 blah, and then Jim Jordan, he goes to Kash and says, "Do you want to answer?" And he's just like, "No," because he didn't really ask a question. So Jim Jordan got off his entire pedigree.
Well, no. Well, the funny thing about all that is he's just watching, Slavey Crockett just ramble on and on and on, and they kept cutting the camera back over to Jim Jordan, and he's basically got his head in his hands, like, "What the fuck?" And then he's finally just like, "Did you want to answer like any of this? Just any of it? Any of it?"
Is there you want to respond to any of that? Because it's not like she ever asked a question. She just went. And when did she start dressing like a hood cross dresser? Liberace would have looked at that and said, "Wow, that's tacky."
Oh, I'd probably, shortly after she started talking like a hood rat, I'm sure her wardrobe probably got a redo because it's not like you didn't grow up in a top 3% family in the country, bitch. Come on.
Right? Yeah, I love how she code switches. She can talk like a lawyer when she wants to.
Because supposedly she is one, but
yeah,
I don't know if something like that can get a law degree. I'm less inspired by our profession of law anymore. Because holy shit!
Oh, I finally did tip. I wanted to try something the other day, so I dipped my toe into law Twitter, and because there was a lawyer going off, Mutual brought it up to me. And a lawyer was going off about how the military can't fire people for tweets and shit. And they had brought up the UCMJ, and he said, the UCMJ does, where is it in the Constitution that the UMCJ? And I went in and I dropped Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14, Clause 12 through 14. Congress shall raise an army. Congress shall raise a navy. Congress shall make the rules and regulations for the army, for the land and sea forces. And I cited the Supreme Court case and everything like that, and then he just went in full ambulance chaser mode. And I said, "Look, I understand what you want the law to say, but this is what the law says." So, thank you, ChatGPT.
Oh. So did you see Greg Gutfeld absolutely just level Tarlov this week?
Yeah, I don't know if she's coming back. Did she come back to the show after that?
I haven't. Well, she was actually off for like a whole week, and that was part of the reason why Greg just unloaded on her. He even tried to apologize like twice afterwards. He's like, "I know you haven't been on in a week, and maybe it's because some of what you said was stuff that we'd already talked about, but I couldn't do it." But yeah, so no, I don't think she wasn't on yesterday or today, so I don't know.
She looked like she was going to break down.
I mean, you have to understand, though. I mean, and this is part of what I don't think the left has understood yet. And one of the people that I think has articulated this the best, and I think it was one of the folks from Red State that I read an article from earlier today, who's basically at this point, if the Democratic Party doesn't change the trajectory by no later than 2028, they will probably rebrand to the Democratic Socialist Party because they have turned everything over to the crazy leftists. And the thing that I don't think any of the still, trying to be normies in that party understand is this is not business as usual anymore. You have murdered the guy who wanted to do the very thing that every single one of you have said you've wanted this entire time, which is just people to be rational and sit down across from you and have conversations. He was willing to do that. What was pissing all of you off is he was willing to do that, and he was wiping the floor with you because you can't even.
He was talking. Go ahead. I'm sorry. No. Finish your thought.
No, I was just saying the only way they can beat him even posthumously is to take everything that he said out of context. Like one of the biggest ones that I've seen lately is how he was opposed to the Civil Rights Act. What's the rest of the quote? He's opposed to how the Civil Rights Act is being used today because it's being used to create special classes of people like men that are saying they're women, and now that they're identifying as women, they're getting special circumstances and able to bring civil rights cases. He simply said there should be a one-page law that says there should be no discrimination based on race, period, ever, no matter who it is. And that's it. And that's all it ever should have been, instead of this huge conglomerate of what it's become. And I mean, really, if you go back and even if you look at the original law, that whole thing's been more problematic than anybody ever wanted to admit in the first place.
No, it really has. And, it's like, whenever anybody says that Nixon was a racist, I immediately counter, well, he expanded affirmative action more than any other previous president. The other problem is that wasn't necessarily a good thing, but that shuts up your argument, So, but I mean, really, it should be that simple. Thou shalt not discriminate against race, color, creed, or gender, period, or sexuality. That's fine. Because sexuality and gender are two different things. So if you want to be lesbian, homosexual, trans, whatever, you won't be discriminated against, but you're not going to be catered to either.
Well, and that's just it. And the funny thing is, and I'm saying this more and more, it's actually even cropping up even more since the Charlie Kirk thing on TikTok. There's more and more of the LGB that are trying to divorce the rest of the alphabet mafia.
Yeah,
and they're like, and it's like, it's simple. These are orientations. This is what this was always about. The rest of this is not orientations. This is identities. We don't want anything to do with that.
We're not here playing it. But anyway, what I was going to say, they killed Kirk for the same reason they killed Socrates. Talking to the kids.
Right? That's actually a really good thought, because that didn't occur to me.
I'm stealing it now. I'm using it. I just formulated that. If any of you listening right now get that on Twitter that before me, make sure that you attribute that shit. So no, seriously, I was thinking about it just as you were talking. It hit me, and that's when I wanted to jump in with it real quick. I was just like, in case I forgot it. That's exactly it.
All right.
And I don't want to put Kirk on this huge pedestal because I didn't agree with everything he said, but I don't agree with everything Socrates said either. So, but still, I mean, it's a fact. That's the same reason why they killed Socrates.
Yeah. So, did anybody see this response from Roseanne Barr to Chris Hayes' post?
Yeah, I'm available. Oh no, okay.
No.
She did it.
She just did the meme of herself with her laugh from the original TV show theme.
Right. She also had a tweet out, like it was right after, standalone tweet that just said, "Hey, I'm available," or "Hey, ABC, I'm available."
Yeah, that probably wouldn't happen. It would be nice if it did, but it probably wouldn't happen. Anyway.
So, you know what? Let's go to break so that way I can tweet that out.
Yeah, I was going to say we need to take a break.
Jeff just sent me a Discord. Frame that!
All right, folks, we're going to take a break. Break music again brought to you tonight by none other than Ordnance J. Packard. So send any praises, complaints that direction. But we'll be right back. We're going to take a bit of a musical interlude right here live on KLRradio.com. You're listening to the Rick and Ordy Show. Back before you know it. Stay tuned. Why are you muted? I didn't tell you to do that. I hate it when it does that. And welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, to Rick and Morty. Hang on, that wasn't supposed to do that. I don't have it set to autoplay. It doesn't normally do that. That's a good song, though, too. Well, I did anyway. My bad.
The
I
only
don't
good
know what
part of
happened.
that song.
Excuse me?
Sorry. How could anybody not like The Cult? What do you mean send your hate mail to him? The Cult is fantastic.
I hadn't seen
Especially
who it was
Cult
yet.
Logic.
I just know I said send compliments and or
That's fair.
complaints to you because I didn't know who we
Okay.
were playing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Why
So.
why you sounding like one of my wives, dude? Being all whitey tonight.
Because you
What's
never
up?
take me anywhere.
You need some chocolate or something. By the way, I thought it was absolutely hilarious that I play Tool without anybody asking me. And you're like, I've been asking him to play Tool for 3 years. All you had to do was send me a song title, bro. Just that's all you had to do.
Yeah, okay. That's well, when we were looking for the theme song to this show, I originally wanted to do the angry, when we were talking back and forth about music for it, I wanted to do the angry bridge in Tool the Pot.
I can see that.
Yeah, no, but I prefer that we settled on Jesus Christ, I just drew a blank on his name. Warren Zevon's Glorious Guns and Money.
I was gonna say, how the hell did you forget Warren Zevon? Come on, man.
I just brain farted. I expended all my brain power on the Socrates analogy.
Right. Brilliant musings by Amish once a century.
Yeah.
Oh.
You were all here for it. That's my one of the year. Everything else is fart noises.
Nice.
So what else do you want to talk about? We spent the whole thing talking about late night TV.
I mean, I don't really know because everything's being gobbled up as far as the news cycle about this stuff, and I don't really want to talk about the royal thing. I figure I'm going to be stuck talking about that with Aggie on Friday. So.
Yeah, because she is the Anglophile.
But yeah,
royal file, whatever it's called. I hope she gets her account back.
You hope she what?
I hope she gets her account back.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
I still don't really that whole thing.
I spent a lot of time with her on the phone the last week, talking her off the ledge, letting her know it's not that kind of a scammer. They're just trying to extort you. They're not going through your DMs and blah 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 blah. They're just because that information is useless to these. They just wanted her to send $250 on Discord, but they never. It's like a kidnapping, or a hostage. Sometimes you get it back. Most of the time you don't.
Yeah, I still don't really understand how it is that X support can't go. Oh, let's change your email address so you can get back in.
Well, she's stuck in the automation loop. Anyway,
well,
it'll resolve. I know a few people this has happened to. It'll resolve. It just takes a while.
So I guess we could talk about the fact that Too Late Powell finally decided to cut rates today by a whole quarter.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, he cut them by 0.2.
Lay it on me.
Yep, Fed has dropped their federal general funds rate by 0.25 points.
Okay.
Finally. Now that all the truth has come out about exactly how bad the Obama administration had been cooking the jobs numbers for the last year, that they tried to lay at Trump's feet. See, we told you this was a dude that.
That's funny. That's funny. You called it the Obama administration.
I did. Well, same thing. Obama 3.0.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. It's funny you call it. It's just because it's true. So,
but yeah, it's just they're like, see, we told you Trump was going to be terrible for the economy. I'm like, you realize those revisions they're talking about ended in March, which means at that point he'd been in office for all of 6 weeks.
Yeah, at best, yeah. So,
but
there is going to be a lot more unemployed people right now.
Well, of course, because
but also that's new jobs opening. Because it's not like these were businesses closing or jobs going away. They were gainfully employable jobs until
they went, oh, let's grave dance about a guy getting shot in the head or nearly shot in the head. Oh, dude, some of the t-shirts going around are terrible. Like the one that's all protect the neck. I'm like, dude, y'all are insane.
Yeah, it's just edgelords. Yeah, and I found that the same trick works for the people who are just dropping those memes with the protect your neck. It's the same thing with the ones who will drop the anti-Semitic memes and just a sea of them. It's like last night I got those of you who saw on my feed about me calling out anybody who's following this guy, the 9 of you that are following this guy, you got till tomorrow evening before I. Anyway, they just spam like fucking Facebook boomers who are just digging out of their meme stash. They don't provide any content. And then once I called one a dullet, they got mad and blocked me. So obviously, some of the how was it Andrew Dice? Never mind. Some of the groypers are Bhopal street shitters.
Oh, it's just all of this is just insanity. I still, as much as I'm not, one of these people that's, cheering the people who are losing their jobs, I just can't believe the people that are so pissed off because, oh my God, the right's embracing cancel culture. No, that's just it. This isn't cancel culture. Cancel culture was, you saying something when you're 15, 16 years old on social media, and then when you're 30 years old getting a job somewhere, somebody finding it, using that to get you fired from the job you just got. That's cancel culture. This was you guys being just fucking retarded in the heat of the moment. And I think what pisses me off the most about this is these things happen, and they've happened all the time since we've created this thing called social media. But people used to hide behind anonymous accounts to do these things. They would create accounts that we call socks, or accounts that they would just get into from time to time to say the most stupid, off-the-wall, outlandish shit. People are now doing it on video with their real names attached, and now they're
doing it on me.
Fired. I mean, how detached from everybody do you have to be to not have even just an ounce of compassion for, realizing that a 3-year-old child was there when her father was gunned down?
Yeah. Well, let me quote the famous George Takei and the equally famous LeVar Burton. It's not cancel culture. It's accountability culture.
Right? Well, guess what?
As I said the other day, you made your bed, get fucked in it. See, it's like I was talking about on Manorama last night. I am the monster. I will go that extra mile that a lot of people won't. Oh, I won't put. I used to be dead set against doxing. I mean, you remember back when I was doxed. I was absolutely 100% against it. I don't give a fuck if you get doxed now. I'll even boost it. I'm not the one looking for your home address, but when somebody else gets it, I'll make sure that information is spread far and wide.
Dun, dun,
if
dun.
it's justified. I'm the one who will say the things that nobody else will say. And it's like I told that guy today, and I'm still the nice one compared to some of the other monsters that I know.
So, even though she hasn't been back on the 5, as far as I know, Miss Tarlov has still learned absolutely nothing. Because in quote tweeting one of the announcements that ABC is pulling Kimmel show, free speech advocates on the right have a lot of heavy lifting to do. So, yeah, apparently she's still learned nothing.
No, she hasn't figured out. I have made the same warning about 5 times in the last week. We don't care what you call us anymore. We are playing. Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. We are playing your game. You're just mad that we're better at it than you are. I'm sorry, Jessica. I still, any man who can draw my tongue from your asshole will be crowned king of the Britons, but...
Oh, and then some 40 some odd thousand account on X is going by the name Lucas Sanders. I will now completely cancel ABC, Disney Plus, and Hulu. Who's with me? Maybe if you guys start canceling, they'll start lowering their prices again. So please go ahead.
Yeah. You're only... you're only hurting you. I don't know anybody. I mean, unless you have kids, you're really not watching Disney. I mean, I don't know anybody who's really watching Disney. Sports ball, yeah, okay, I can see that you have that package for ESPN. ABC is broadcast television. There is nothing on broadcast television I know that anybody's watching. Everybody I know in my peer group, they're all on streaming. They don't give a fuck. It's like everybody I talk to, they're just like, hey, I'm watching Warehouse 13 again, or hey, I'm blah 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 blah. Nobody's saying, hey, I'm watching The Voice. You know.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I've been watching on as far as ABC stuff is The Rookie and the new can't even Will Trent, but they moved that to like the winter season this season, so it doesn't even start till like December, so I don't even care right now. But that's only because it's Fillion, and because the other guy that I kind of like is. I still think it's weird that a Hispanic dude is playing a GBI investigator with a Georgian accent. It's just kind of weird, but yeah. Anyway, just doesn't feel quite right. But then again, there is that one comedian guy. What is his name? Kevin Cho, I think, who is like Korean but has a Texas accent. But if you've seen any of his clips, they're absolutely hilarious.
I haven't.
So there's this one, right? And he's talking about when he was in high school, and one of his, I think it was his history teacher, was pregnant. So she was going to be out for like 6 weeks. So it's him and his friend who were walking to class. He's like, so the substitute comes today, right? And he's like, yeah, that makes you our new foreign exchange student. And I'm going to be your interpreter. He's like, I didn't speak Korean. He didn't speak Korean. She didn't speak Korean, but we pulled it off for 6 weeks. And he said it was some of the funniest stuff we'd ever done. And he's like, now here's the kicker. I was doing a show. I think he said it was in St. Louis about 3 or 4 months before this one was recorded. And he was like, I was telling everybody about that bit. And all of a sudden somebody from the balcony yelled, "That's me," or "That was me." And he's like, Miss Sanford? She's like, yes. That wasn't the name that he used. I can't remember the name that he actually
Right. Yeah.
And then he's got this other one that's absolutely great. He's like, it was his daughters in elementary school, and they were doing like Native American studies. So they were being allowed to pick out their own Indian names. And when the teacher got to her, everybody else was picking, names, Indian sounding names. And they get to her and she's like, okay, so what's your name? My name is Chick-fil-A. Gets sent to the office and he's home. So he gets the phone call. He's like, no, I'm going for this one. And so he's like, and they're ready to send her home. And they're asking me, so what do you think about this? He said, I only have one question. Did she get the timing right? I was dying. Because he's like, in my family, it's not just about whether or not you're funny. You're only really funny if the timing's right. And I was just dying.
Right.
But anyway, sorry. I didn't mean to go off on that.
It's like the old Steve Martin joke. The only way you're going to make it in comedy is with timing. Timing.
Oh, I miss Steve Martin.
Yeah, he's still around.
Oh, I know. Him and Martin Short are still doing some Hulu show.
Yeah, Murders in the Building.
Yeah, I tried to watch it once and I couldn't really get into it. I don't know why, but I guess I should say I miss classic Steve Martin.
Yeah, when he would have his rom-com of the year. Yeah, that period when he was releasing a good or like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, which is one of the best movies ever made.
Yeah, that
one of the funniest movies ever made.
But yeah, I do it. I will admit that some of the credit card commercials that him and Martin Short do are actually kind of funny.
Oh, so we can talk about it. I can't remember if we talked about it on Manorama last night. That bit that Vincent Charles and I were doing, the straight monotone.
Yeah.
We were doing. Yeah. So that was from because Steve said he wanted to get more serious. So or at least, do the topic first. So Vincent and I decided we were going to do the serious news from LA Story, the Steve Martin movie. When
I knew that's where that was coming from. I wasn't 100% sure, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know where this is from, but I'm not going to say anything in case I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was it. So,
or
has George Plimpkin as the weatherman. 72, sunny. Next weather forecast in 5 days.
Oh man, but
That
yeah.
cracked us up. I don't know about anybody else, but we had a good time with that.
Oh no, I was dying. I muted because I was dying. I was like, I'm gonna like openly laugh on the Anyway, all right. So I forgot we do have Sean coming up after us next. So what are you watching?
I just finished the last episode of season 5 of Babylon 5. I don't know why I had so much hate for season 5. It's not that bad, though. The second to last episode is boring as fuck. They stretched out the goodbyes with everybody so long that I actually fast forwarded. I skipped the last episode. So I'm on the movie. But I'm also doing Warehouse 13. Just started the episode 1 of that. Doing my bi-yearly Warehouse 13 run.
Nice.
It's kind of funny because I didn't think of that until we were talking about what we're doing on Juxtaposition this weekend. So,
yeah. I was like, dude, there were so many different choices there. I was like, we should just turn one of those into a 2-hour episode. And then it was funny because you were like, what about this one? And I'm like, that's the one I was thinking of. So that's awesome.
Which was funny when I was talking to Jeff about, because he does the music for us when he has time. And I said, hey, if you, if you do the one for this one, think about, like Warehouse 13. And I realized I'm just watching Warehouse 13 right now. It's weird how all the synergy started that I just, fired in episode 1 last night.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't gotten back around to Warehouse 13 yet. I watched a little bit of Eureka, and then I kind of was like, once I got kind of excited because even though it's on the fast version of the Roku channel, because they have their other one now for like $2.99, you get a bunch of shit that ain't got commercials. But it didn't have that one. It didn't have that on there, so I haven't splurged for it yet. But I found Classic Knight Rider, and I've been kind of letting that play while I've been sleeping. And I have to admit, it's the best I've slept in a while. So I guess maybe childhood nostalgia is good for sleeping.
It is. But when I binged the original Battlestar Galactica a couple years ago, that's when I really broke my insomnia.
Dude, I haven't done that in a while either. I really do need to watch the classic again.
No, it isn't. It isn't good, but it's fun.
Well, it was fun at the time. Actually,
Jane Seymour.
One I really want to find again is Buck Rogers, because I haven't watched that in forever, and I want to see Aaron Gray in some tights again. So
yeah. I just wish that they didn't have that they would be forever hot if they didn't have the 80s hair, kind of like V.
Yeah,
Diana would be forever hot if it wasn't for the 80s hair.
Well, the 80s hair was hot though, so I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like 90s skirts. Those aren't really considered hot anymore either. But I'm looking at that going, I miss 90s skirts.
Yeah, you see, that's the 90s were my jam, because you had the 90s skirts and then the straight hair. So big fan of that.
Nice.
Anyway.
All right, where can folks find you, man?
Tomorrow you can find me on Culture Shift with Brad Slager with the great hair. Saturday you can find me with you on Juxtaposition, and you can find me strangely still as Ordnance Packard on Twitter. How about you? Where can people find you?
Well, you will not find me tomorrow night on Jen and Rick, because Jen is headed to Tennessee, I believe, is where she told me she was going today. So you guys are welcome to run for as long as you want tomorrow. Just don't tell Jeff I said that.
Media done right.
Oh, hang on, let me shut that up.
The SHR.
Shut Sean up. Sean, you'll get to say your words when we're ready to let you.
Okay, so we're done with that now. But yeah, so no Jen and Rick tomorrow night, so you guys can run for a little bit over if you want. Then we'll have BZ tomorrow night live. I'll be back tomorrow morning doing the Rick Robinson show, and then Friday as well, and then Friday night hopefully with Aggie Regan. Probably having to talk about the Royals, so if I sound like I'm being held hostage, you'll know why. Then Saturday night back with Front Porch Forensics, and then pushing buttons with them, and then hanging out with you as we talk cursed objects on the position, as we give you guys kind of an extended spooky month, because we're doing one just before it officially starts. All right, so that's going to do it for us, folks. We are going to get out of here. I'm just going to go ahead and jump straight over into Sean's show, because he's already started anyway. So,
all right.
We will well, actually, let me get him loaded, because I had him ready to go, but I was going to do a fancy handoff, and now I can't, because he actually started kind of on time. So, anyway, actually, early again. Go figure. All right. Bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hail Hydra.
No healing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
It's incredible that a singular incident could have such an impact on the change in the country. The amount of people that exposed themselves in the last week of just being vile, horrible human beings is astronomical to me. The amount of people that got themselves fired, talk about another one, the more famous one that I'm sure everyone is already aware of, is mind-blowing to me. But also the amount of good that has come out of it, the amount of unity, the amount of caring, the amount of sweetness, all of that has come out of it from such a horrible event has also been pretty astounding as well. I'm gonna make some adjustments here. There we go. Jersey Joe's in chat. Let me start at the top and work our way down. Before we get into topics, of course, the Phantom was first. Ricky Robinson from KLRN, where we are simulcast. Make sure you check them out as well. Thank you so much, Rick, for being here and being a friend of ours. If you're watching this on anything but YouTube, though, and you want to get into the chat room, I'm reading you and I'm putting up on screen. You can do that. Just go to YouTube, search SHR Media. You'll see the circle. We're live. You can click on it. The chat room, boom, right there. That was me proclaiming to be first, even though I wasn't. You know, it always blows my mind that it's my show. I start the chat room, and I can't ever be first, it would seem. Canada Heavy Haul, who is also first in the chat. Thank you, sir. Mission Ready Men's in the chat. Thank you so much. Unpleasant Blind Guy. Neither unpleasant, but he is blind. Thank you so much. Yeah, Cosmic Bard shows up. BZ's here. The whole Jersey Joe's here. Everybody's showing up tonight. It's going to be outstanding. Ordy's here. And of course, Ordy's always number one. Of course, always number one. It's just, there's no other way about it. Ordy is number one. You'll notice I got this awesome sign. And it says SHR Media, the Edge of Liberty. It has my logo in the middle. And I was really excited for it. And then I tested it. And the lowest setting of the light is so bright, it drowns out my entire camera. So I got to figure out a way. I know there's a way to adjust it, the amount of power that goes into it. But yeah, it was so much nice. Oh, Manitoba Farmers in the chat room. Thank you so much, Manitoba Farmer. Yes, the Phantom reminded me we're up to 620 subscribers. No reason why that number cannot go up while we're speaking. Mike Pasqua's in the chat room. Thank you, Mike. Wow, everybody's in the chat room. Thank you, guys. Everyone's living their best life. Cosmic Bard, The Lost Wanderer, whatever you want to call him. He also has a show that we're glad to be able to simulcast for him on Sunday evenings at 5 p.m. right here on SHR Media YouTube. 9-volt, he says, to adjust the light. Man, you know, and I was all excited. I got a great deal on it. It looks great. The company that did a great job. Like, it was awesome. And when I first tested the lighting on the lowest setting, I'm like, oh, that shouldn't drown it out. That should be all right. But nope. Nope. You wouldn't even be able to see me, which actually, you know what? Most of you all would probably appreciate. Yeah, please hit the like and share button. So I'm going to start off with good news, because I'll tell you something. We haven't gotten a ton of it recently. President Trump, I am pleased to inform our many USA patriots that I am designated Antifa, a sick, dangerous, radical left disaster. I love that. As a major terrorist threat organization, yes. I will also be strongly recommending that those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal standards and practices. Thank you for your attention on this matter. Look, ladies and gentlemen, I had no intention. He dumped this, 45 minutes ago, just before I went on the air, maybe a little bit longer than that. Antifa does play into the role of the Charlie Kirk assassination, and maybe not directly, But what they've done to this country and what Antifa has done, and it stands for anti-fascist, which just means pro-communist. It essentially anything that is not entirely communist, they call fascist. That's what they've wanted to do. And has never once done anything positive in this country. And I will say that from Summer of Love, BLM. I mean, just listen to some of these starting in 2017. And I'll just start in 2017. 200 arrests on Inauguration Day in Washington, D.C., Berkeley, California, also in 2017. Protesting, I believe, political commentators who were on campus, 71 arrests, 13 arrests at the Proud Boys rally, 970 total arrests citywide over protests, 74 face federal charges. Portland, Oregon, recently in 2025, you had other people arrested. And that's just the arrest log. That doesn't go through the people that weren't arrested. That doesn't go through the damage that was done. We know how many cases got kicked under Biden for the attack on the federal buildings in Portland. It's just astronomical. And their whole goal is not, look, there's a reason you don't negotiate with terrorists, and Antifa are terrorists. You either do what we say, act how we want you to act, support what we want you to support, or terror will come your way. Now, it's incredibly different how these groups are from 20 years ago, but not from, say, 50 years ago, when the leftists are in the 70s and the 60s, where the leftist groups were out of control, and you had so many militant leftist organizations. And we're going to talk about that a little bit too here, as some other militant leftist organizations that have that were using outright violence. What was it? 72, Weather Underground bombed the U.S. Capitol building. They talk about January 6th, but they don't ever bring that up, right? Antifa has attacked so many innocent people, not politicians, journalists, just citizens walking by. Never mind the amount of attacks on cops that's been done. This is a step in the right direction. And look, as I said, Antifa does not give a shit about this country, the Constitution, and the path this country is on. And this brings up my whole argument with the response of the left since the Charlie Kirk assassination. You see, there are two sides to what's going on here. Yeah, Weather Underground, there was direct pipelines to Newsom, Obama, and to LA as we speak, I believe. There's two sides to this, what's going on in this country. It's not hard. It's not a difficult thing. They want to make it so complex, and they want to make it difficult. Well, you're missing this and you're missing that. No. There are the people who accept that however imperfect we are as a nation, this is a great nation. This is a wonderful nation. Our founders knew what the hell they were doing. And this is our country the way it was designed, not how it was designed. We've gone off the rail in a lot of places, i.e. the Fed and some others. But the point is, we have a core that we are a free capitalist society where people are free to say and do what they want in their private lives. You can nobody gives a damn who you bang, really. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you're not bothering anyone, we are a great nation. There are issues, but we are a great nation. And then you have the other side of that coin, and it is the people who want to take all of those wonderful things that this country has done, focus only on the mistakes that it has made, use the wealth, the foundation, and the infrastructure to take the country and put it in a direction it was never intended to go, i.e. socialism, communism. That's what it comes down to. They use all these social pickings to enrage each side. And I'm talking about social media and the accusations. And they are now leading to more and more violence. By the way, I said, on other people's show, but you want to talk about the left's rhetoric. And they're all mad. Well, Trump's the leader and he should tone it down, which never happened under Biden. And Biden never toned down shit. As a matter of fact, he kept going. And all of his minions kept doing the same. And the same people that were doing it a week ago that are now saying the rhetoric should have been toned down are using the same rhetoric, fascists, Nazis, etc. And it all was trial and tested under the Tea Party. That's when they crossed the line from politics as usual. Yeah, it was the uniparty, but we weren't trying to murder each other. Go figure. We had some issues. And as I wrote on a really long X speech a couple days ago, that's where we turned the corner. The Democrats were so in fear of the Tea Party for the fiscal aspect alone and what they might expose, which now we see USAID and what Doge exposed, and you're like, oh. And as soon as the Tea Party started to get some prominence, they went after them. They called them Nazis. They called them terrorists. They called them fascists. They called them everything in the book. Go back and watch. Go back and read. That's where it really started. That's where it went from I appreciate what the gentleman from West Virginia said. However, I disagree, and this is why. No. Then it became, you fascists over there trying to stop us from giving money to trans newts in the middle of Botswana. You're all Nazis. You all deserve to die. We got to take to their streets. We got to get into their faces. This is war. That's what it's turned into. In a span of what? 15 years? 17 years? And once it worked with the Tea Party, once they figured it out, and they said, oh, people are emotionally responding to this. Let's run with it, kids. And you have the political climate that's here today. And I said, part of the frustration for the conservatives was at the Republicans themselves, because they laid down and they took it for years from the left. Get along to get along. We gave in constantly. Get along to get along, right? And then we had enough. And we started demanding accountability from our own side first. And we started voting different. And who we voted for was different. We started looking for the outsiders because we knew the Uniparty was just going to destroy us. And that's when they started to up the ante. And then all of a sudden, Antifa, who I know was operating in Europe for a long time, we should have known more about them, but we didn't. And in some ways, I don't give a flying fuck about Europe. And I'm not saying that to be an ass. I have seen so many people posting things about Europe and Europe and Europe. Yeah, I get it. They got a ton of problems over there. But you know what? We got a shit fuck ton of problems here too. And yeah, we have to deal with them. England is a hot mess. France is a hot mess. All these countries are a hot mess. They need to figure their shit out. I feel for the citizens over there. Don't get me wrong, but we're kind of a hot mess too right now. And we are a country who are on the precipice, I believe, of going in one direction or another. People are actually going to grow up, which, as I've said, we've seen a lot of it in social media, the youth walking away from Democrats. And now the next step is start identifying where this money's coming from for these un-American fucks that walk around our cities and claim to be Americans. You never see them with American flags on them. As much as you may not like some of the conservative groups that hang out, at least they're conservative. They're Americans. They care about this country, even if they're misguided in their approach. And I don't agree with a lot of them, right? There are a lot of groups out there I just don't jive with, but at least I know that they're trying in their own way to preserve this nation. That's not who Antifa is. That's not who Antifa was. Antifa was never about this country. Antifa was about communism, plain and simple. Antifa was about undoing who we are and becoming something that we should not be. Dave said our problems started over there. It's to a point, but we did it to ourselves. I don't believe, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that we're a one world nation. We allowed this to happen by voting for people that believed we were a one nation world, I should say. We didn't protect the homeland, plain and simple. For a long time, We did not protect the homeland. And now we're a week away from a 31-year-old speaker, political speaker, motivator, if you will, somebody who inspired and encouraged and did it with a smile and engaged with people who hated him in a polite way to try to keep discourse as the focus and not, as he said, when conversations stop, that's when the violence starts. And I think this country is starting to, I don't think we're there yet, starting to realize the importance of that. And starting to realize that, and I'm talking about the people, the politicians, the people on media. Look, the 19% that support the Democrats are the ultra leftist, progressive, socialist left, plain and simple. Right? So you're not going to change their mind. I'm talking about the average person, the person who is maybe a centrist, because they realize that in a lot of ways, Charlie Kirk was the most centrist and passive of all of us. Yeah, he spoke a lot. He said a lot of amazing and awesome, inspiring things, but he was polite. He was kind in how he did it. He was kind in how he interacted. Even if you don't like his message, how he presented it was not in a mean way. He was the polite one out of the group. And the problem is you now have to deal with the rest of us who are not going to be as polite. It's disgusting that even a week later, you still have people making false, unbelievably false claims, just incredibly false claims. You have that idiot, what was it from, he was from ABC, right? I had the clip somewhere, I can't find it, where he's reading the text messages that the Utah DA read out. And he's talking about how this really sounds like just a guy who's in love and trying to humanize him. Right? Is the same people who says, hey, for targeting congressional districts, dangerous. Yeah. No, Mike, you're right. Look, these are the same people who, when Sarah Palin said that she could see Russia from her doorstep, attacked her for it, when in fact she could see Russia from her doorstep. Like, it's not like the amount of gaslighting that the left has done to their followers. You know, you go to Jimmy Kimmel being suspended and potentially fired. It looks like he's going to be suspended. That was tonight, right? That just happened. Now, look, you had this happen on Benny's show there, on the Benny show,
to be one of the
FCC chairs, or the head of the FCC. Watch the first 2 minutes of this, and then I want to talk about the response of everybody. I said watch the first two. There we go. Now everyone's playing along.
You know, when you look at the conduct that has taken place by Jimmy Kimmel, it appears to be some of the sickest conduct possible. As you've indicated, there are, avenues here for the FCC. So there are some ways in which I need to be a little bit careful, because we could be called ultimately to be a judge on some of these claims that come up. But I don't think this is an isolated incident. I mean, you go back to Representative Swalwell, and he had a tweet out last week where he was saying that, emphasizing that Charlie Kirk's killer was a straight white male from a Republican family that voted for Donald Trump. In some quarters, there's a very concerted effort to try to lie to the American people about the nature, as you indicate, of one of the most significant, newsworthy public interest acts that we've seen in a long time. And what appears to be an action by Jimmy Kimmel to play into that narrative that this was somehow a MAGA or Republican motivated person. If that's what happened here with his conduct, that is really, really sick. And I've been very clear from the moment that I have become chairman of the FCC, I want to reinvigorate the public interest. And what people don't understand is that the broadcasters, and you've gotten this right, are entirely different than people that use other forms of communication. They have a license granted by us at the FCC, and that comes with it an obligation to operate in the public interest.
Did you hear that part? That FCC license that ABC, NBC, CBS, they all have. There's an obligation to operate in the public interest. In other words, for the better of the country, not the worst. That's not saying they can't have a difference of agreement. But when you say something so over the top, like Kimmel did, trying to blame, even though information was coming out that he was way wrong, unbelievably wrong, that's not the best interest of the American people, because you're lying. I would even argue that you're trying to incite people with that statement. He called us a MAGA gang. He didn't even call us MAGA. And I couldn't find it. I looked at all the times that he said MAGA. I've never heard of MAGA gang coming out of his mouth before. So he chose those words specifically. And the writers, the producers, all the people that are supposed to check his copy went along with it. Okay. There's a difference between saying, I haven't seen enough information to believe that this was politically left motivated, however lying that may be, and people aren't being honest with themselves because they're so emotionally caught into, I have to hold on to this on the left really, really hard. I have to carry the torch because that's what's expected out of me. That they can't be even momentarily honest about anything until it's proven beyond anything that they're wrong, and then they just ignore it and move on. That's not in the best interest of the country. And when you're operating on an FCC license, you have to follow rules. Now, all of that being said, there was no violation issued by the FCC as the time that Kimmel was fired. Now, people are going to point to this comment. It's coming up here in a second.
We can get into some ways that we've been trying to reinvigorate the public interest and some changes that we've seen. But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or, there's going to be additional work for the FCC ahead.
That was not, and they're trying to say, oh, he was threatening him. He's threatening ABC. I mean, he's not, it's the government shutting down Jimmy Kimmel. Or do those writers, yeah, going through the chat. Sorry, guys, I'm ranting tonight. That wasn't a threat to ABC. That wasn't silencing Jimmy Kimmel. What that's saying was, you need to make sure that while your people can say things, that it's not insightful, that it's not wrong, that it is not and by wrong, I mean criminal, right? Everyone saw the Pam Bondi, the other thing where she's talking about hate speech and blah, 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 blah. And she's wrong. People can say hate speech all they want in their private lives. But when you're in the public domain, right? The people that either are operating X or Facebook or the network that you're on or the job that you work at may not like what you say and hold you accountable. That doesn't mean you can't say it. It just means that they don't have to employ you after you say it. Plain and simple. They don't have to. They're not mandated to. And those in the military who are saying things that got fired or getting fired or whatever, you had even less rights. And anybody who is in the military knows that. This speech from the FCC chair here is not a threat. It is a reality. Hey, look, this happened. We're going to look into it and make sure that there was no violation of their federal license that we require them to have and they pay us for, and there are rules and stipulations. Just like your driver's license, you can't drive drunk in any state in the union. It's not allowed. And if you get pulled over and there's a slight hint of alcohol in your breath, guess what? They're probably going to do FSTs to determine whether or not you are intoxicated. And then if you are, then you're going to be handcuffed and arrested and charged, right? That's the way it works. And there'll be breath tests and they'll draw your blood, whatever. But what he was saying is, we're going to look into this to see if there was a violation, because this was so egregious and it shocked the conscience of the people watching and America in general, that we just want to make sure that it's done right. Now, if everyone says, oh, that was the big threat, look, let's be honest about a couple things. Jersey Joe says, being reported that Erica Kirk has filed a lawsuit against ABC. Good. I hope so. But as I was saying, Not even in Arkansas. When you work for, and BZ brought up Joy Reid. Yeah, they got rid of Joy Reid. They didn't get rid of Joy Reid because her numbers were awesome and they just didn't have anywhere to fit her. They got rid of her because the same way they get rid of everyone else. You're not making enough money for the organization. You're not worth the effort and the struggle, right? So we're going to get rid of you. I said on X, and I fully believe that ABC found their out. I don't think Kimmel's up for his contract 25-26 at the end of the season. $15 million a year on a show that some reports say they break even, some reports say they lose money, right? So ABC went, this is a great opportunity for us to unload this salary. It's almost like when you see professional sports team, one of their players acts a fool and they cut them, right? They find that clause in the contract and cut them to save the money. Because like, no, this isn't worth our time, effort, and money. A lot of people are saying, oh, this was a threat. Look, ABC, like all of these other networks, has a fleet of fucking lawyers that knows the FCC rules inside and out. If they, and I'm sure a lot of them used to work at the FCC, if we're being entirely honest, we know how that grift goes. If they did not think that Kimmel violated anything in the FCC and he was worth keeping around because he made enough money, he would still have a job. Plain and simple. When you get into these organizations, you realize most of their stuff is to mitigate lawsuits because that's what costs them the most money. Look, ABC paid out in Stephanopoulos. A lot of people say, well, they should have fought it. They wouldn't have made it past discovery. Okay, but their team of 100 lawyers said, we're probably going to be fucked if we don't sit here and pay this out. So we're going to pay it out. The same thing just happened here. You see, if you ever do any sort of risk analysis, and I know there's a whole chart out there, I can't remember the name of, high risk versus high reward, low risk, low reward. And I know BZ is going to throw it out here in the chat room in about 18 seconds. I can't remember what it is. But that is what the lawyers at ABC did with Jimmy Kimmel. They looked at the risk versus the reward. The risk is very high. The reward is very low. Why would you keep him around? Right? And you got to remember too, Kimmel was suspended back in 2014 when he was talking about, I think it was Detroit versus LA. And if LA wins, Detroit's going to burn. He said something like, oh, it's not worth burning or something like that. And he got suspended for it. The same type of thing where he said something that was so egregious that the network turned around and said, yeah, you're going to take a couple days off and think about what you did. Gordon Graham. Yeah, the Gordon Graham chart, right? Anyone who does risk analysis has used that in one fashion or another. And that's what happened here. Oh, you want to talk about the liberals who forced firings? Jersey Joe was asking about Eric Bolling back in the day on Fox News. That's the beginning. I mean, you really look at how many people look at the Me Too movement. How many careers did that end? Right, wrong, or indifferent, right? The difference is, with cancel culture, they were digging up stuff that was said 20 years ago. And then they were turning around and they were digging up stuff. Well, time and place was different 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. I tell everyone, you don't think so? Look up on Saturday Night Live on YouTube, look up Richard Pryor, Chevy Chase, the janitor. That aired live on TV. Right? But now that wouldn't fly. Blazing Saddles and the other ones. We've talked about this all the time. But that's what cancel culture did. Cancel culture went back in people's times and held them accountable for something that at the time was not a shock or wasn't harmful. And then what they did is they demanded people be fired. And places did it. And you know what? As much as I hated cancel culture on the idea that you're going to go back 25 years and ruin somebody's life, I never said that these places of business couldn't fire people. I know they can. You're an at-will employee in almost every state, and even the ones that you're not, it's easy to fire. California, you're an at-will state. It's really, really hard to fire somebody and not win a judgment for unemployment. You know why? because even though you're at will, just about anything, any reason whatsoever, the judge is going to give you unemployment. So, yeah, that's another one. Paula Dean, right? We can go down the list. And some were kids that didn't know any better. Mission Ready Men, thank you, sir, for saying that. I agree. Jersey Joe with the Paula Dean comment. Again, yeah, it was just a different time and a different place. But this was in the now. This wasn't Jimmy Kimmel in blackface on the Man Show, which he never got canceled for. He had to give a fake apology. I'm really sorry I did that, guys. But he didn't get canceled. Why? Because he's a useful idiot for the left. He was 100% on the good guy squad now. So they were okay with it. They made him bend the knee a little bit. And it was a funny bit back in the day. Nobody was offended. He was making fun of Karl Malone. And it wasn't towards all people who are black. It was towards Karl Malone specifically, right? And it was just a goofy, silly bit. But they canceled him. Or they didn't cancel him, but they canceled everybody else. And you'll notice it's funny because, yeah, Justin Trudeau got away with blackface. What's her name on The View got away with it, right? Because they're useful idiots. They're part of the okay crowd. The communists approved them, so they protected them. What Jimmy Kimmel said this week was nothing like that. It was a direct scumbag, horrible statement at worst, or at best. And at worst, it could have been insightful, right? What happens now if some leftist kills another conservative and you see that clip saved somewhere in their phone? Do you turn around and say, well, Jimmy Kimmel incited that because he said they were a MAGA gang? What do we know about gangs? Gangs are bad, and that triggered this kid. And I'm not saying Joy Behar, thank you, that's her name. I try not to think about her. I'm not saying that's a real life occurrence, but it's something you have to think about. But they don't think about it. They'll never think about it. It's never going to be what's important, because what's important to them is to have us all at each other's throats 24/7. And then you have
despicable, disgusting.
Their spin on this, that this is somehow a fascist thing and that they're taking away First Amendment rights. And this is how they start with the press and blah, 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 blah. But then you have people like this idiot who says this.
Your reaction to this?
It is outrageous. It's a page right out of Xi's playbook.
Communist, Xi.
This is just despicable, disgusting, and against democratic values.
Against democratic values. So thinking about what he just said, lying about who assassinated Charlie Kirk and blaming the MAGA gang is against democratic values. That's firing them, holding them accountable, I should say, for saying that. That's against democratic values. Not what he said going against democratic values, where you're blaming over half the country for something that you know that wasn't true. No. Being held accountable goes against democratic values. But please, you wrinkled old fuck, continue.
Trump and his allies seem to want to shut down speech that they don't like to hear. That is not what democracies do.
That's so funny that Chuck would say that. It's amazing to me that Chuck would say that, because how many J6ers didn't get a chance to speak? How many of them were held for an extended period of time and did not have a trial? That wasn't where were you against that? How are you only against anything that happens, and how are you only for free speech and due process and all these things that are actually in the Constitution when it's fucking convenient for you? And it's simple. They don't give a fuck about it. They only give a fuck about the outrage. That's what this whole speech is.
That is what autocracies do. And it doesn't matter whether you agree with Kimmel or not. He has the right to free speech. And so it is just outrageous. It is indicative of autocracy. And I am just outraged by it. Again, this is what dictators do. This is what Xi would do. This is what Putin would do. We are not that country.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. We need to stop the rhetoric. You can disagree with the firing. You can even blame the FCC without dropping all the key phrases, but they can't fucking help themselves. They cannot correct the course. It's amazing to me that you have an opportunity, and this is how fucking jaded they are in their brain. You have an opportunity to go out right now and say, look, I disagree with what the FCC chair said. That's fair. I also don't think that ABC should have fired them, but they're a private business and I can't control that. Okay. I think what Jimmy Kimmel said was horrible and he shouldn't have said it. Okay. You can make all three of those points without calling Xi, Putin, autocracies, dictatorships, but they can't, and they're not going to. The politicians and the talking heads aren't. And then as we're talking about this and all like the violence that's being encouraged by the left, there are other stories who they just completely get skipped over and they act like none of this ever happened. Here's this one. There it is. This is Amaya Akenaman, who was charged with terrorism and mass shooting event by electronic device, and she was arrested. She was arrested because she went online and threatened to do a mass shooting at a Charlie Kirk vigil. Right? This was posted 4 hours ago. They're still not correcting their course, and that's still happening. Amy Curtis, now at Red State, who used to be over with our friends at KLRN, she pointed out a few years ago, New York Post was banned from social media for accurately reporting about Hunter Biden's laptop. Donald Trump was kicked off Facebook and Twitter. And might I add, nobody responded. Nobody responded. Well, 2 years before you had a prelim talk about J6, yeah. Jersey Joe, is it okay for President Biden to force restriction of free speech on social media? Absolutely. The FBI was directly involved with social media. Unpleasant Blind Guy, Democrats have values like Dracula is a vegetarian. Yes, absolutely. And I also want to point out, too, we talk about free speech and freedom of the press and all this other stuff. Under Obama, sorry, not O'Biden, even though that's kind of funny. Under Obama, there was a plan that got nixed because people found out about it and lost their shit for the FCC to implement a monitor in every newsroom in the country to monitor what was going to be said over the FCC airwaves, approve and disapprove stories. Now, they figured it out all by themselves, how to make sure that out of 90% of the newsrooms in this country, leftist bullshit flows out like a tsunami of leftist diarrhea. But that was the plan to start that. And then they were like, well, we'll just get people in there we'll just get people hired and then we'll just have them do it and it'll be fine. Which is why media is how it is today. There's no objectionable reporting outside of a handful of people anymore. Hardly any at the big news outlets. And no matter what, it's going to get worse before it gets better. ABC station across the U.S., by the way, and a good news, and I know I missed my break, and I probably just won't take one tonight. This is good news. Sinclair will be airing, Sinclair TV, who has a lot of ABC stations, will be airing Charlie Kirk tribute during Jimmy Kimmel's spot Friday night, which I think is classy and it's nice. And it's a good way to say, hey, we didn't approve of that. So it's going to get worse, folks, from the leadership and from the left. And the people who have microphones. And you go on social media, and by the way, if you go on TikTok, the amount of foreign bot accounts that are just repeating these lies are astronomical and unbelievable. And somebody called me a fascist earlier when I said ABC can fire who they want. And I just laughed at that because I'm like, no, ABC can fire. That doesn't make me a fascist. That's a reality. They can fire who they want. David Portnoy from Barstool says, with Kimmel getting canned, I've seen lots of people talking about the hypocrisy of cancel culture. To me, cancel culture is when people go out of their way to dig up old tweets, videos, or etc., looking for dirt on somebody they don't like in an effort to get them fired. Like if Kimmel got canceled for shit he did on the Man Show, that would be cancel culture. But when says something that has a ton of people find offensive, rude, dumb, real time, and then that person is punished. But that is not cancel culture. Those are the consequences of your actions. I couldn't have said it any more clear. So there's another huge story. So we all heard, and I don't even have my. We all heard the charges being brought against the suspect, and I don't want to say his name, in the Charlie Kirk assassination. We heard the text messages back and forth, the ones that ABC fawned over because it was like some sort of Romeo and Romeo story or whatever. And then SK Double Dub on X, who I follow, got together with Data Republican, and they started going into some of the organizations, the gay, queer, armed queers of SLC, and a couple other ones, and started digging up on them because I'm sure at some point there's going to be a connection. Hasn't been announced yet, but it's really early. And I want you to look up Data Republic on X, SK Double Dub as well. I want you to go over and look them up on X and look at what they've unearthed about the armed queer Salt Lake City chapter. It's absolutely incredible. I'm going to read some of it to you. The State Department and UN ties to armed queers SLC leader is now confirmed. First credit to SK Double Dub for the crucial tip. Please follow. Armed queers SLC is under investigation for possible foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's step one. So they had some idea, or at least they believe they had some idea that it was going to happen. Their leader, Maya Fanayan, and I may have gotten the name wrong, was recognized by the State Department affiliate NGO Utah Global Diplomacy as a recipient of the 7 for 17 award in advancing UN 17 goals. Utah Global Democracy has since scrubbed her presence from their websites, unknown when this purge happened. Moving on. This is what pops up, and she shows you the scrubbing. She does a really good job of going into these websites and finding the archives and stuff like that. And she was an organizer for the Armed Queer Salt Lake City chapter. The protest, this is a quote from one of their sites. The protest was put on by Students for Democratic Society in response to presentation organized by the Young Americans for Freedom, a right-wing student organization with Turning Point. The entrance was guarded by at least 10 cops with several more waiting inside the building and allowed. And this is for another event, not the day of the shooting, I believe. The current anti-trans movement will not be is not about protecting women and children. The right's current fixation for attacking and exterminating the LGBT community is a scapegoat to distract from the public of what's really going on around us, said student organizer Adrian Romero. Armaya Fanayan, an organizer with the Armed Queers of Salt Lake, stated the struggle for queer and trans liberation is far from over and is a struggle that cannot be stopped by the state. It can be not stopped by the university, and it certainly cannot be stopped by right-wing events and organization. Today we fight for trans rights so that tomorrow we can stand with trans power. So she is heavily involved. And then she starts breaking down the 990 forms, which are the forms to register with the State Department, and she starts breaking down the amount of money that was being sent and where this money was come from. And then she finds out through all of this that this Fanayan was in Cuba working with the the Castro administration or the Cuban government about organizing, right? So now you have and they were giving money to her apparently. So now you have a foreign entity involved. And it goes on and on. And if you go through and you read all of this, she even, like I said, articulates what's scrubbed from the web now and what's still out there. There's pictures of this girl, this Fanayan girl. I don't know if it is a girl or not, but with what's her name there? Pocahontas, right on stage with her at an event. This woman, this Fanayan person, who's tied into the Democrats enormously. They're getting money from the UN and the State Department enormously. So when you look at Trump's declaration of Antifa today, and we all know Antifa and the trans community work hand in hand, Antifa is the violent arm of all of these leftist organizations. It may not be organized. They may not have cards. They may not go through meetings, but they are the violent arm. They're the brown shirts for the leftist organizations like this, right? You've seen it. You know it. I'm not making this up. There's thousands of hours of video of it. And the question's going to be how these two infiltrate each other and how they work together. And where's that money coming from? And where's that money going to? And who is trained and who don't trained? You know, if Act Blue is a big one. Yes, I absolutely agree that Act Blue is a big one, but there are a million other ones out there as well that, you know, I don't want to get so super hyper focused on one organization or another. We need to find all of them. And by declaring Antifa a terrorist organization, this now gives the government a chance to start tracking where the money is coming from. Because I'll tell you right now, even though they don't have cards and meetings, like people, the left is still trying to act like Antifa doesn't even exist. That's absolutely the funniest thing in the world to me. Oh, you know, they're not really an organization, and Antifa is not really a thing. Jerry Nadler was seen saying that, and a bunch of others have as well. When the reality of the fact is, you don't get 200 people to show up at a protest on a Tuesday at 9 a.m. with an hour's notice and not have organizational skills. You don't do that without funding. If it's not a real group, why have other countries banned them? Yeah, no, it's a good question. Yeah, and look, Unpleasant Blind Guy. Yeah, Act Blue does fund a lot of this. Act Blue is not necessarily the funding; they're the laundering portion of it. They're the ones who get the funding and then give it out, right? So yeah, they're involved, but there's money that goes into them on the back end that we need to figure out. And a lot of people saying Soros, Open Society. Yep, 100%. All of those are organizations that need to be looked at. Antifa is just an idea. If Antifa is just an idea, then I only weigh 270 pounds, 260 pounds now, because the scale says so. It's not that I really weigh it. It's just that I believe I weigh that much, right? That's how that's going to work. It's just all fictional. No, and that's the sad part. And they're going to protect Antifa because they're the useful idiots. I said that before. So many people encouraged Antifa, sometimes just through silence, sometimes actively. The amount of money that went to these organizations. Look, we've walked back so much funding that have gone to protests that Antifa should be a crapshoot. And I'm not going to lie when I say that. Like, it should be so easy to start breaking down who's involved, who's funding. And look, the minions, yeah, they need to go to jail, but we have identified a bunch of them because they get arrested all the time, even if they don't get prosecuted. So they're booked and they're seen. The leadership, the ones who are organizing this, and where that money is coming from. And I bet my ass a lot of that money is coming from countries that people would be shocked by. Why would Iran, oh, by the way, the Phasian person is Iranian by birth, why would Iran be funding, say, a group that's about queer rights or queer gun rights? Well, because if you want to sow division and you want a country being torn apart slowly and you want to have everybody at the throats, it's an investment they're worth, and they don't care. But they're like a lot of other these countries. They don't care about the people that they send out to do the work. They just care about the end result. Right? Why would Cuba be involved? Well, it's a communist nation. All of these fucking super leftist groups are communist sympathizers, lovers, and wannabes. They really think they can go to Cuba in the last 10 years and think this is the way forward. This is the path that we all should be going down. It's frightening. It shows you how brainwashed our children are and our youth are. It's incredible. So follow that story. I don't want to out their entire story because I don't want to take it from them like that. I don't like doing that. I've already seen another couple people try to pimp this as their own. And I hate that. I absolutely hate when people do that. I think it's just the weakest approach. I'm sharing it. I'm teasing it because I've read through it all. And I think it's worth people understanding. And I think you're going to see more about it. Yeah, it could be Qatar as well. A lot of countries. I think more of this is going to come to the light. And one of the reasons why I appreciate what Data Republican is doing is because if the FBI or DNI director of national intelligence or whatever starts outing all of this stuff, saying, hey, this is why Antifa is scary as fuck and they're a problem, everyone's going to say, oh, well, you're just a right winger and this is fascism and you're just trying to shut down these freedom, blah, 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 blah. When you have individuals like Data Republican and other people, including some on KLRN, and here, when we're outing this or finding stuff or giving out ideas, it's great that it's out before the government gets a hold of it, so they can't just say the government did this. BZ, he's the Boston bastard, harsh and judgmental are baked in. Yeah, a little bit, Ricky. I appreciate that. That's very, very nice of you to say. Orty did say Qatar, Ordnance Packard. Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't coming from so-called even more friendly countries. The money trail for domestic terrorism, international Gordian Knot. I think I said that properly. From Unpleasant Blind Guy in the chat. How the hell am I number one? Rick, I don't know who you're responding to, but look, when I think you, I think like you're more like number two. Oh, and the true number one, the Phantom pipes in and says hello. So I got a couple of the stories to wrap up with. I did not intend on spending all of that time. There was a horrific story of a warrant being served in Pennsylvania, where 5 police officers were shot. 3 are in stable condition. 2 others, I believe, have perished, unfortunately. But one of the things in that story, and I actually found this doing a little research through ChatGPT, and they pulled it up out of a local newspaper that said it is the Mexican consulate is being brought there to the scene. So that's something that I think we should definitely pay attention to, because that's a little odd. We've already seen a numerous amount of illegals recently be arrested for different murders all over the country and DUIs. Speaking of illegals, Homeland Security launches Operation Midway Blitz to arrest illegals across Chicago and the surrounding areas. That's been going out of control in a good way. There was that incident late last week where a suspect ran over an ICE agent, and that was sad and horrible, but it was also I just got what's going on in chat. But this is also why it's unbelievably needed. So in chat, this is why you guys are all jumping back and forth. In chat, for those of you who don't know and you're listening and you're wondering what I'm laughing about, when you go to chat on YouTube, there's 3 places, first, second, and third place, that you can get little crowns for being the most active chat, and you get points per session or whatever. And as I'm reading through chat and I'm trying to pay attention to what I'm trying to cover, I see Rick and the Phantom and BZ all going back and forth saying first. No, now I'm first. Now I'm first. How are you first? And that's why I made the comment about Ricky always being number 2, right, in the chat. I just realized they're commenting to fight to get the crown to be first place. Oh, man. And now, unfortunately, I have to go from that. Oh, God, that's so funny. I have to go to that to this and an update on the story I was just talking about out of Pennsylvania, where a 3rd police officer apparently has perished. So it's 3 cops shot and killed, and that's just absolutely tragic. Yeah. Oh, gosh. I hate having to, throwing an update like that up when you're trying to, kind of be upbeat and have a good time is really, really difficult to do. For those who didn't see, Cash Patel was in front of both the Senate and the House, and all the typical idiots on the left did typical idiot on the left things, and Cash lit them up pretty good. And look, I don't think Cash is on the chopping block. There's a lot of things I wish he could do differently, but I do think that Pam Bondi is not long for this world politically. I think she's on her way out of a job real soon, and I'll be interested to see how Cash and Dan operate even after that. I have a feeling that has weighed into a lot of things that was going on. Also, this story did not get a lot of coverage, and this was from last week. 2 men were arrested, both from Pakistan, I believe, for planting an incendiary device or a bomb under a Fox News van that was covering the Charlie Kirk story in Utah. The device did not go off, fortunately, and nobody was injured. But they were both Pakistani. I don't know if they're citizens now. Who tried to blow up a news van, and I believe it was a Fox News van, in Utah. So I'll tell you, and somebody said to me today, "What the hell is going on in Utah?" And I'll be honest, I don't know. It's crazy to me because I spend a lot of time in Utah. People that know me know why. When you go there, you don't see any signs of this in Utah. Salt Lake City has some like super crunchy areas, liberal areas, but you go through Orem and Provo and all these other cities. Yeah, there's some hippiness there. There's some leftists there, but it's not. It's a state where it seems like a lot of shit's happening under the radar. And somebody brought up to me today because the left, when they were talking about the suspect living down in St. George, Utah, or just outside St. George, they turned around and they said, what are the odds of a gay man living with his trans boyfriend in St. George, Utah? Well, just what was it, 2 years ago? There was a trans kid that killed his parents in St. George, Utah, murdered them both. So I would say the odds are much better than people are thinking. Utah is known for Mormonism. Yeah, you go to Utah and you see the Mormon churches all over the place. But the reality is there's a lot more people than just Mormons in Utah. And it's definitely, I have a feeling a lot more craziness is going to come out of Utah than you think. You remember in Salt Lake City, when they had the No Kings rally back, what was it, in August? They had a leftist shoot somebody else at that event. So Salt Lake City's got some weird shit going on. Talked about Scott Jennings. I know I only got 3 minutes left. Just annihilating and absolutely verbally annihilating Montel Williams. Montel tried to go the same route as the ABC journalist, saying that there's more love here than there's anything else. And here's this kid who is just in love with somebody else, and he saw them hurting and he wanted to do something about it. Again, trying to humanize the inhuman and soften an assassination. And Scott Jennings absolutely unloaded on all of them. Started reading the text messages. And even the host, and I can never remember her name, that the night show that Scott Jennings on, even the host kind of agreed with them, which is very rare and few and far between. But it shows you even on not everybody can be like, yeah, we can't just run with this ridiculousness now. Like the left is going to have to at some point just turn around and say, all right, this kid was a leftist, and they're not going to own the responsibility of creating this, but at least they're going to have to turn around and say, okay, this kid was a leftist, so we're going to have to own this and move on. And we're not going to try to pivot left and right and talk about a love story that is just completely not even it's insulting. It's gruesome. And why of all people would CNN drag Montel fucking Williams out of mothballs? Abby Phillips, that's her name. Yeah, even Abby Phillips was just kind of like, I can't really argue with you. To her credit. But why would you drag Montel Williams, who is another person whose whole career was made talking about how, I'm married to a midget and she's sleeping with my mailman who's also Bigfoot type shows, right? Why would you drag him out? He ran a clown show for years, exposing insane, ridiculous relationships and all that, and you're going to drag him out to talk about this suspect and his relationship with the dude who's transitioned to be a woman. So you brought out a clown host. You must think that that's a clown situation. Is that what you're saying by having him on? Because there's no other reason. Montel's not some great investigative political mind. Montel Williams is not like some neuroscientist that can talk about anything like that. No, you dragged him out there and put him on for a reason. Because you're trying to get all those people that sit at home all day and watch those sort of programs on your side. And it's absolutely ridiculous. Of all the people, I was just like, was Sally Jesse Raphael not working that day? Was she tied up? What's the deal? You're going to bring Montel. It's just absolutely fucking these news organizations. I don't know how they get any sort of advertisement anymore. Yeah, I used to. I back in the day, Montel was the shit. I'll give him credit, but that's not what his career turned out to be. You know, I tell everyone too is remember, Oprah was the same person, right? She was another one who my neighbor is in love with, Loch Ness monster type thing before she became the Oprah that she is now, right? These people all just did what they did and said what they said to get paid, and they didn't give a shit how ridiculous it was. Donahue was the same way. Ricky Lake, Ricky Lake to discuss the Fed. Seriously, this isn't serious. That's not a serious person. Lastly, before we go, I'm already late. But if you don't follow King Randall the First and his actual YouTube X's New Emerging King, this gentleman, I want to talk about him earlier because he gets a lot of hate. He's a black dude who goes into communities, oftentimes with kids that have like no fathers, and he has these unbelievable programs where he teaches them how to be young gentlemen. He teaches them how to fix things, how to have confidence in themselves, how to interact in public, how to wear a suit and go to nice events, how to have self-respect. And I've been following him for years on YouTube and stuff like that. He's an awesome guy. Just teaching kids who nobody ever showed them, hey, this is how you change brakes in a car. This is how you be self-sufficient. This is how you act in a way where people will respect you. And the amount of hate he gets is unbelievable. And he posted this one today. And I'm one of those people that when you're having a really shitty week, I go seeking out good stories and I go and look at people I know are good people to kind of boost my spirits. And he posted this to his ex. I'll read it for you. He said, "How long do you plan?" This is the person who was bitching at him. "How long do you plan on whitewashing our children?" And he responded, "What exactly are they being whitewashed with?" And their only response is, "I just asked a quick, simple question, cuh. How long are you going to whitewash our kids?" He's like, "I just asked a simple question too, cuh. What are being whitewashed? What are these kids being whitewashed with?" And then he said some words that I won't repeat, but he was mad that you're turning them into mini conservatives, which kills me is that this person who is very, very upset that he's teaching these kids accountability and he's teaching these kids self-respect and self-reliance and how to behave in a way that gets them respect and articulate their differences. He's just, I mean, this guy is just fantastic. I really love what he does. I have actually reached out to him for an interview. I'm hoping to get it at some point. But the fact that this person is calling it whitewashing at the end, said you're going to turn them into little conservatives, tells you how a lot of people in this country see the conservative movement. That if you're self-sufficient, that if you can take care of yourself, that you present yourself in a respectful manner, that if you can change your own brakes, that if you can change your own toilets, all the stuff that he's teaching them, and then you can put on a suit and go to a nice event and have a nice dinner and be respectful and be polite and open doors and say sir and ma'am and all that stuff. That's whitewashing them? That's absolutely crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. I know I went over. I appreciate it. Hey, please check out all the other shows on SHR Media Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. You have BZ's Berserk, Bobcat Saloon, Tuesday and Thursday mornings, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon on the East Coast. You have the Mission Ready Men Show with Big E. Friday evenings. Monday and Fridays, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 on the East Coast. You have the Reaver Common Sense, who I think is getting a little bit closer to his return, and we're very, very thankful for that. Of course, Sundays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 on the East Coast. You have the Lost Wanderers Show, the Cosmic Bard, whichever name you want to call him. They're always fantastic, and they were always planned 3 years ago. So please check them out. And then while you're doing that, go look up our friends over at KLR. And you heard some of them in the chat room tonight. Ornis Packer, Ricky was in there. Cosmic Bard was in there. Great shows. Great, awesome people over there. Front Porch Forensics is just a show I listen to all the time. You got to check them out, please. I will be back Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your night.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
How can we not talk about family when family's all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side. And now you're gonna be with me for the last one.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous. Woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good man tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us. The system is failing us. But good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up. I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men try to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us. The system is failing us, but good men die for the things that they say. And I can't just be quiet. So I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
You're listening to Late Night Radio on the SHR Media Network. Caution, there will be mature themes explored and potentially adult language used. If conservatarian words, phrases, certain concepts, or rhetoric offends you, tune out now.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
I'm climbing through the chaos, got the truth in my pack. Leftist lies and globalists, I'm pushing them back. From the saloon to the airwaves, I'm spitting it raw. Constitution's my compass, liberty's law. Big guns creeping, shadows on the land. Feds with the schemes trying to bind up my hands. But I'm the Sherpa, guiding through the storm. Red, white, and blue, yeah, freedom's reborn. They spin their tails, but I see through the haze. Media maggots, lost in the maze. I'm calling it out, no fear in my soul. This patriot's fire ain't losing control. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising. This judge is twisted, trying to steal our rights, but I'm locked and loaded, got them in my sights. From J6 to the border, they're selling us out. I'm screaming from the mountain, hear my rainbow shout. They mock the flag, but I'm holding it high. Stars and stripes forever under God's open sky. No globalist chains gonna cage this land. I'm the Sherpa with the truth in my hand. They push their agenda, but I'm breaking the mold. Their promises empty, their hearts ice cold. Chicago's bleeding, borders torn apart. I'm fighting for the people with the warrior's heart. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Storms, I've walked the line, 41 years, badge on the grind, now I'm on the air, my voice like a blade, cutting through the lies that the traitors made. Hurricanes rage, but we're standing tall, sheriffs of the Constitution answering the call. From the saloon to the heart of the fray, we're taking back America, no more delay. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight, torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. stand for the truth, won't matter the game. Come and remember my name. Static, hear my voice resound. Conservative Sherpa, freedom's battleground. Berserk Bobcat rules will never kneel. For God and country, this fight is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show, where I am broadcasting from North Idaho in an actual free state. I am this guy. I am your conservative Sherpa. Wait, do I have a banner for that? Well, I bet I do. I guide you through the insidious maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, tyranny, and betrayal. That are me. It's only me. I almost didn't have a show tonight. And the reason for that is because my internet was kind of messing up, shall we say. And it's one of those things where you have to quench the fire, put it out, see if you can stoke it again, plug some things in, unplug some things over here. And about, a half hour before the show, I was thinking, God, I'm going to have to put out something indicating that, sorry, kids, no show tonight. And it came back. Things were able to work, which is a wonderful thing. I need to tell you what you're about to hear for the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if I have enough material. I think I probably do. Consists of my opinion and my opinion only. The other thing is that I was considering not doing this show because I was wondering, how long can you talk about a particular topic before people start to get tired of it? And I was hoping and counting on the fact that you're not tired of it yet. I'm not tired of it yet. All the things that customarily apply to the show, they are through here. UBG is in chat. Mike Pasqua is in chat. Mission Ready Men is in chat. Phantom is in chat. By the way, I attended, and I will refer to this later, Mission Ready Men's show this morning. And that was a wonderful thing to do. Now, I am not being carried live right now at KLRN. There will be a reblast of this tomorrow night. And I'm conflicted in a whole bunch of different ways. Do I do the show that I want to do? Or do I, and I decided immediately, no, don't even ask that question. Don't even ask the question. I will be honest, there's going to be a lot of from the heart kind of honesty here tonight. And then I'm going to have a lot of videos, as you would expect, and a lot of articles. And the theme of the show tonight is the consequences commence. And the tears have started to fall. I've already, as anyone who is on social media, if you're a conservative at this point, how many times have you already had to make some kind of an argument with a leftist or a Democrat or an individual of that nature? I have come up with a solution for that, which I will tell you about a little bit later. But like I say, I'm as conflicted today now, today being Tuesday, September the 16th, the year of our Lord 2025. I'm as conflicted today, almost an entire week after the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. I'm conflicted. I'm not. I'm conflicted. I'm not. Yeah, I am. No, I'm not. So the thing that I haven't said, admitted, I perhaps this needs to come out and I need to expunge myself in terms of an admission. Okay, I knew of Charlie Kirk. I had watched his videos now and then. And my first thoughts were, it's like, this dude is whip smart. He thinks on his feet like few others, and he can speak extemporaneously like few other people can. And the dude seems to have kind of an eidetic memory. That is almost a photographic memory of facts, information. If you noticed, his brain in many videos is working so fast that sometimes his mouth can't keep up with it all. But then following that Wednesday, I came to know a bunch of things about Charlie Kirk that call me an ignorant moron, whatever you wish. Don't call me late for dinner. But there were a ton of things that I absolutely did not know. I did not know that he had not been to college. I did not know that he was the proverbial autodidact like me in my earlier years. I was a crap student, but I learned about history in high school because I went through every history book in my high school library, and it was a great and voluminous library. I had no idea, for example, that he was 6'5". I had no idea that he had an absolutely immense following, bigger than immense. And then, bigger than that. In fact, it looked to me like maybe he couldn't have had that big a following because the videos I'd watched looked like no matter where he went, he was despised no matter where he went. So I thought, okay, so he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's kind of a one-trick pony, but okay, I guess I get that. And further, okay, I had heard of Turning Point USA. I'd seen some of their posts and, I'd seen some of it on TV. But I admit, I had never made the connection between Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. Seriously, I'm being honest, I had no idea. And I'm also sufficiently honest to admit that for me, everything changed after 11:20 a.m. last Wednesday, September 10th. And it all changed for a guy that I had predominantly known nothing about until I did. And then I kind of discovered what kind of a man that Charlie Kirk was. So since last week, my views have vacillated all over. And it's been kind of hellish to rein in my emotions, whatever they were. I think they're now kind of starting to come into perspective and into place. And as I first asked, what was that last Thursday night in the show? How is it possible for you to hold a civil conversation and hold a civil society when Democrats and leftists say they simply want a conversation? Sure, let's converse. And then they try to cancel you and censor you or kill you for doing just what they ask. And I've concluded, absent some kind of weird deus ex machina, where these days, who knows what the hell is waiting in the wings, that there truly is no being able to communicate in any kind of a meaningful way or sense with the insane. And I think I've said it before in words similar to this, Senator. These evil fucks are insane. I don't think there's any way of getting around that. I also concluded then and now that this is fundamentally a matter of good versus evil. It gets down to that being the truth. I've said a whole bunch of times, I create these shows for me, and if for no other reason than to archive what's been happening out there, and that if other people enjoy it, the material, that's great. But I initially started the show for me, and I continue the show for me, and I use this as an archive and a repository for what's going on during the temper of the time. So this show is no different, okay? And like I said, first I was measured, and then I wasn't. And then I was completely into, damn it, I want to see veins between people's teeth mode. Maybe not so much, because I heard last night or the night before, there was a dude on TV and things, he kind of helped to put things into perspective a little bit, which is weird, because I heard an explanation by a guy named Terry Schappert, Schappert. Look him up on the internet. He's a veteran of the 82nd Airborne Special Forces, an operator who's been deployed in at least like 4 operations, and he continues to serve in the Army National Guard. Dude was a Green Beret. And I guess I'm pretty sure that he has all the brain theater modes to show about that as well. And one of the things that he was saying, where the hell was this? Might have been in Gutfeld, either last night or the night before, one of the two. He had Terry Schappert on. And Schappert said, you know what? We are not really in a civil war. We are not even really close to a civil war. And he mentioned, and I thought this was a really interesting and a good perspective. He said that his guys had spent their entire lives dealing with what he called high quality violence. And I don't doubt that for a second. And we're the guys, he was saying, we're the guys who are telling you we don't want to do violence. And said, continuing on, Terry Schappert said, you know, we have to politically and economically absolutely smash them, meaning Democrats and leftists, push them to the side of society and go live your life. Say what you want. Well, we got to make sure that they have no juice in running our lives at any point, at any time. Well, of course, you would know that I had a little tete-a-tete earlier today or yesterday with a leftist, and I will read you what I said and what that weird ass thing said. So I'm rethinking things a little bit. I came up with a new BZ axiom. My new policy is, if I feel sufficiently motivated, I will give one response to a leftist, and then done. I'm done. Because, as I said before, there's no damn arguing with the insane. There is no damn arguing with the insane, or in a number of cases, altogether too many, the criminally insane. So, of course, a leftist had to engage me, where I said on X that it was a phrase that Dan Bongino had used a number of times. I used to listen to his show when I could. And he said, cutesy time is over. So she or he or whatever the hell it was said, was J6 part of cutesy time? Was the people found guilty for trying to kidnap Governor Whitmer, or the person who killed Democrat Speaker of the House in Minnesota and her husband, who also shot another Democrat lawmaker and his wife, a part of this cutesy time? And so, as far as BZ was concerned, it was like a leftist, and like they've done before any number of times, it's like they went, open that door, I'm fucking walking through it, and here we go. You know, so I couldn't leave that door open and unaddressed. So basically what I said is FBI entrapment is going to be what will be adjudged because of the thing with Whitmer, and it'll be overturned on appeal. So J6 protests, in which a few dumbasses went inside the Capitol for 2 hours, was stupid. Past gates and doors opened, however, by the U.S. Capitol Police, which resulted in 0 deaths, except for one unarmed white female shot by a moron USCP officer disciplined prior for lack of firearm safety. you also conveniently managed to omit the entire year of 2020, in which 25 plus, estimated up to 35 plus people were killed. Multiple cities were looted, ransacked, razed to the damn ground. 10,000 plus officers injured in all of this. Businesses lost, burned, arson, riots, destruction of government and personal property, easily over $2 billion worth of damage done over that period of time due to the the fentanyl OD of a black thug by police acting in accordance at that time to the general orders under which they were held. Huh. But I also said, you know what? You and I are absolutely unconvincible. I respond, here's what I do, and this is my policy now. I respond to leftist once, and truly, I feel zero interest in bipartisanship or compromise with Democrats and leftists. And so I said to he, she, it, them, they, this is your once. You are blessed by my even responding. God still loves you. I don't. Oddly enough, here was the response. And I hope you guys are sitting down right now, because this is going to shock you. The reply that I received was it was an ad hominem attack. Not a word, not one word, naturally, to refute what it was that I'd written. Damn me. So, also on, again, I think it was Gutfeld. Besides Terry Shepard, this Army Green Beret dude, there was a comedian on who I'd never heard of this guy before, ever. The guy's name was Dave Landau. And once he said this, I rewound the TiVo thing, and he said, I never thought I'd see a day where I'd have to say murder is bad. What side are you on? And then, like a buzzsaw, he honed in. And he said, this is a sect, a cohort of kids and people who've been poisoned by 6 years on the internet. You look at their age, they went during that time from like 12 to 18. All they've been raised on is online, Reddit, and being told what to do. There's not one original thought. They've killed their reproductive organs. They all have shitty tattoos, ugly haircuts, septum earrings, and they are all carbon copies of themselves. And they all believe the same thing, the exact same thing. It's the death of art, and it's the death of culture. And I thought, if I don't tell everybody tonight about what he said, I mean, this dude, for a comedian, yeah, that wasn't funny at all. That was spot damn on, is what that was. So, like I normally do on Tuesdays, I schedule myself to get up early in the morning, early for me. Okay. I listened to 2 podcasts this morning, the ones I customarily attend on Tuesday. And what I do, I listen to their podcasts on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because generally what I'm doing is I'm attempting to assemble my show for later that night. And it was first Rick Robinson from KLRN, and then Earl Jackson from Mission Ready Men. They are both reverent men. They are both Christians, and they are first to admit they are infinitely better men than I will ever be. And I have to say, I thought I've called myself a Christian at times, and I wear a cross to kind of try to remind myself of this. And occasionally, I still vacillate back and forth. I'm not so sure anymore, because my thoughts are not the kind of thoughts customarily aligned with Christendom. I have really tried to bring myself back. You have not yet heard me scream. And there have been any number of podcasters who have done exactly that. And for an excellent reason. Excellent reason. So I said this last week, picked up, by a few other souls, and I still wonder, now that I've gotten to know Charlie Kirk more in death than in life, which is just bizarre to me. I said, how is it that God can take a Charlie Kirk, a 31-year-old guy, an actual Christian? I described him as he's a whip smart guy, arguing on behalf of pretty much everything that is good in life. How can God take such an enormous soul and leave a piece of trash like me behind? Because that confused me, and that confused Rick Robinson. I've been the first to say any number of times, I'm not a good man. I admit it openly. Here I am, 75 years old, 76 next month. Frequently a rotten bastard, unforgiving, a sinner, and I still breathe air. So my mind flashed to this. I better wrap it up because I got a break coming. My mind flashed to this. After Charlie Kirk, I think the logical question to ask is, okay, after Charlie Kirk, who's next? I may have that answer when I come back. Anyway, I'm BZ. Thanks for being here tonight. I grandly appreciate your attendance. And let's do this.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Mission log. Intrigue. I mean, let's face it, who's even counting anymore? The Lost Wanderer is officially off course, chasing rogue rocket launches, fringe science, and things that probably violate causality. If it burns fuel, bends time, or makes scientists very uncomfortable, yeah, I'm probably going to talk about it. Every other Sunday on KLRN Radio, The Lost Wanderer, because space doesn't come with a roadmap, and honestly, I wouldn't follow if it did.
Hello, I'm Matt, a student at Hillsdale College. Here's Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the continuing relevance of the Constitution.
Many argue today that the Constitution is outdated because it addresses problems peculiar to the 18th century. Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism, so common today, is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
Hey fellas, are you mission ready? You need to check out Mission Ready Men via Earl Big E Jackson on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Central, and noon Eastern. It's a show that equips you to navigate our society's challenges from a biblical perspective with courage and conviction. Tune into Mission Ready Men as we examine our culture through the prism of biblical truths, teachings, and how to apply them in our daily lives. Prepare to step up, stand out, and step into your role as a man as ordained by God. That's Mission Ready Men, hosted by Earl Jackson on the SHR Media Network. And get mission ready.
Want to make an immediate difference in the life of a critically ill child? You have the ability to do that right now. Make a donation to Dream Makers for Life, the organization that restores dreams to seriously ill children and their families. You can sponsor a dream pack for a child, which contains a clear PVC backpack, a dry erase board adventure coloring book, a journal, and dry erase markers to inspire a critically ill child to envision a future adventure and hope. Want to become a dream maker for life yourself? Go to dreamforlife.org. That's dreamforlife.org. Help a child. Help a family. There is always hope.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. The first half hour is gone. Tonight, the topic essentially is Charlie Kirk. I agonized over this. Do people really want to hear more stuff about Charlie Kirk? Moreover, do people want to hear anything about me weighing in on Charlie Kirk when I admitted I didn't know the guy? I only got to know him following his passing. But I said, basically, leftists are insane. Now, I want to play something for you, and I'm being really honest. I'm being weirdly honest tonight. I'm going to play a video. It's not that long, maybe a minute and a half, something like that. And it's unusual. And at the conclusion of this, hell, halfway through it, I started to get some serious allergies, which is why when I play it, I'm going to take myself off the screen. This was an astounding tribute that I did not see coming at all. And it's abso-damn-lutely incredible. I didn't see that coming. I didn't see a haka from the Maore coming. I don't know. That sucker tweaked my soul. And before the break, well, first, let me catch up with some of the comments right here. Ricky Robinson is in chat. Comic Artist is responding. And if you're referring to the video, shit, yes, that was awesome. Incredible. And I also have another video at the very end that I'm going to play for everybody that I'm pretty sure that nobody has seen again. And the one that I played last Thursday night and wrapped things up with was pretty amazing. I'm going to play that one again because, well, who could know about those things? The tributes came in from places I had never anticipated. Before the break, I said, you know what? Who's next on the list? And I thought, God, don't say it. Just don't say it. Because we're at the point in the United States these days where it's like some of the things that we talk about and say become almost self-realizing. And as I said before in the first half hour, I really didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. I only began to understand a little bit about him after his passing. And so the odd thing is, I knew more about Scott Presler than Charlie Kirk. I knew Scott Presler was pretty much single-handedly responsible for turning the entire swing state of Pennsylvania over to Donald Trump, because that was expected to go the other way. That was expected to go blue. It had been in the past. So instead, Scott Presler, as far as I can tell, essentially almost single-handedly pushed Pennsylvania over for Donald John Trump, OMB, Orange Man Bad, the guy with the dead orange cat on his head. And then, like I said, Charlie Kirk had never really been in my sphere. I knew more about Scott Pressler. What I didn't know, and what I subsequently discovered, is how Charlie Kirk may have been responsible for turning the election for President Trump entirely. And so I shake my head almost a week later, 6 days later. I'm still wrestling with all this in my brain. I fluctuate up and down. Charlie Kirk was a guy. This is all he did. He spoke. He said words. He attacked nobody. He raised his hand to no one. Yet, because there were frequently no cogent counter arguments to what he was saying, to his position, he was subjected to numerous threats and physical attacks, and now an outright political assassination because he said words. So, logical thinking human beings have to say, okay, well, somebody else is next. Does anyone think that this shit is going to stop here, now, today? I'm going to play you some disgusting videos because I'm going to archive and immure these things. If not for you, then for me. And by the way, if for whatever reason you see a video or you see an article and you want to know, hey, where'd that come from? What's, I don't believe BZ, so let's see the receipts. At the end of this show on my Rumble channel on BZ's Saloon, you can go back there and you can see I list all the receipts. I put up the show links. Anything that you see here tonight, you can find there later on my show links. And so I looked long and hard to try to find a video that I was going to play about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. And so if you guys happen to come across this, can you ship it to me? Okay. And no, because no better was this displayed than in a video I planned to use on the show, but it's gone. It vanished. I don't know where. So like I say, if you guys find it, ship it to me somehow on social media or whatnot. Best, maybe on X. Okay. This was a guy, maybe you'll remember it. This is a guy wearing a billboard on the street, might have been a college campus. Don't know. With some kind of a conservative message. And a thin chick comes over in the video from the right and begins to argue with him. Okay. She loses the argument. She knows it. She realizes it. So the next thing she does is physically attack him. And then the video ends. So what happened to Charlie Kirk is the exact same damn thing, only with the largest, worst scale possible. Do I think that if she'd had a gun, she would have shot him? It's not entirely impossible. We've seen it before and we'll see it again. It's absolutely true. And that's why I go back to one of my consistent themes is these people are insane. They don't care about you. They don't care about kids. They don't care about families. They don't care about anything. Just violence. Which is why I say they're just like muzzies. Conform, you infidel, or we'll kill you. It's as simple as that. I can't craft it or frame it any more fundamentally than that. That said, however, what I concluded is, you know what? I got no damn problem calling balls and strikes in the good versus evil venue. And I go back to this. I've seen evil. In my 41 plus years in law enforcement, I've seen it, I've heard it, I've smelled it, I've booked it, I've arrested it. Evil exists. I've looked it in the face hundreds and hundreds of times. It shot at me 4 times, tried numerous times to kill me. I even killed it once. So I am quite intimately familiar with good versus evil. So I can only conclude these days that lines have to be drawn. We have to draw lines. They absolutely have to be drawn. And I don't believe, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, I don't think we can ever go back. We can never go back. That's one thing of which I'm fairly certain. This nation is never going back to basically its innocence or its ignorance, except on one side of the aisle, so to speak, and some other people that sadly are on the Republican side of the aisle. Because now with technology, you can tune in to evil and watch it work on live TV and the internet. And I submit to you tonight, there is no shoving that fucking Satan back in the bottle ever again. Not going to happen. Not at least while I'm alive, perhaps not even while you guys are alive. Just in the past 3 years, comic artist is here also, thank you, and Sean Lewis is here from Edge of Liberty, thank you. So I made a list of this is a partial list that I could figure stuff out, and no, I didn't go to ChatGPT because mostly I don't know how to work all that stuff like you guys do. So this is some of the stuff that I could find in terms of politically motivated violence. June 2022, I'm going to have to look at it. It's written over here and I'm going to have to read it. June 2022, an armed suspect at Justice Brett Kavanaugh's house. Then July 2022, then New York Representative Lee Zeldin was attacked at a rally. October 2022, Paul Pelosi was attacked by a guy with a hammer in his own house. That's a story in and of itself. February 2022, Louisville, or as they say in Kentucky, Louisville, mayoral candidate Craig Greenberg was shot by Quintez Brown. Because it's important to leftists, I'll delineate this. Brown was black, Greenberg was white. Are you happy now? I mentioned race. Brown received 17 years. July 2024, Trump assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania by a 20-year-old dude named Thomas Crooks. And still a lot of that doesn't pass, really, the smell test with regard to that. September 2024, the second Trump assassination attempt in Florida by a guy named Ryan Ruth, whatever the fuck, I don't care. 59, the guy is currently on trial, and he's a nutball. Luckily, he's not going for the nutball. I don't think he's going for the nutball shindig on that. Well, maybe you guys can tell me. Then here's another one. This was extremely conclusive because it occurred again today in reference to this guy. So December 2024, last year, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson was shot and killed in New York City by a guy named Luigi Mangione, who was 27. Well, today, it turns out that a black-robed, leftist, anarchist piece of shit judge decided to take the terror and the first-degree murder off the table. I've said this on any number of occasions. How do you get first degree? You get first degree murder with malice aforethought. How do you prove malice aforethought? You prove it with planning, with detail, that sort of thing. The exact same thing that's going to be slapped onto Tyler, whatever the hell, because his name is immaterial. But this judge took it off the table, even though it's clear and obvious to any clear, free-thinking individual that Mangione planned incredibly long and hard, had to make sure that he was in the right spot at the right time to walk up behind the guy and shoot him in the head, who never saw it coming, who never knew it coming. It was coming. Then, if you remember, there was early 2025, the continuous series of protests and arsons and fireworks and all that kind of crap in the anti-Doge and the Tesla protests. Okay. Then March 2025, the firebombing of the New Mexico GOP headquarters. I can't imagine why anybody did that. April 2025, and the leftists and the Democrats are still lying about this. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's home was firebombed by a pro-Palestinian leftist. Oh no, BZ, he was a guy on the right. Bull I'm trying to be so much better. Sometimes I'm failing, sometimes not so much. Then what else did we have in May 2025 this year? Capitol Jewish Museum shooting. That shooting occurred, killing Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, both Jews. I can't possibly envision what that motivation may have been. Do you? Can you? No. No, of course not. Let me consider and continue with my notes here of all the violent shit. June 2025, Minnesota Speaker Emerita Hortman and her husband Mark Hortman were shot in their home by Vance Bolter, whatever, a Democrat. Oh, no, BZ. No, he was a Trumper. Again, bull. June 2025, Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette were shot in their house by Bolter, a Democrat. June 2025, attempted kidnapping of Memphis Mayor Paul Young by Trenton Abston, 25. And because color is so important to you, leftists, he was black. August 2025, the Minneapolis Catholic Church shooting in which two children, were killed as the shooter shot into a plate glass window, 21 injured by a tranny. Great. And then September 10th, Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So I come from a long history of leftists and leftist violence. See, in my time, in 1970s copdom, leftists were the political purveyors of all that crap, like, remember these lovely groups? How about SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, SLA, the Symbionese Liberation Army, the BLA, Black Liberation Army, the Weather Underground, the Black Panthers. They were all predominantly in the Bay Area while I was in Sacramento. I can remember SAC PD going, and I was on the outskirts waiting to see if we needed to come in, to who was arresting a Black Panther in downtown Sacramento because the guy was found on a roof. And roof. That's what my dog says. And I grew up at the time because I wanted to work for SFPD. Jesus, before I came to my senses. Bay Area police stations were firebombed during this time. And before you moved your car, when our cars were not underground, our cars were outside, you'd check underneath and in the wheel wells to make sure that you didn't have something what we could now call an IED shoved under or taped to the wheel well or taped to the chassis. And that's the kind of crap that I grew up on as a baby cop. So what we know about this version of evil techno 2.0, is that Democrats, leftists, and the American media maggots can ill afford to grant. They are not going to grant or exceed a molecule, one molecule of responsibility. They can grant no win, no compromise, even as with regards to the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, a civilian, a citizen, a man of faith. See, because if they were to budge an inch, a half inch on that just one thin mint, they realize that the entire narrative would be subject to cracking, just the slightest crack. And they will never allow that to occur. So they have to fight everything all the time. Sounds like an Eagles song, but it's true. This was political terrorism, with the intent being to lay two bodies in the ground, President Trump and Charlie Kirk. So what's the definition, the legal definition of terrorism that the judge decided to take off the table? Because what Mangione did was the fucking definition of terrorism. The unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. It can't get more clear and obvious than that. And yet a leftist judge took that off the table because he could. So, you have to ask yourself logically, I'm sure, aren't you, that there's more of this crap just waiting in the wings. And that's not even taking into account the rest of the domestic threats that we've been looking at for some time and that we're facing right now currently and will be facing in the future, like from illegal invaders to Muslims to the takeovers of cities. And one of the major purposes of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, because I think this kid said in some of the emails and whatnot that, yeah, he was saying bad things and he couldn't be allowed to speak any longer. So I took him out. But the purpose of assassinating Charlie Kirk was to chill the pushback, to kill free speech, to limit its reach, to keep conservatives from having the courage to continue to speak out uncensored by leftists in opposition to leftist doctrine and propaganda, and to push people indoors. Okay. Well, no, Ben Shapiro said he's going to go out and he's going to take the mantle and he will continue to do shit outdoors. Okay, that's Ben Shapiro. Guess what? That's also occurring. I've heard two significant podcasters and conservatives on podcasts and shows specifically say they won't be doing live shows anymore. Hey, mission accomplished. One of them is Dana Lash. I can't remember the name of the other one right now, but I saw it yesterday. The other thing that I want to mention before I get into the videos and some of the indicators that leftists are insane, because, I mean, who would need proof of that? The time to draw lines is here. And the time to draw lines is everywhere. Everywhere. And most deaf in churches. Those people behind the pulpit in their sermons. So if your church leader, whoever he is, isn't willing to call balls and strikes in the fight of good versus evil, then it's time to depopulate your church. This isn't the time for cowards and simps and wimps. It's the time to draw lines. It isn't the time for cowardice at all. You need to get the congregants in that church, and you all know who they are and where they are and to which churches they apply. You need to get those congregants to get out. Leave. Find a new place. Leave that one to go ahead and rot of its own accord from within, because the disease is inside and it's behind that pulpit. Okay. I'm going to get to some, I swear I'm going to get to some articles and videos, because, the consequences are in fact commencing, and it's kind of like a woohoo kind of thing. I recently wrote, and I'm going to mention it again here, especially with regard to me, is the prime directive for most people, particularly us old asshores, is that we just want to be left alone. Okay. We want it simpler. We want it quieter. You go do your stupid shit over there. Okay. Way over there. Yeah. Over that hill, over that rise. Yeah. Further, until I can't see your stupid ass anymore. But now, after you've tried to not just badmouth us, label us, lock us up, but kill us, kill our kids, kill our grandkids, be advised, you just may be able to entice us to play those reindeer games. Maybe. I don't know yet. I'll go with Shepard for right now. But if we decide to play, and it comes to that point, I should care to remind people that we're old. That means we're cranky. That means we're in pain. And guaranteed, we're not going to be playing by the Queen, the Marquess of Queensberry rules, or the Geneva Convention, for that matter. As I said on another post, I think it was last week, I said, You know, I could be Charlie Kirk. You actually ended up killing the nicest one of us. So I could be Charlie Kirk, but come near me and I could be John Wick. You'll never know. And now, okay, so let us away with the rest of the show, in which I illustrate with, I hope, great clarity, using some of the finest American-made charts and graphs and letters and reports and articles and all sorts. The fact that I don't have to make any of this stuff up, it's right here for everybody to see. And I want to put this up right now because this is where we're starting. How do you reason with anyone, not just this individual? How do you reason with anybody who has that kind of a mindset? If you're a man who has a relationship with a trans woman, you are in a heterosexual relationship. How? That's where we're supposed to begin the conversation. Like that. That's where we start. You can't argue with an idiot or the insane.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
In a world where leftists are running out of metal for the safety pins of their soothing red diapers, one man stands alone, attempting to fundamentally change America, one leftist diaper at a time. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, is guiding you through the maelstrom of Democrat leftists and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Listen to BZ Saloon on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, and 11 p.m. Eastern on the SHR Media YouTube channel, Twitch, KLRN, Rumble, and X at BZ Saloon. It's one great late-night conservatarian talk radio show. Be there. Aloha.
Hello, friends. You have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
It's Sean from the Edge of Liberty. Just like the Bidens, I too am moving. Only in my case, it's days and times. That's right. You can now find the Edge of Liberty Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern, and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific and 11 Eastern on the SHR Media Network. Join me as we talk politics, news, alcohol, fun, not so much fun, clowns, small kittens, large kittens, dogs, amoebas, and anything else that just pops into my mind while I'm on the air. That is Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, on YouTube, X, KLRN Radio, Facebook, Twitch, and anywhere else a good podcast is found. Please check out our website, shrmedia.com. I will see you live on the air.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic women who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence, as do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. It's the beginning of hour 2. Speaking of hour 2, it's 9:04 p.m. on the far left coast. I'm not on the far left coast anymore. I'm in Idaho. As I first said when I first got here, I'm living in Idaho. I'm living in N-O-F-E, Idaho. And that's where I be. Shit. So thanks to everybody for being here tonight and for watching, and also for watching later in podcast. KLRN has a whole bunch of stuff that it's playing right now, but with luck and another wooden nickel, KLRN will deign to be able to give me a reheat, so to speak, tomorrow night. So always make sure that you watch KLRN. As a matter of fact, watch KLRN and all the good SHR media shows that you are notorious for following. Before we hit on the break, I mentioned this. How do you reason with somebody like that? And the answer is, well, you damn well can't. How do you reason with somebody like this? There's a podcaster out there named Destiny, whose real name apparently is Stephen Vanille. And he's calling for conservatives to be killed. So specifically that they will be afraid to attend events or speak out. Wow, didn't see that coming, did I? And I'm torn. I was torn. Like I say, if I call myself a Christian, I'm a bad Christian. This guy was not. And I was doing my very level best not to make a comparison. But I thought, okay, well, it's my show. I get to do it if I want to. You know, and then you have to think of all about everything that happened to this girl in Charlottesville. That was complete. All the air and the oxygen was completely pulled out. And yet that's where she is. And I tried not to go here, but I can't help but wonder. Do we put Charlie Kirk in this category? Or am I just a nut job? Well, I hope I'm not. I hope I'm not a nut job. And there are consequences that are coming. Here's a Florida sheriff who's saying what everybody in law enforcement should be saying, but they're not. And I have some egregious examples of people that do not belong in law enforcement.
I'm very thankful for my family members as you look around, because peacefully gathering and safety and security is number one. I sit back and think about yesterday's events, and it sickens me. It sickens me. This is not about what party you are for. This is not about being a Republican, a Democrat. This is about being a human being. This is about a life, human life, and how much evil there is in the world that we combat every single day. There's no place and no room for that violence, not in politics, not in anywhere. I sit here with a heavy heart. I look around and I say, you know what? I'm so blessed to be with so many amazing people that get together, especially, today being 9/11, and I'm from New York, and losing so many of my friends. And
that's what a real law enforcement officer should be saying. But did we have that all along the line? No, we didn't. I'll get to that in just a moment. And this is, well, I'll just let him speak for himself. Charlie Kirk was killed because he spoke.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it. You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down.
Okay, stop right there. Jeremy Hansen asks in chat, am I the only guy that keeps going through emotional mood swings since Charlie Kirk was assassinated? That was my entire first half hour. No, you are not. I didn't see this coming. I didn't know Charlie Kirk. I only knew him after death. I hope I'm a better man for it. But even trying to assemble the show tonight, I'm just up and down. So no. You're not the only one, Jeremy.
This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie.
We know why. We know most of the reasons why. You're going to have to turn, some people have decided not to play this. I'm going to play the whole damn thing. It's about 4 minutes because you need to hear it. But this is the only one that I could find that had any halfway decent volume. And on your end, I'm just going to pre-warn you, I've got the volume up as far as I can push it over here. I'm going to look over here. Yes, I have the volume up as far as I can push it. You need to hear this. Greg Gutfeld, Jessica Tarloff. What the hell?
Yes, we don't need it. What is interesting here is why is only this happening on the left and not the right? That's all we need to know.
What about
There's absolutely no cognitive.
What about Melissa Hortman that we just talked
you want to talk about Melissa Hortman? Did you know her name before it happened? None of us did. None of us were spending every single day talking about Mrs. Hortman. I never heard of her until after she died.
She doesn't matter?
Don't play that bullshit
Jesus.
with me. You know what I'm saying is there was no demonization, amplification about that woman before she died. It was a specific crime against her by somebody who knew her. The same. Now you could bring up Josh Shapiro, but then you will not bring up, for example, that was a pro-Palestine person. So don't use your. What about this? The fact of the matter is the both sides argument not only doesn't fly. We don't care.
Thank you.
We don't care about your both sides argument. That shit is dead. For one thing, there is no cognitive dissonance on our side. On your side, your beliefs do not match reality. So you're coming up with these rationalizations like, what about this? Or what about that? We're not doing that because we saw it happen. We saw a young, bright man assassinated, and we know who did it. We are not coming up with rationalizations. We are calm. We are honest and we are resolute. We're not defensive. And I understand the defensiveness. I understand why people are saying, what about this? And what about this? Because if you have to face the underlying fact to this, your life is going to fall apart because you're going to realize you're not the good guys. If you sat around and you defended the mutilation of children, you're not the good guys. If you sat 600, 700 cases of harassment against Republicans, and you said, but what about this? What about this? And then you see this murder after calling somebody a fascist, you realize maybe I'm not the good guy. That is a hell of a realization to deal with. So therefore, you have to grasp at rationalizations. You don't have to do that, Jessica. They do. I don't believe you're part of that group, but why the hell do you have to mimic and echo that crap to us? He was a patsy. That guy was a patsy. He was under the hypnotic spell of a direct-to-consumer nihilism, the trans cult, and you know that. If you can decide that biology is false, you can agree that murder is okay and that humanity is expendable. How you cannot see that?
See, if you buy off on part of it, you're going to buy off on the rest of it. And that's the absolute corruptive nature of Democrats and leftists.
Alone and see that for what the evil it is without having to attach all of these other things is beyond me.
I just want to be clear. I want to let people speak. I in no way intended at all to minimize what happened to Charlie.
Okay, today my jurisdiction ends here because I cannot stand the sight of her. I cannot stand to hear her voice. But I wanted to make sure that you saw and heard what it was that Greg Gutfeld said. And Greg could get away with it because he's one of the biggest moneymakers on Fox News right now. He's kicking the ass of all the late night hosts at this point, one of whom is already gone. The other two, I believe, will not be here, I posit, by the way of 2026. Here's something interesting also. Leftists still rule a roost in terms of, hey, remember Charlie Kirk Murders .com or .org? Well, they took that down. Then there was another one, the Charlie Kirk Data Foundation. Here it is. Guess what isn't here anymore? That's right. This site can't be reached. Check to see if there's a typo in charliekirkdata.org. Funny thing is, no, there is no typo. That's how shit works these days. Here's the other thing that I can remember distinctly. Just a few days ago, arguing with another leftist, and he said, I alleged this, and I think I used Breitbart initially. And he said, ha ha, Breitbart, what a laughing crap. You're nothing but, where's your terrible. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, lived with a transgender partner. So how many of us said at the point, I'll take trannies for 500, wink, stick up your hands? I kind of saw that coming, but I wasn't sure. Let's go back to the chat. They killed 2 kids in a school. Yes, absolutely so. And yes, Gutfeld was, in fact, the takedown was glorious. The palate cleanse we all need. Oh, hell yeah. Then there was the old man. Sean brings an interesting point up. I don't have the time to bring up the article right now, but you guys can look at it. And if I remember at the conclusion of the show, I'll put that article up because I'll go back and look at the link in the show and I'll put it up on Rumble. This is what I was trying to get to. Tarloff isn't awful. Now, I call them insane leftist white chicks. There's no real good acronym for that. You know, awful is a hell of a lot better. Angry white female liberal. And so I think I'm caught up on that stuff. Let's go here. But I don't know if you guys were aware of this. You know, Have we been seeing a trend, BZ? Yes, we've been seeing a trend. What the hell is going on in Utah? You guys remember this? Mia Bailey, which is a guy. It's not a chick. It's a dude with a dick. Slayed his parents last year and was arrested in St. George, just minutes from Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson, home with his tranny boyfriend. Well, Tyler and that unit, that guy, I don't know how to quantify those things other than they are two sick fucks. And per se, tranny units are the largest, most dangerous contingent of leftists on this planet per capita. There's just a wee bit of them, and almost all of those shit sticks are violent. Oh, BZ, that's such a terrible thing to say. Well, it happens to be the truth. Then there's this. Could you guys have done that? I'm the first to admit, I don't have kids. I've told you that story. My nards got de-resed years ago. Matt Robinson, Charlie Kirk's, the father of the kid, turned him in. If you're a dad, could you have done that? And I know a lot of dads who have already said, because I keep my ears open, I could never do that. How could you do that to your son? He's your flesh. Okay. Well, further, what about that? What about this? Could you have done this? This is amazing. Tyler Robinson's father rejects $1 million support for his son and gives everything to Charlie Kirk's family. Holy crap. Now I know what kind of a father that is. And that's absolutely what a sterling individual. Whiskey Dale is in chat. Thank you very much for being here. And Mission Ready Men, yeah. If you have a good father, that's what happens. And that's Jersey Joe. That's the question right there. How could a son have done that to his family? The guy's as stand up as it gets. He'd have beat me to the point, would have gone in the cell next to me. The dad also turned down a $100,000 reward from the FBI. Absolutely astounding. You want to see astounding? You want to hear astounding? You want to see and smell what astounding sounds like? Listen.
We have seen an alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect.
Okay, let me stop right here. Inside Baseball. I had to watch this video 4 times before I was sufficiently desensitized that I wouldn't go 210 over 190. This is the 5th time now that I've watched this video so that I can keep just sort of a sinister Mayan, M-I-E-N, or mean, and let it drop at that point. Continue.
Roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who is transitioning calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case.
But see, that's not what this guy believes. This guy believes that the real victim here is the shooter. He's the victim. How? This is where we are in 2025 with regard to the American media maggots. I want to make sure that I get this attribution correct. I think I do. If I'm wrong, somebody will let me know in chat. But I'm pretty sure that it was Earl Big E Jackson who said any number of times on Mission Ready Men, you can't hate the media enough. Bingo. I mean, even that deserves this. You can't hate the American media maggots enough, because that's who they are. Let us continue. Oh, wait. How can I not have included this guy? What a wonderful human being.
None of these MAGA influencers who claim to be so concerned about political violence actually care, because not one of them spoke about Melissa Hortman and her husband.
Neither did you, Harry. You didn't post about it.
Thank you.
Not a single time on the day it happened, nor the 2 weeks after. You were dead silent about this for almost a month. So what the fuck are you talking about? You had no problem in your video talking about how Benny Johnson didn't talk about it. Even though he did, you accused Nick Sorter of not talking about it. You accused me of not talking about it. You went after Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro. And the whole time, you didn't talk about it. You didn't even fucking mention it. In fact, the only time you did bring up anything to do with Melissa Hortman was on June 27th and June 28th, where you didn't post about her murder. No, you made posts congratulating Joe Biden for going to her funeral. Like, think about that, Harry. The first time you ever posted about Melissa Hortman was not only 2 weeks after she was murdered, but you didn't even talk about her or her husband. You just talked about how amazing it was that Biden was at her funeral. Brother, you have to realize that if you're going to accuse people of doing something, make sure you didn't do it yourself first.
Thank you. Again, American media maggots, Democrats, leftists, etc. I'm still kind of sort of getting to the good part. The unbelievable part. So leftists, in their infinite wisdom, because this is all they do, all Democrats and leftists know how to do is annihilate. Said it before, we'll continue to say, Democrats and leftists destroy everything they touch. A good Nazi is a dead Nazi. And you can all say along with me, yeah, of course, disgusting and vile, because that's their nature. Here's Charlie Kirk's nature. It's way up at the top. And for those of you who are just listening in podcast and you're not watching, I'll read it for you. This is from Charlie Kirk, November 27th, 2016. Prescience. Anyone. You can tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies. Huh, Charlie Kirk? And then there's this. Okay. I had to read this story. It took, I'll admit, I got 3 more minutes before the bottom of the hour break. I may be going into overtime. Some of you may be here for it. Some of you may not. I'm going to be here for it, for me. This show took me all late last night and all of today to put together. If for no other reason than I had to vent, I had to read these things, and I'm sure when you do a presentation, you professionally or to other people, sometimes you have to read things so many times. You know, it's called cold reading. Radio has cold reading, and ideally, you shouldn't be doing cold reading. Well, I couldn't afford to cold read this stuff. I had to read all of these things that I set up in this order chronologically to make sure that I didn't go off the deep end. This is kind of unusual for me because sometimes I cold read things, not as much as I shouldn't cold read things. I do some, but I had to read everything that was in here. I had to read every article that was in here. I had to go through the videos. And the next story that I'm going to put up is a story that I had to read numerous times. It comes from, Earl Jackson was in law enforcement. Sean Lewis was in law enforcement. Rick may be still here or maybe not. He was in law enforcement. I was in law enforcement for a long time. And still these days when I see stories like this, I keep thinking, where do you find these negative assholes like this? How can you be a Secret Service agent? How can you keep employing people like this? How did you not see this person doing a background? This person doesn't belong anywhere near a firearm, but wait, it only gets worse, right? Because then there's this story. Is this law enforcement? Well, yes. As a matter of fact, GOP erupts on Democrat running for attorney general in a red state over profanity-laced Charlie Kirk post. Okay. Well, read that again. A Democrat running to be the top law enforcement Did I just say a Bastin? Law. I can't do that. A Democrat running to be the top law enforcement officer in the state of Ohio is facing backlash. There's a shock for a series of social media posts disparaging Charlie Kirk in the days after the conservative activist was assassinated. And here's the quote for the person running for attorney general. No bias. Fuck Charlie Kirk, said Elliot Foran, Forhan, if you want to send him love letters. Ohio Democrat candidate for attorney general. Where do we find people like this? It's almost as if we go out of their way to find them. Now, this is where the consequences begin to commence. Am I going to talk about the consequences? No, you know what? Let's take a break.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Listen in to the Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a show equipped for bombast. Tune in Mondays and Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and 6 p.m. Pacific, featuring a refreshing dose of reality. Jersey Joe fearlessly tackles the tough topics with no nonsense. Just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com, where you can hear the Reaver of Common Sense in action. He may not always be polite. He may not always be refined. But one thing's for sure. He always tells it like it is.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing. They're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com. 7armors.com. Faithful, vigilant, steadfast, passion.
Are you looking for bold and honest conversation about the issues shaping America? Well, let me welcome you to Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen. where we take you beyond the headlines. We dive into politics and culture, and struggles of everyday life. It's raw, real, and unfiltered. If you're ready for truth with a punch, pull up a chair and join us. That's right, Unleashed 101, where real talk feels like home. Find us at Unleashed101.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and more. We look forward to seeing you. Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. It's the final half hour of the show. Thanks to everyone for being here as long as they could. Greatly appreciated. This is another show where I kind of get to vent. And like some of the people in the chat room were saying, I agonized over this, and I thought, do people really want another Charlie Kirk show? And I had to say to myself, you know what? I can't depend on that. I want another Charlie Kirk show. I need to get this out. I need to vent. I need to try to make some kind of a reconciliation. I need to try to understand for myself what the hell happened to an individual that I didn't know and only began to understand what a good person he was later after his political assassination. It was no more than that. It was a political assassination. Plus, you know, I asked in the first hour, how did those kids get to the point where they were? So I think Wuhan 19 ended up creating the generation that now rightly asks Gen Z and the other generations that are involved in that, why did you sacrifice all of us, kids, students, the young, your children, lock us up, keep us out of reach, out of schools, away from each other, no social interactions whatsoever, keep us from developing socially, from being kids, from being curious, from seeking, from reaching out? You did that. You affirmatively decided to sacrifice us, who were the very least at risk, for the elderly, who are obviously most at risk. That's me. And I wasn't going to lock myself out of that. Yet people did. You screwed over your kids. So you affirmatively, you Democrats, leftists, you made the clear choice and affirmative decision to sacrifice your future for your past. See, and those truths are out now. That's one of any number of doors that you've opened, and you can't shut that shit now. That Pandora's box was opened. That lid is up. All sorts of things are flying out. And then you assassinate in front of the kids, in front of us, the generation, the mind that was at least attempting to lead us out of all of this insanity, this Democrat and leftist insanity, this darkness. And so I posit the results are coming. Let the consequences come in. It's an awakening. Speaking of awakening, here's this. I think this person got an awakening. Apparently, this has no sound, which is okay. Because this guy got thumped with immediate consequences by attempting to vandalize a Charlie Kirk memorial. BZ, you shouldn't be saying this. You shouldn't be saying this. More of that. Consequences. That is the one thing that this country does not have and needs to have almost immediately. If people are like dogs. If you don't make them understand why there are consequences and punishment for doing what they just did, 5 seconds later, they're going to forget and they won't care. Consequences must be immediately. Consequences and punishment delayed are consequences and punishment denied. One of the major reasons that our society is crashing. Here's another reason. A poll. Now, let me go back. This was April 8th of this year. Assassination culture. Poll shows about half of liberals believe killing Trump or Musk. Well, hell, that's justified, isn't it? Well, it doesn't stop there. Liberals more likely to say political violence sometimes justified. That was just yesterday. A poll that came out September 15th. Today is September 16th. Except on the East Coast where it's tomorrow. Americans largely agree political violence is never justified, but a new poll shows liberals are more likely than conservatives to say violence can be warranted in order to achieve political goals. Now, what did I say earlier in the show that the definition of terrorism was? Go back and listen to that part. You might learn something. Also, let's put this up. This was addressed by Charlie Kirk himself. Back on April 7th. And this is Charlie Kirk writing. Assassination culture is spreading on the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% said the same about Donald Trump. In California, always spell over the K, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. You know, the guy that the leftist judge said, oh, we can't try him for terrorism. And we can't try him for first-degree murder. But as we're discovering, wait, there's more. FBI investigating social media accounts to appear to indicate that there are certain personnel that knew what was going to happen. And apparently that was on some kind of a machine or social entity called Discord, who I've never been to before and obviously never will. But apparently some people did, in fact, know that this was an oddoid of the first degree.
Were they holding hands?
Yeah, they were. So, yeah, they drove off in his car, the Dodge Challenger.
The time you saw them or this week?
It was about the time I saw them. So
Okay, notice that the journalista is kind of sort of doing her level best to make sure that the information like this kind of doesn't get out. She's going to try to craft things differently.
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And so they look like they were a couple?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was dressed all in black?
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. And you thought he was weird?
Yeah, I definitely, yeah.
What was weird about him?
Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird.
For those who've never seen the roommate, describe that person for us.
He did have freckles on his face. For the haircut, he did have, it was a weird haircut. I can't quite. It was kind of a mushroom shaped one.
Okay, let's stop right there because I don't have the time to go into the rest of this. But what we learn is that his roommate was a tranny and he wanted to transition. And his roommate was. It just gets better. Bonus, his roommate was a furry. Okay, let me see if I can catch up to some of my comments. Still 619 subbies. Yeah, we need to get to 625. Jersey Joe's going away. Good night. PLA has designed this chaos from the Cultural Revolution to the drug fair to the hate. Absolutely. And that's vandalism from the video that I played not long ago. Yeah, quite so. You paraphrased part of Starship Troopers. Robert Heinlein emerges in chat. After a citizen stepped in, then the cops decided to do something. I think that's a comment, a worse comment on the cops than anyone else. You know, give me all, I used to say to not only just my trainees, but the people that I supervised as a sergeant, give me every reason to back you. Don't bluff, don't be stupid, but give me every reason to support the decision that you make and let it be backed and buttressed by law. And if it isn't, if you do something really bad, expect that I'm going to look into it. And if you decide that for whatever reason, you're going to lie or create disfavor with me, I can be your best friend. Or I can be your worst fucking enemy and I will bury you in paper. And I have done it with a grin on my face because there are people that just don't deserve to be in law enforcement. Hey, how about the cop, whoever the hell that was, that watched as the woman burned in a New York City subway car? Well, I might get burned. I can't do anything about that. Another bizarre twist in the sad story. All the over 60 people learning what a furry is. Oh, I knew what a furry was. Listen, I came from child abuse. I learned and heard of shit that would make people, that would gag a maggot and a woodchuck, both simultaneously, if you work child abuse. Not going to regale anybody with tales of that right now. Wouldn't be prudent. That's not the tone or the point of this show. Also, to continue.
I went to school with this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there. Tyler Robinson. I'm not trying to like clout chase, make this shit about me, but I'm not gonna say I knew this kid really well. I didn't know him very well at all, but I definitely saw him for like 3 straight years in high school. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid. I don't know. I feel like if you were in high school around that same time, and even probably now, like 2018, and then like, you know, those kinds of kids, but that's exactly what he was. All I'm going to say is this is the kind of shit that happens when you spend way too much time online and all of a sudden your beliefs are all.
Oh, stop. Wisdom from the mouths of babes. Also, if you notice, wearing a Smith & Wesson t-shirt, thank
the
you.
way this way or all the way this way, and you do some dramatic shit to please these people that are not your friends. This internet shit is seriously no joke.
They are not your friends. Imagine that. And then here comes, now I want to ask you guys this. I got about 13, 14 minutes left, and I think I'm going to go into some overtime. Don't know how much. Let me ask you guys this. What do you believe will be the chance of a conviction on this? Number one, not Mangione, because that is such a fucked up situation involving a fucked up entity and a fucked up leftist anarchist judge. But because it's Utah and they have a firing squad, will we get to the point where the adjudication is guilty? What do you guys think? As I continue. But the suspect, Tyler, confessed in that chat room. Now, will people get this thrown out? Possibly. Is it likely? Well, the cargo door from a 747 could crush my house overnight in about 75 minutes. I don't think it's going to happen. But just tell me what you think. Speaking of, hey, wouldn't this be great? Did anybody else besides me see some of the reprehensible t-shirts and merch that was foisted on a loving public like this? Who wouldn't want a t-shirt or a sweatshirt that says freedom with a bloody bullet hole in the front? Gee, I can't think of anybody that wouldn't want that for their house or wouldn't want to see their child wearing that. This is a good thing and a bad thing. Let me put this up, and she's going to speak in her own words.
Much for tuning into Marketplace today. So I want to talk about something for a minute, and it is heavy, so please bear with me. I want you to know that it's okay if you feel sadness. It's okay if you're grieving. 2 days ago, I lost a mentor, my first boss, the first person who made me believe in myself, that encouraged me to chase this dream that you're watching right now. Charlie Kirk. There's a lot going on in our world right now, in our country, but I want to say one thing. Lean on your neighbors. Speak up for what you believe in. I don't care what it is. I want to share with you one of my favorite sayings that Charlie would always tell us at the office. He would yell it from the mountaintops, so please listen. When conversations stop happening, when individuals become wordless, that's when violence begins. So if you do one thing today, make it be with passion, with conviction. Stand up for your friends. Stand up for your beliefs.
So what do you think happened? Well, as it says up there, effective immediately, I have resigned from WICS ABC 20 after being suspended for airing a nonpartisan tribute to Charlie Kirk that, well, you just saw it and heard it. Many in the mainstream media have been fired or punished for mocking his assassination. I'm the first to be targeted for honoring him on the air. And again, that's where we are in 2025 with the American media maggots. This is an interesting post or an article I'll put up. This is from KLRN's Brad Slager. He's been on the show once before. Great guy, great writer. He writes at Red State, and the article will be up, and you can read it at your leisure. But it illustrates a number of examples of people that were suspended from, oh, look, MSNBC, New York Times, CBS News, ABC News, CNN, Slate, The Atlantic, Rolling Stone, Hollywood Reporter. And the hits just keep on coming. And this, the consequences commence. Why are y'all sad? Teachers, firefighters, officials on leave or have been fired over Charlie Kirk posts. I don't find that sad. I don't find your firing sad. Not in the slightest. Now the consequences commence. I'm going to rip through these. But again, you'll see, if you want to read them in detail, go to the SHR Media Rumble channel and BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show, which is what you're listening to and watching right now. As a matter of fact, update: Chesterfield school board member resigns after uproar over social media post. He's going to resign on December 31st after criticism of a social media post she made about the killing of Charlie Kirk. Call me old-fashioned, but I remember when it used to be okay with shooting Nazis. Ah, the loving educators. This one. Oh my God, this was grand. If only I thought of this myself. This is Farmhouse. Look, somebody from a vet hospital, the business name is the Gentle Care Animal Hospital. And the owner made a disgusting post about Charlie Kirk. And then someone managed to, I couldn't do that. I don't have the facility to do that, but went in and changed it to the hospital has now been renamed the Charlie Kirk Memorial Animal Hospital. Okay. That's one of those things where in the digital world, it's like, that is supreme. Here's something also fun, grand fun, like the Grand Fun Railroad. Washington Post columnist fired after social media posts regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. And the hits just keep on coming. Look, Phoenix sports writer Gerald Bourget fired for his comments about Charlie Kirk. All these firings are proving that the woke movement of hatred will no longer be tolerated in America. How do you feel? And the answer is, I feel great. So hoisted on a petard of their own creation, these people thought that they were absolutely immune from anything happening to them. And the great thing about it is they are no longer the gatekeepers. And as was said earlier, we don't care what you say. We don't care how you label us. I certainly don't. Oh, look, he's right. They are in orbit right now. The Kettle One refueling team is entering the operational area. Here's something very interesting. Speaking of, that was perfect timing. Do you think maybe I put that up because of what's coming next? Well, that might be yes. And what is it, PZ? What do you sniff, boy? The military. I sniff the military. Active duty United States Air Force KC-46. The KC-46, oddly enough, is the upgraded refueler for the KC-135. Imagine that. Imagine that. Active duty KC-46 pilot Christian Miranda is an open communist and anti-American. He routinely posted his support for communism and other extremist views from his X account. He poses a grave threat to our security. But wait. You know, if it's BZ, that shit doesn't stop right there, does it? Here's another one. Here's a guy, Grant Walker from the United States Air Force. Grant thinks Charlie's assassination was a huge problem, but it was solved permanently, and disagreed with the characterization that the shooting was horrific. The person up above, Derek Van Orden, the source of this, said if he's in the Air Force Security Forces, the Blue Berets, he has a top secret security clearance and he's enrolled in a personal reliability program, PRP. That means he's responsible for the nuclear weapons. Well, that's someone you want in charge of the nukes, don't you? Like that crazy bald-ass tranny thief who was in charge of nucleonics in the Biden regime with the mustache and the bald head, who would go into luggage and steal women's clothing because everybody knows that's normal. And then this is normal too. This is the consequences commencing. Look, everybody needs a t-shirt like that. And that from a dispatcher in communications for the Metro Nashville Department of Emergency Communications. Good to know that these people have your security in mind and they're watching over you all the time. Isn't that wondrous and wonderful? Then there's a FEMA section chief who said, well, you know, Charlie Kirk kind of deserved it, right?
Spoken to anybody about the great Charlie Kirk assassination? It's also like it's tough not to laugh at this stuff. You know what I mean? Like he's a lunatic and like awful and kind of deserves it in his own way.
So how does FEMA feel about Charlie Kirk getting shot?
Everybody's kind of laugh. I don't know.
Everybody's kind of laughing. Everybody's kind of laughing about Charlie Kirk. Because who wouldn't? I mean, that's such hilarious. That last Wednesday was a phrase ripped from Beezy's book, and hilarity will ensue. Well, some people actually lost their jobs.
So y'all got me fired from my job.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
So I lost my job.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
Fired from my fucking job. I was just fired from my job. I was just fired from my job. I was just fired from my fucking job.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
So I was just fired from my job.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
Does anyone see a running thread through some of this stuff? Continue.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
Another one bites the dust.
A lot of these people, have you noticed, happen to be in medicine and education. All these vile fucks.
Installation of Democrats in progress.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
Meet Haley Curdell, a 911 dispatcher from Nashville, Tennessee.
You're fired. Get out. You're fired.
Fired, gone. Let the consequences commence. And so, you have to realize that, wait a minute, wait. Whiskey Dell says, oofta. Okay. Then there was this. New Jersey doctor resigns after a nurse said he cheered Charlie Kirk's death. And so what did she do? She filed a complaint. And she keeps her job after the hospital investigates the doctor. That's a happy story. I didn't have happy stories tonight per se, but it is a happy story. Let me see if I can get through this. What do I have? It's 10 o'clock right now, which means it's 10 o'clock Pacific, and it is midnight Central and 1 a.m. on the East Coast. I have time for a few more of these. Everybody said, Charlie, he hated trannies. Well, really? Let's see. Let's watch.
I just want to say I'm a transgender male. What age should kids be able to get things like hormone therapy? Because I don't know what's true, what's not.
Tell me, are you comfortable telling me your story?
I've known that since like 3rd grade, and I'm currently 19, almost 20.
There were some people that I saw on the internet that said, with every interaction with trannies, because I don't give a fuck about this stuff. I'm not Charlie Kirk, nor do I profess to be. Oh, he treated them with every interaction. He said, "Oh, go kill yourself." What a load of crap.
I've known basically since then. I didn't start going by like a different name until 7th and 8th grade. I just don't know, like with the whole medical stuff, like what's
medical stuff. Imagine that.
It's true, what's not, what's helpful, because I've heard so many different opinions.
First of all, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going to have
the heinous, terrible Charlie Kirk for saying thank you for that. How oppressive, how mean, how evil. But let's hear Charlie talk for one semi-last time.
Yes, I wonder if by continuing to lie, they aren't about everything. They're driving all of us a little crazy.
Well, this is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, it doesn't drive you crazy. You actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. And you're right, Tucker. I find people in this space that are not anchored to faith, anchored to Jesus, they do lose their mind. Because there is no rational or reasonable explanation for what the country is doing to itself or what we are experiencing. But if you then see and you know that there is a God and we are not him, that there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension, as you mentioned, all of a sudden, that does then make sense.
Stop. Let me see if I can summarize. Good versus evil. And I have a few more that I would like to play. Now, this is a poem by a gentleman named Tarzana Joe. And you can't see it at the bottom, but he was on the Hugh Hewitt show. And on Fridays, he would come on and read a poem because Tarzana Joe does poems. And so here's his poem. I hope I can get through it. This will be the 6th time I've read this poem so that I can complete it for you tonight. And it's called Charlie. A man is measured by his friends, so make as many as you can. Then when your span of living ends, they'll tell the world, oh, what a man. I've seen the people on TV, educated, warm, and wise, carefully recite the deeds of people that they eulogize. But with the passing of a man so tragic in this shattered week, the friends who knew him best of all could barely find the strength to speak. Part of them was lost, I'm sure, to lose a man they want to bless. Will their souls recover? No, for no man is an island. Yes. You didn't have to know him well. A simple glance and you'd have learned he loved this country with his heart, and in that heart a fire burned. Author, speaker, man of God, husband, father, fighter, friend, to him to whom you pledged your life, may these words your soul commend. I know for some that thoughts and prayers are sources of frustration, but we're not praying for a man. We're praying for a nation. Let me also play this and one final video after this. I found this last week. I played it last week. I've never seen this anywhere else, and I've given it to some other people. And if this wasn't prescient, ironic.
But what would you actually want to tell me if I have 30 seconds left to live?
Boy, you got 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, you're about to meet eternal judgment. And there's only one way that you can get bailed out of that. And it's not all the good things you did or the moral scorecard. It's whether or not you have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And that's the only thing that's going to matter. And so you got 10 seconds left. You're dying from a gunshot wound. And you ask the question, who is Jesus Christ? And the answer to that singular question, who is Jesus Christ, is the most important question for everyone in the audience. Not how much money you have, not how much good stuff you do. It is, who is Jesus Christ? You might say, oh, Jesus was, a teller of good tales, or Jesus was a good person, or Jesus was a historical figure. None of that's going to cut it. It's whether or not you repent and you ask Christ to come in as your Lord and Savior. That's the only thing that will save you from eternal damnation.
30 seconds.
I haven't seen that anyplace else. It's probably been played any number of times on any number of places, and I haven't seen this. This is AI generated. What would Charlie Kirk say to us about his death?
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families,
for sanity in a culture gone mad. It is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy, do it with strength, and never ever let evil think it won.
And that, folks, is the show. I
want you to know I'm fine.
I won't be able to do the ending, so I'm just going to do this for right now. I'm just going to sign off. Thanks to everybody for being here tonight. I had to get it out. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Sackhead Sean will be here at Edge of Liberty, 8 p.m. Pacific. And so tune in tomorrow night for Sackhead Sean, everybody. Good night.